Hey chat, we are doing a full primer on a case where Max Schardt is the attorney. You might remember him from the YSL trial. He is not representing Shannon Stillwell here. He will be representing Miss Tamika Clark. What we're going to watch today is an immunity hearing that took place yesterday. It's in Judge McBurney's courtroom. And as you guys know, Judge McBurney can do a lot of philosophy type conversations and ask a lot of questions of the witnesses on the stand. So we're going to hear a lot from Judge McBurney when we watch this hearing. She is charged with a lot. We'll say a lot. So this is case number ending in 7428. She's got murder as the top count. Count 2 is felony murder. Count 3 is aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Count 4 is possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. That's 16-11-106. Count 5 is fleeing and attempting to elude police officer. And count 6 is reckless driving. So long story short, back in December of 2024, Tamika Clark shoots her husband, Roderick. He dies. She is accused of not only doing that shooting, she maintained it's self-defense, but she also leaves the scene, ends up getting into a car accident while she's on the way to a friend's home, and that's why she gets these charges for fleeing or eluding police officers and reckless driving for the accident. So there's a lot going on here, and because there's a firearm, we have these like deadly weapon and possession of a firearm attachments in here as well. So let's see. Quick little docket dive here. A lot of it is just notices of appearance and discovery, but I did notice that there was a preliminary hearing transcript available. So we're going to read that transcript. It's only like 26 pages, and it seems like the whole thing is Michael Sprinkle, everybody's favorite deputy district attorney. And then we have these dates coming up. So yesterday was the immunity hearing that we're going to watch in full on the stream. And then trial is set for the 28th. So if Judge McBurney does not grant the defense's motion here for, hey, we should be immune from prosecution because we were justified, this was self-defense. If that's not granted, this case will proceed to trial. And right now that date is set for next week. So mark your calendars for that. And without further ado, we will watch this hearing, but we're going to start with how we got here. So, January 16th, 2025, we are at the Fulton County Courthouse in Atlanta, Georgia. Again, State of Georgia versus Tamika Clark. We've got appearances for the state. Michael Sprinkle. Michael Sprinkle, Deputy District Attorney. And then we have for the defendant, Maxwell Schardt. And here we go. So this is the court. For the record, this is position number 12, which is, actually, wait, was this Judge McBurney already? Let's see. Am I missing the judge's name? All right, let's go back. Okay, so if we look here, it looks like this would be in front of Brandy Brooks. So that's a new name for me. And then bond hearing was Eric Dunaway. And then not until we get to plea and arraignment in January of 2026 was McBurney on this case. So we'll just assume that that is Brandy Brooks that is present for this prelim. And let's see what happens. So the court says for the record, this is position number 12. Good afternoon, Miss Clark. I'm Judge Brandy. I'm so stupid. It's right here. Brandy Brooks. And I'll be presiding over your preliminary hearing this afternoon. And for the record, can you take your mask down so I can see your face and it can be on the record? So Tamika Clark, the defendant, says, yes, ma'am. Brandy says, thank you, ma'am. You can put it back up. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You do have the right to be represented by an attorney, and sitting to your right is your attorney, Maxwell Schardt, so please feel free to lean over and quietly ask him any questions you may need to ask during the proceedings. You do have the right to go to trial, but that will not be today. The purpose of today's hearing is to determine whether or not there's sufficient probable cause to move forward with the charge that's now pending against you. So probable cause hearing is different than immunity from prosecution, right? Probable cause is The state has to show that they have enough probable cause. So this hearing is on the state, which is murder. Probable cause is very, very low burden. It just means that there's a crime that's alleged to have been committed, and you're allegedly the person who's committed the crime. And for those of you who are present in the audience for this particular case, please note that we do understand that this is a sensitive subject, but please make sure that you do contain your emotions. If you're unable to contain your emotions, please feel free to step outside either of the two doors and contain your emotions. And then you can come back in unless the sheriffs have told you cannot come back in. And then in the event, you can watch it outside on the screen outside. And for the state and defense, please keep your direct and your cross as succinct as possible and to the point. Looking directly at Michael Sprinkle as you say that. Are the state and defense ready to proceed? Deputy DA Sprinkle answers first. State's ready, Your Honor. Mr. Schardt, yes, Your Honor. The court. All right, the witness can be sworn, please. So they say Teshika, cousin, having been first duly sworn, was examined and testified as follows. So this is the deputy here. You can lower your hand and have a seat. Was just sworn in. State your name for the record. And so she spells her name. And then direct examination by Deputy DA Sprinkle. So it's Sprinkle doing the Q&A. Good afternoon, Detective Cousin. How are you? I'm good, and yourself? Very well, thank you. Where do you work? College Park Police Department. How long have you worked there? 3 years. And what division are you at the College Park Police Department? The Criminal Investigation Division. And you're post-certified? Yes. You've been post-certified during the entirety of the 3 years that you've worked at College Park? Yes, I think this is their peace officer training. She says yes. And in the Criminal Investigations Division, what sort of crimes do you investigate? Homicide, theft of autos, theft by taking, different cases. Okay, and you were in the homicide unit last month in December? Yes. And during the month of December 2024, did you investigate a homicide that occurred at or near 3467 Victoria Street in College Park? Yes. What's located at that address? It's a house. A single-family detached home? Yes. And where did the homicide occur relative to that home? Was it inside the home or outside the home? Inside the home. Where inside the home? In the master bedroom. And this location is firmly within the boundaries of Fulton County? Yes. And on what specific day last month did this homicide occur? December 21st, 2024. Approximately what time? 12:06 a.m. So right after midnight. All right. And how do you know that that's the time the homicide occurred? That's the time that dispatch got a call. There was a 911 call? Yes, sir. Who called 911? Omarion Clark. Why did Omarion, and that's Roderick, that's the victim's son. Why did Omarion, can you spell that name for us, please? Yes. Omarion, last name Clark. And what did Omarion Clark tell the dispatcher when he called 911? He stated that his stepmother shot his father. And what was his father's name? Roderick, last name Clark. How old was Omarion? 22. Okay, about how old was his father? And then she looks at her notes and says 63. Okay, and officers responded to the scene. What did they observe when they arrived? Well, Officer Ellis and Officer Hoskins, they overheard the call when it came out of dispatch. While en route to the house, they observed the wife, Miss Tamika Clark, leaving the scene in a black Mercedes. And when you refer to Tamika Clark, are you referring to the defendant? Yes. All right. Well, how did they see her? Did they see her through the windshield? Like, how was their vantage point? They both seen her through the front windshield. Okay. She was coming at them, and they were going towards the house. Did she say anything to them or try to communicate with them in any way? No. Could they ascertain if she had, did she look angry, sad, nervous? What did she look like, if they were able to ascertain that? Well, from what Officer Ellis said, she looked like she was agitated. Okay. So the officers responded. Did either one of the officers pursue her? Officer Hoskins did. And what happened after he initiated a pursuit? He pursued her. Sergeant Johnson and Sergeant Diaz also pursued behind her. They came to a stop sign, which a car was in front of her, and she stopped, and then she flew around the car and eluded stopping for the police. Did they have their lights and sirens turned on? Yes. And their vehicles, were they issued by the College Park Police Department? Yes. Did they have the logos of the College Park Police Department emblazoned on the vehicles? Yes. And what sort of clothing were the officers wearing at the time? E for emblazoned. Their duty patrol uniforms. And all of these questions are to establish that you should have known that these were law enforcement, they were peace officers, like they're in uniform, they have their cars. If they have their sirens on, you should stop. And here you are continuing to go. So that's the point of this questioning here. Well, let me get you guys up here with us. Get the chat on the screen. Also, thank you for being a member 20 months. The World's End says, enjoy Cat and Chat more than ever. Well, I'm so glad. So glad. Here we are. Kim, we will be watching Max Schardt. It's not technically live because it was from yesterday, but we will be watching yesterday's hearing in full. So yes. So we've got this. This is not, there's no video of this transcript, guys. This is different. I should put that in the banner. Currently reading preliminary transcript from Jan 2025. Then watching, but there's no video for this. We just have a transcript for the preliminary hearing. But after that, we will watch. So also, Kristen, thank you for gifting 5 earlier. I didn't see it, and I can't pull it up on screen, but I saw that you gifted 5. So thank you so much. If you're suddenly green, it's from Kristen. So thank you, Kristen. We've got what sort of clothing were the officers wearing at the time? Their duty patrol uniforms. Did they display their badge and office? Yes. All right. So when did they turn on their lights and sirens to initiate this chase? When she flew past Officer Hoskins. And how close to the incident location was that? She was literally backing out of the driveway, and when Officer Hoskin, he was the first car that approached her, and she flew right past him. Okay, and the chase that ensued, how long did it last? Probably about 2 to 3 minutes before she crashed. Was the entirety of the chase contained within Fulton County? Yes. Okay, and where did she crash? She crashed on Virginia Avenue and 85 South off of the entrance ramp. So she collided with a fixed object? Yes, she collided with the guardrail. And how close were the officers that were pursuing her when she crashed into the guardrail? Probably like a car right behind her. So it was while they were chasing her? Correct. Okay, so after she crashed into the guardrail, what happened next? They approached her car because they didn't know she had any firearms on her. They approached her car and kept giving verbal commands for her to get out of the car. And she kept telling them something about his son. And then when they got her out, they did detain her. And what speeds did she reach, if you know? I don't recall. Okay, what were the traffic conditions, if you know those? It was dark outside and it wasn't raining. It was dry outside. Yeah, so I think Atlanta, like this week as we're speaking, there's been some weird like flash flooding things going on. So I think it's good they're clarifying it's dry in this transcript because my brain right now thinks of flooded roadways. So Sprinkle says, okay, so she spontaneously uttered what now? What kind of question? She kept talking about Mr. Roderick's son, Omarion, and she kept saying, look at my neck, look at my neck. What did she mean by that? As if she... Mr. Schardt. Objection, Your Honor. Speculation. Deputy DA Sprinkle. Okay, I'll move on, Your Honor. The court says sustained, and we get new questions. So Sprinkle says, okay. So these were the spontaneous... Was there any firearm sound in the car? Yes. Okay, and what kind of gun was that? It was a, may I reference to my... And Sprinkle says, if that would refresh your recollection. And then we have a Glock model 33-357. And going back to the crime scene at 3467 Victoria Street, so some officers chased Miss Clark. Other officers went into the house? Yes. All right, so we have 2 things going on simultaneously. While this is going on, what are the officers that went into the house find? Officer Ellis was the only one that was on the scene. She approached the house and found Mr. Roderick laying on the porch, and he kept saying, help me, help me. And the call came out as if the defendant had shot Mr. Roderick and his son, so she was trying to... She seen Mr. Roderick, she was also trying to search for Mr. Omarion. She found Mr. Roderick on the front porch with a gunshot wound to the stomach, and she stepped over. She could hear him talking. She stepped over and checked the house to make sure Mr. Omarion was in there. He wasn't in there. So she came back out and she made the call out to dispatch advising to start EMS so that they could render aid to Mr. Roderick. And then Sprinkle says, EMS responded and you've already testified that he was speaking. Yes. Now, did he say did he identify the person that shot him? Yes. What did he say? He stated, my wife shot me. He said that they had an argument over his son. And the reason they're able, this isn't hearsay, is because it's an excited utterance at this point. And they say, and his wife was who? Miss Tamika Clark. The defendant? Yes. All right. Did he say anything else about the argument or what led up to the shooting? No. When did he lose consciousness? He lost consciousness, I don't actually know that. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. All right, so the EMS response and takes him to the hospital? Yes. And when did he die? Well, dang, Sprinkle. He died on December the 23rd. And did you consult with the medical examiner's office regarding the cause and manner of his death? Yes. What was the cause of his death? Single gunshot wound to the abdomen. And was the manner of death homicide, suicide, accident, or undetermined? Homicide. All right. And you responded to the scene that night? Yes. All right. Now, by the time you respond to the scene, was Roderick Clark had already been transported to the hospital? Yes. Okay. So you said that the shooting happened inside the house? Yes. And how were you able to determine that? When I spoke with Mr. Omarion after leaving the scene, he advised that he overheard 2 gunshots while inside the house. Omarion, when did he emerge? Because you testified previously that Officer Ellis wasn't able to find him. When he left out after the shooting, he left out the window and went behind the neighbor's house. And after the police arrived, he came out and spoke with her. Okay. And what did he tell Officer Ellis when he walked back to the scene? He stated that he overheard his dad and stepmom having an argument. He didn't exactly know what they were having an argument about. He said that he could hear them scuffling around, and he overheard his father say, "Call the police." Now, you respond to the scene, and was there a shell casing that was recovered? It was 2. And what caliber were they? .357. All right. Was that the same caliber of the gun that was found in the vehicle, Mr. Clark? I wonder if that's supposed to say Miss Clark. They say yes. Now, regarding Miss Clark's spontaneous utterances, did she say anything about the shooting? No. Okay. Did you attempt to interview Mr. Clark that night? No. Okay. Did anybody interview Mr. Clark that night? No. Okay. Was she Mirandized? Yes. So this is a bit confusing because sometimes it seems like it makes sense that they're talking about Mr. Clark, and then it could be Mrs., but I think this is probably a series of questions about Tamika, about Mrs. Clark. So, but it's transcribed as Mr. So they ask, was she Mirandized? Yes. Okay, and did she invoke the right to remain silent? Yes. All right, so that's the reason she wasn't interviewed then? Yes, she was intoxicated. How do you know that? That's what she told the officers on scene. Okay, and did you also interview Omarion? Yes. When did you interview him? The same night. All right, what did he tell you? He stated that he was asleep. He stated that they had an argument. He said he didn't pay it no mind because they argued often. He stated after hearing them arguing, he heard 2 gunshots. He said he jumped up and got out of bed and climbed out the window. He said before he climbed out the window, he heard somebody at his door. He didn't know exactly who it was. He got scared and got out the window, went behind the house, behind the neighbor's house, and he hid until the police arrived. All right, so did he specify why he climbed out the window? Because he was scared. He didn't know exactly what had happened. He just overheard the gunshots. He didn't know if she was trying to get in to get to him or if it was just his dad. Okay, so he just knew somebody was trying to get into his locked room. And given what he'd heard, he thought it best to flee the house. Yes. Okay, was there any surveillance video that captured anything? There was a Ring camera next door to Mr. Roderick's house. Did it capture anything on either audio or video? It captured audio of 2 gunshots. All right. Did you provide me with that footage before the hearing today? Yes. And then permission to approach, Your Honor? You may. I'm about to hand you a CD he probably runs to the witness. I'm about to hand you a CD that's been marked for purposes of identification as State's Exhibit A. Do you recognize that disc I just handed you? Yes. And how do you recognize it? It's the disc from the Ring camera from the house next door. So the Ring camera footage is on this disc? Yes. Is it the exact digital copy of the footage that you gave me before the hearing today? Yes. So it's not been altered or manipulated in any way? No. And then Sprinkle says, Your Honor, at this time the state moves for the admission of Exhibit A. The court says, any objection? No objection. It's so admitted and it's published. So Sprinkle continues. He says, all right, now, detective, if you'll look at the monitor in front of you, is this where... Now, where was this camera mounted relative to the incident location at 3467 Victoria Street? On the front door. Okay, so about how far is this camera from the incident location? Maybe 50 feet or 100 feet. Okay, so it's a neighboring dwelling? Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and unpause it at that time. If you, well, I'll just unpause it, and then the video plays. Those are the gunshots? Yes. And how many shell casings did you find at the scene? 2. All right. How many gunshot wounds did Roderick Clark suffer? 1. Okay. Now, did you see the defendant, Tamika Clark, that evening? No. Okay, but did you... Other officers did, right? Yes. All right. Did she display any visible physical injury? No, other than the injury from the car crash. Okay, so in this is important because remember we heard at the beginning of this, she's saying like, look at my neck, and this witness, if you take her at face value, this witness, she's saying, look, there were no other injuries, and anything I did see, it was caused by the car crash. Okay, and where's the defendant right now? Sitting in the defendant box. And what's she wearing? Oh, the Fulton County Blues, guys. A blue Fulton County jumpsuit, a gray shirt, and a blue mask. All right, can you please point to her? She's right there. Sprinkle says, may the record reflect that the detective identified the defendant, Tamika Clark. The record will so reflect. Now, detective, is there anything that we haven't discussed today that you believe is relevant to your investigation? No, sir. Were the victim, Mr. Roderick Clark, and the defendant, Tamika Clark, were they living together at the time? Yes. And Sprinkle says, I have no further questions at this time. So, Cross, thank you, Your Honor. Max Schardt. Detective, good afternoon. How are you? I'm good, and yourself? I'm pretty good. I represent Miss Clark. So, could you just tell me again the date of the actual incident? December the 21st, 2024. December 21st. And what time was the 911 call? It was like 12:06 a.m. 12:06. Okay. You've been to the scene? Yes. Could you... I know it's a single-family house. How many bedrooms? 2. Is it 1 story? Yes. And I believe you indicated that Mr. Clark was found on the ground on the porch? Yes. Okay. Is this a porch in the front or back? Front. Okay, and do you get there by going out the front door, or is it connected to one of the bedrooms? You get there by the front door. Okay. Now the shell casings. You said there's 2 and they were in the master bedroom? There was one outside of Omarion's bedroom, and the other one was on the front porch. Was there a blood trail? No. Okay. Do you have, as the detective in this case, do you have an opinion about where Mr. Clark was when he was shot? No. You recovered a firearm that is the same caliber as the shell casings in the car that Miss Clark was in, correct? Yes. Okay. At the scene, was there another firearm that was seized? Yes. Okay. What kind of firearm was that? May I recollect? And they let them refresh their recollection. That was also a Glock Model 33 Gen 4 357 caliber. At this point, sounds like the 2 firearms are the same caliber. The one that was found in Miss Clark's car, was that registered to Mr. Roderick. Okay, what about the one in the house? It was registered to her. So there we go. The gun that's still in the house is registered to Tamika, but the gun that's with Tamika, or at least in the vehicle with Tamika, is registered to Mr. Roderick. Okay, do we have an opinion about a scientific opinion at this time, to your knowledge, about which of the 2 firearms fired the shot? No. Okay. Were the firearms dusted for prints? No. Were the firearms swabbed for touch DNA? No, sir. Do you have any scientific information, forensic information at this point, to say whether or not Mr. Clark touched either of the firearms that night? No. Mr. Clark passed on the 23rd. Can you tell me what time? May I? He was declared deceased. May I? Yeah, absolutely. 3:32 a.m. Okay, so shooting happens on the 21st right after midnight, and he passes away in the early hours of the 23rd. So, like, just over 48 hours. So, like, 50 hours. Okay, so we're talking about 27 hour. Oh. 27. Oh, he fixes himself. He says 51. It wasn't my math. It was Max Schardt being bad at math. He says, oh, excuse me, 51 hours after the incident is when he passed. 2 days and about 3 hours? Yes. Okay, in those 2 days and 3 hours, was he alert or a communicative, and then Schardt's inaudible. They don't catch what Schardt says here. The witness says, to my knowledge, yes. Okay, did any law enforcement, I understand on the scene, he indicated my wife shot me. We had an argument over my son. Is that paraphrasing or is that a direct quote? That's a direct quote. Okay, subsequent to that statement on the scene, did law enforcement, yourself, or other law enforcement ever interview Mr. Clark to get more specifics about what had occurred? No, I attempted to go the night of the incident, but he was in surgery. Okay, were any attempts made to talk to him after the night of the incident? No. Okay, the statements that he made on that night at the scene, were those captured by body camera? Yes. And whose body cam? Officer Ellis. Thank you. Mr. Omarion Clark, when did he give his statement? He gave his statement the exact same night. On the scene or to you in like an interview room? He gave an on-scene statement to Officer Ellis, and then I went to the hospital and he gave me a statement as well. And is that recorded? Yes. Now, Miss Clark ends up crashing, the car that she's in ends up crashing, and she was driving? Yes. You indicated that she went to the hospital? Yes. Okay, and you indicated that, did you ever observe her that night? No. Okay, so you're going by what other officers said. Did they observe injuries? They did not observe any. I looked at their body camera as well. And when you say they didn't observe injuries, I'm referring to either from the car crash or from any incident that happened in the house. And then the witness says, Sergeant Diaz, after the car crash, did observe her face was bleeding, and he, after she stated, look at my neck, Lieutenant Robertson looked at her neck and didn't see anything. And Sergeant Diaz stated that he was more concerned about her face and the contusion she got from the vehicle more so than any bruising. Okay, did anyone on this, at the scene of the car crash or at the hospital where Miss Clark was being treated, did anyone ask her to disrobe or show her entire body, documenting the injuries that she had? She had on a t-shirt so they could see her arms, but no, they didn't outside of the clothes. Okay, no one observed her legs and knees? No, sir. Okay, so your understanding, when treated by Grady, well, she went to Grady, correct? Yes. Okay, when treated by Grady, Miss Clark made complaints about domestic violence while at Grady. Are you aware of that? No. Subsequent to that night, Miss Clark was not charged with the homicide that night or even an aggravated assault that night, was she? No. She was released from the hospital? She was charged with the traffic infractions. Running a red light? Yes. But she was released from the hospital after she went and bonded out on the traffic stop? Yes. Subsequent to her bonding out, were there any efforts to document any injuries on her body? No. You indicated that, to your understanding, Miss Clark said to someone that she was intoxicated. Correct. Who did she say that to, and when did she say that? Officer Bratted? They say that's the phonetic spelling. And she said it while she was on scene after the crash. Okay, and is that captured on body cam? Yes. Are you aware of the identities of the mothers of Mr. Clark's children? No. Are you aware of the identities of his ex-wives? No. I think I know why we're going here. We'll look at the docket on that. No. Is it fair to say that you have not interviewed any females previously in relationships with Mr. Clark to determine whether there's history of family violence? There you go. So, I mean, we could pull that up quick while we're talking about it. But there is a reverse 404B notice, and we'll hear about it a little bit at the immunity hearing we're going to watch. Where was it? It was kind of recent. Reverse 404B, which means the defendant wants to introduce bad character evidence. Okay, let me load it. All right, so this was on the docket. This was filed a few days ago on the 18th of 2026. And it's alleged prior incidents committed by the alleged victim in this case, which would be Roderick, or prior difficulties between the alleged victim and the accused. So, first act of violence does not involve the defendant, Tamika Clark. It just says an ex-domestic partner who's now deceased. So, this ex-domestic partner is no longer alive, It's aggravated battery, choking ex-domestic partner. The incident date was January 12th, 2015. And this is Melinda Donaldson Culverson. We're going to hear her name at the hearing. I looked up this case number. It looks like it was null prost, but it does exist. Then we've got, a note here, which is important. Please note that the defense intends to introduce testimony that establishes that Defendant Tamika Clark had knowledge of this. So the idea would be, if you're saying that something was self-defense, you were fearing for your life, and you knew that the person attacking you previously got arrested on the accusation of choking a domestic partner, if you had that knowledge in mind, it would make a fear in the moment of your own altercation with the same individual more reasonable, right? So Schardt says we're going to be able to introduce some evidence that shows that Tamika knew of this. Then we have these other acts of violence, and there's another page, I didn't download it, but these acts of violence seem to all involve Tamika. So family violence battery in late 2023 or early 2024, we see slapping Tamika Clark. In March of 2024, family violence battery attacking Miss Clark, attempting to rip wedding finger off of her finger, resulting in a hospital visit. We have family violence battery. They're going to get the exact date, punching Miss Clark in the abdomen. And there may have been more, but I didn't purchase this document, so that's what we've got. And then we're back over here. We're back on the preliminary hearing transcript. So we have, is it fair to say that you've not interviewed any females previously in relationships with Mr. Clark to determine whether there's a history of family violence? Yes. You have not? No. And was Mr. Clark, when he passed on December 23rd, what were the circumstances of his passing? What changed to your understanding in the hours leading up to him passing? I don't know. Okay. Was he in surgery? No. And Max Schardt says, okay, beg the court's indulgence briefly. And then Schardt comes back and asks, was anything seized from the house? Yes. What was seized from the house? The firearm and 2 cell phones and the projectiles and the shell casings. Okay. The .357 that was registered to Mrs. Clark? Yes. The shell casings? Mm-hmm. You said 2 cell phones? Yes. Who did those cell phones belong to your understanding, if you know? Mr. Roderick Clark and Miss Tamika Clark. Okay, and have you obtained a search warrant for those phones? Yes. Were those phones the data extracted, or... It's in the process. In the process? Mm-hmm. And was anything seized other than, I assume the firearm was seized from Miss Clark's car? Yes. Was there anything else that was seized or deemed relevant to this investigation from what you recall? Other than the bag that the firearm was in at the house and the magazines, no. The bag with the firearm was at the house? Yes. Where was the firearm in the car? It was on the floor, front floorboard on the passenger side. And Schardt says, all right, thank you. I have no further questions. Any redirect? And Sprinkle says, no redirect, Your Honor. The state rests. And I think Sprinkle was actually real concise on his questioning. Kind of different from when he's on the stand as a witness, just talking to the jury. And then the court says, thank you, detective, for your time and your patience. You can be excused. Any witnesses from the defense? No, Your Honor. Then the court says, any argument from the state first? Sprinkle says, yes, Your Honor. The state respectfully requests that the court find probable cause on the count of murder, which is the only count on the calendar, but I'm also requesting 4 additional counts. Those counts would be felony murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, felony fleeing and eluding in violation of OCJ 40-6-395, subsection C. And that's because not only did she was the proximate cause of an accident, but she also admitted to the officers, spontaneously uttered to them, that she was under the influence. So she also committed a violation of 40-6-391 insofar as she was driving under the influence of alcohol to the extent that it was less safe for her to do so. And lastly, count 5, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. The court says, thank you. Defense? Schardt says, I'm just going to leave it in the court's discretion, except I take issue with the fleeing and attempting to elude felony. There was, as I understand the statute, I don't have it in front of me, but there's a fleeing certain crimes aspect to it, and then there's that are typically drug related, and then there's a speed limit aspect to it that can make it a felony. I don't think that's been established. Just because Ms. Clark allegedly saying on body cam spontaneously that she's intoxicated after getting into a car accident without anything else does not establish even probable cause for a DUI. So I'm pushing back on those attempts to add those charges. But for the rest, I'll leave it in the court's discretion. And the court says thank you. So the court does find that there is probable cause for murder, possession of a firearm during aggravated assault, and as conceded to by defense, felony murder. So that will be the order of the court at this particular time. Anything as it relates to this case? Sprinkle says nothing from the state, Your Honor. Anything from the defense? No, Your Honor. All right, and everybody can be excused. So then this is just certifications and an index. So there we go. That was the preliminary hearing. That was the prelim. And, I mean, there's some discovery stuff. Like, they turn over the phone dump at the beginning of May. So on 4/20, the defense motioned for return of property, specifically the cell phone belonging to Miss Tamika Clark. And suddenly, like 11 days after that, we get a phone dump. So it's like, oh yeah, we got to do that. We got to do all that. So they speed that along. And the immunity motion, guys, it was only 2 pages. It was just a notice that we want to argue immunity from prosecution and we want a hearing. So there wasn't anything meaty in the written motion. So we're going to get right to the hearing. I skipped a little bit of the intro here. Caption should be on. And I think the volume was good, but if you guys need it boosted, we can boost it. And there you go. What do you guys think so far? I know a lot of people probably watched at least some of the immunity hearing. I see some faces in here that were in McBurney's chat room yesterday while it was live. But what do you think of the preliminary hearing? I mean, some interesting information. You're starting to see some of the theories. You're seeing a little bit from Schardt questioning, all right, well, do you know if anything changed between when this shooting occurred in the very early hours of December 21st and the 23rd after surgery when Roderick dies, right? He doesn't die immediately from the gunshot wound, but the cause of death is ruled to be a homicide. And is Schardt going to challenge that at trial? Are they going to contest that later on? So, and then let's see. Got a lot of people in the gallery here. And the prosecutor is Miss Willingham.
Stay out of. There you go. Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Good luck, Mr. Mitchell. Good seeing you. Stay out of trouble. Yeah. All right. Good morning, Ms. Rivers. How are you doing?
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
I'm okay. Are you ready to get on the record?
Yes, I'm ready.
Let's do that. We are here today to handle an immunity hearing in 25 SC 007428. That's State versus Tamika Clark. Ms. Clark is here today with her lawyer, Mr. Schardt. Ms. Willingham is here for the state. Mr. Schardt, are you ready to move forward?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm just marking some exhibits.
Some exhibits? Okay. Who else is at council table with you?
Okay, this is Ms. Clark, my client.
Yep.
And this is my paralegal who helps me. Her name is Ms. Taylor.
Hello, Ms. Taylor. Thanks for being here on behalf of Mr. Schardt and making sure he showed up to the right courtroom.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Willingham, are you ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything procedurally we need to get on the record?
Your Honor, I did see where defense filed a 404B motion on the 18th. Part of that motion is prior difficulties that would be between the parties. So the state would obviously have no objection to that information.
Sure.
But we would be objecting, although we don't have an issue taking that matter up at a different time, we would be objecting to dealing with the 404B portion of it today.
And when you say dealing with it, as in having argument about it, or suddenly that evidence is presented as part of this defense case in the immunity hearing?
If it's something that defense wants to present, the state would not have an issue having a formal 404B hearing on it.
Okay.
But we wouldn't be prepared to do that today.
Okay. I'm looking at the notice. And do these all involve the decedent and then some alleged victim?
So the bottom portion, the very first incident.
An aggravated battery.
That is the decedent and a different victim.
Right. No, I can see the victim's name. It just doesn't. Okay. Okay, I see. So what Mr. Schardt is saying, victim in his pleading would be the decedent in this case. And perpetrated by the capital B victim is the decedent. And so act of violence one, this aggravated battery, involves a different female in his life. And then the remainder would be prior difficulties that I think would naturally come up in both this hearing and a trial if there were a trial.
Correct. And that would be the state's argument, Judge, that we're fine with the prior difficulties, which are the bottom portion of that. It's the top portion that right now, I didn't know if we were going to take that matter up today. So I just wanted to.
Understood. What about, there's a triple asterisk note that Mr. Schardt put that really the focus of what I'll call other act number one is that Ms. Clark was aware of that situation. And so that might inform her state of mind in connection with the incident that we'll be talking about today. That had to be proven up that she somehow knew about it. But you're saying really until there is a 404B hearing, that ought not to come in today's hearing.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Schardt, your thoughts about timing. Is it something that's essential to today's presentation, or you flagged it because if there is a trial, you think you ought to be able to, we used to call it Chandler?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, but there's no more Chandler.
No.
No.
I am prepared to proffer right now, and of course, and then I'm not trying to have the overall hearing. I'm not trying to sneak attack the state here and blindside the state. I'm prepared to do whatever the court desires. I can proffer as to how my client would have known about that. I can have her testify when she testifies about that. And my thought was that, there's no jury here today. So my thought is you as the trier of fact would take it for what it is. And if it's not worth anything, then you would disregard it.
Sure, there's less risk of it being unduly prejudicial. Because if it is compelling, then it's compelling. If it's not, oh my gosh, I heard this thing. How do I forget that thing?
But it's not going to take up a whole lot of time. But I'm with the court. Whatever the court says, I'm with the court.
Okay. Why don't we do this? Ms. Willingham, my suggestion is Mr. Schardt not explore other act number one with any witness other than his own client. And I would ask Mr. Schardt to do all of his direct examination before getting to that, because then I may say, I don't need it. And if I do need it, then it may be that we have a discussion about whether he can go there or not. And he can lay the foundation for it for the purposes of this proceeding by asking his client questions. Did you know Melinda Donaldson Culverson? How did you know her? How would you have heard about something? And you might say, this is all hearsay. And then we stop it there before we would get into any substance of what may have happened on January 12th, 2015. And I'll be thinking remoteness and the basis of knowledge is just hearsay, et cetera. We'll see. But that'd be my proposal is let's table it until we get to the crossroads of Ms. Clark is on the stand. And then,
Hey, Broken Baker Raiders. Good to see you guys. Baker, this is a fun, you should cover this hearing. It's an immunity from prosecution. The defendant is claiming self-defense. So the trial date is set for the 28th, and I think it'll probably go to trial next week. But very interesting hearing. Lots of discussions about being in the kitchen, prepping chitlins, and some good stuff. Good culinary details in this hearing. Good to see you guys. I'll drop Broken Baker's link in a second. And I'll be hanging out with him a little bit tomorrow on Defense Diaries for the Aaron Spencer Megathon stream.
I'm directing Mr. Schardt to basically put that at the end of his direct exam, because I may say it'd be practically cumulative in terms of what I need to know about Ms. Clark's state of mind on the day in question. Does that work for you?
Yes, Judge. And the last thing, I do have one witness who is on Zoom that Mr. Schardt and I have talked about. He has no objection to him testifying.
Is that Joe?
Yes, it's Mr. Joseph. Joseph Johnson. I'm sorry. Double J's. Joseph Johnson is on the Zoom, and yes, it is Joe.
Okay, got it. And Mr. Schardt, you have agreed that his testimony can be virtual, subject to cross-examination, et cetera. You just won't be confronting him literally face to face.
That is fine, Your Honor. I would just ask, and I'll just formally invoke the rule of sequestration and just ask that he not be allowed to follow the testimony prior to him giving testimony.
I'll move him into a breakout room in a little bit. I don't think I can put him in a waiting room, same effect, but that would be the way I propose handling that, unless that's going to be the first witness the state calls. But
and he was made aware, Your Honor, that you would like to put him in a breakout room. So
okay, well, I'll engage with him in just a minute. All right. So to the lawyers know this, but Ms. Clark, I just want you to understand what's happening today. And you may already, but I want to make sure you do. Mr. Schardt has filed a motion that, if granted, would bar the prosecution in your case. You're charged with the murder of Mr. Clark. Pretty serious allegation and related offenses. If the evidence is that you were acting in defense of self or defense of others, then it may well be that legally the state is precluded from prosecuting you any further. That may not feel good to people who are involved with this, but the law is what the law is in Georgia. And there is a right of self-defense, and it has a preclusive effect if the evidence is sufficient that the person charged with the crime was doing so in a way that's justified. Not just, I said I was afraid, but a reasonable person would think that it was reasonable to be afraid that you were at risk of immediate serious bodily injury or death or something like that. And that's what we're going to work through today. I will not be ruling from the bench. I'm not going to stand up and say granted or denied. These are so serious that it's this kind of situation that I need to think through. Even if the evidence seems real clear that it was not self-defense at all, or that it was so obviously self-defense, I need to make sure that the law is guiding me in the decision that I make. So no one's going to leave here today knowing, haha, this is what's going to happen. That said, this is a case on a trial calendar that comes up soon. And I want to give guidance to the sides that you better be ready for June 1, because that's when we would try this case, if it's going to go forward. So I will get an order out shortly, but I won't be ruling here and now after hearing from the lawyers in terms of the evidence. And it may be that when all the evidence is out, the lawyers say, could we have a couple days to file a post-hearing brief? They're going to be able to argue what the evidence was, but there may be law that they want me to think about, and I'll be open to that as well. So that's what we're doing today. Mr. Schardt mentioned the rule of sequestration. If you are here and you expect to be called as a witness, I actually need you to step outside now. I don't know if that describes anyone here in court, but if you can make sure that happens.
Judge, the state would be asking for Omarion to be allowed to stay in if he is the listed next of kin, and under Marcy's law, he is allowed to be present for the entire proceeding.
He is Roderick Clark's son?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's a correct application of Marcy's law. Any objection to that?
The other thing I was going to say is I plan on calling Mr. Clark as a witness first.
Okay.
That's all that promise.
Excellent. All right. Well, let me engage with Mr. It's Johnson or Joseph? Johnson.
No, Johnson.
All right. Mr. Johnson, can you hear me?
Got to deal with the Zoom witness.
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. I'm Judge McBurney. Nice to meet you. I'm going to move you into a breakout room. Well, you have two options. One, you could drop off the call if someone knows how to reach Mr. Johnson, and they could just text you or call you when you're up. That way you can go about your business, as long as you commit to being close enough to your phone or your email that you'd respond to a text or an email or a phone call right away so you could hop back on the Zoom. Plan B is that I move you into a breakout room where you cannot see or hear what we're doing here in court, but then I can pull you out of the breakout room when one of the two sides says, we're ready for Mr. Johnson. Do you have a preference?
No, I don't really have a preference.
Okay. Well, I'm going to put you in the breakout room then. If you're not in that breakout room when I check in it, when it's your time to testify, Ms. Willingham, someone on your team has a way to reach Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. If you're in a place where you suddenly need to leave because it catches on fire, you can drop the Zoom, just take your phone with you so we can track you down if you do drop from the Zoom call, okay?
Not a problem at all.
All right, we have a
Let me
hypothetical
open up the breakout
arson.
room and put you in it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here and being patient.
All right, so while they get Joe in that breakout room, guys, so this again, McBurney said it a little bit here, but this is an immunity hearing. So the burden will be on the defense here to make a showing that, look, we agree somebody died. My defendant did shoot the decedent in this case, but there's justification. The defendant was acting in self-defense, and the defendant has the burden to a preponderance of the evidence standard, more likely than not, that she was acting reasonably in those moments when she shot this. Only one shot hit him. She fired two shots, or at least there were two shell casings. I'm assuming it might be in dispute who fired at least one of the shell casings. But it seems like Tamika Clark is conceding that she at least shot one time and that one shot struck him in the abdomen. Roderick is the decedent. If this goes to trial, then the burden will be back on the state, right? So at trial, the state will still have the burden to overcome, beyond a reasonable doubt, the claim of self-defense justification. So switch of the burdens here for the purpose of this hearing. And I didn't see a decision yet on the docket.
You should
but if we
go
do,
shortly.
We'll look before the end of the stream to see if McBurney issues a ruling.
All right, Mr. Johnson is now in a breakout room. He cannot see or hear what we are doing. I will close that and ask Mr. Schardt, do you want to say anything up front, or are you ready to present evidence in support of your motion?
I think Your Honor knows what the law is, and so we'll just proceed into evidence.
Okay. Ms. Willingham, anything else we need to cover?
No, Judge.
Okay. When you're ready.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would call Mr. Omarion Clark.
All right, Mr. Clark, if you come on up, please. Deputy Gordon's going to swear you in.
Husband, wife, yep. The first witness we're going to see is the son of the deceased, but the defendant's his stepmom.
You state, spell your name, whatever.
Omarion Clark, Omarion.
Mr. Clark, the microphone in front of you moves up and down. It doesn't move closer to you. So your chair has no wheels, so you don't roll off and get hurt. But if you could scooch up a little bit and just make sure you are close to the microphone. You sounded a little soft-spoken, which is fine. When you spelled your name, the court reporter is going to need to, she's virtual, hear everything you say. So make sure you're pretty close to the microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
This is Judge McBurney.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Good morning.
My name is Max
Fulton County.
Schardt. I represent Tamika Clark. Okay?
Okay.
I just have a few questions for you. Roderick Clark is the deceased in this case. Who is he to you?
He's my father,
And what is your mother's name?
Melinda Coverson.
And
Dang, so
Your
both of
mother's
his parents
deceased.
are dead.
Correct.
That's sad.
where did you live with your father at the time of this incident, which is December 21st of 2024?
I lived at their home at 3467 Victoria Street,
And what city is that in?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Did you say 3467?
Yes, correct.
Victoria?
Yes.
Okay.
And who lived in that house?
Me and my father, and at the time, Tamika.
Okay, and Tamika, what was her relationship to your father?
They were married.
What was her relationship to you?
I suppose it would be step parent, but I didn't really see it that way.
Okay, that's fair. How long had you lived at that house with your father?
My entire life.
You're how old?
I am 23.
And on December 20th and going into the 21st of 2024, do you know how old you were?
Around 22, I'd imagine, or 21, somewhere around there.
And what were you doing at that time? Were you a student? Were you working?
I was working.
On
What did you
December,
do?
I worked at a warehouse for Starship Enterprises.
was that full-time?
Yes.
Okay.
You were at a Starship store, or you were at a warehouse that they used to hold their inventory?
The warehouse, so the inventory.
Okay.
And did you work the day, if you remember, did you work the day of December 20th of 2024?
I did.
Do you remember what hours you worked?
I worked from 8 to 4. Yes.
8 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, may I approach with some pictures?
Yes, both attorneys have a continuing ability to approach witnesses, to drop off exhibits, and then go back to the podium. I would ask that if you've got a universe, more than one exhibit you're going to share with a witness, bring everything up so that it's not multiple trips, and then you can just have them refer to whichever of the exhibits you brought up there.
I am approaching you, Mr. Clark, with what is marked offense A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Let's start with defense A.
Do you have digital copies of these as well? It's okay if you don't. I just love to see, once it's in, be looking at what you're talking about.
I do. I mean, I was going to make those part of the record, but in fact, if you give us a second, we can screen share.
Okay, that would be easiest, because then Ms. Willingham and I are looking at the same thing. There's nothing to share yet because nothing's in evidence, but if you've got a member of your team who can make that happen.
Remember how to do that? And it's going to be right here. It's going to be among those. Well, it'll just, I'll guide you. Are you looking at, defense A?
Yes.
Okay, and defense A, do you recognize what defense A is?
Well, it's the entrance to our house where you would enter anyway to get to the door.
Okay, and, the picture you're looking at is from defense A, is that a fair and accurate representation of what the state of the home and that area of the home, I guess, outside the entrance to the home on December 20th of 2024?
There's a lot of clutter, but I would say it probably is.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit defense A into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Willingham, to defense A? Have you seen defense A?
I don't know which one A is, but I have seen all the photos, so no objection.
Okay. Are the photos things that your office supplied to the defense, or these are defense originated photos?
No, Your Honor, these are photos that our office supplied.
Okay. So your only objection, should you have one, would be it's not relevant or it's a 403 issue. It's not, I've never seen these before.
Right.
Okay. Defense A is admitted.
Okay. If I could just have a moment. Got
And Your Honor, also for the record, although I don't know which one A is at the moment, Mr. Schardt showed me all the photos also prior to court starting this morning.
Okay. Do you have any objection to any of A through G?
I don't, Your Honor.
Okay. Then if your client can lay a foundation, if you want him to look through A through G right now, and see if he recognizes all of them, I think that can.
Your Honor, perhaps.
We don't, if it's too, I don't mean to throw a technological spanner in the works.
All right.
But we may be able to speed some of this up. Ms. Willingham is not objecting to the authenticity of any of these photos. If you want to have Mr. Clark look through all, whatever G is, 6, 7 of them, and see if he recognizes them all, they can all be admitted. And then when it's time to look at them, I can just look.
I have an extra copy, so I can hand those to you.
All right.
Mr. Clark, would you look at A through G? And are those all, what are those pictures?
Or the home.
Of the home that you were living in with your father and Ms. Clark?
Yes.
Okay, and are all those fair and accurate depictions of your home in December of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, do they appear to be altered in any way?
Not that I can see, no.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit defense A through G into evidence.
All right. Ms. Willingham, any objection?
No objection.
They're all admitted.
Okay, and I just want to make sure can I just grab them real quick, because I want to make sure I give this portion correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. I kind of jumped it.
So what does defense exhibit A show? I think you testified it shows the outside the front door.
Yes.
Would that also be a carport?
Yes.
Okay. What about defense B?
Can I have my set now? If he's going to be talking about them, please.
He wants all the details. He's like very detail oriented, McBurney.
That's okay. I'll sort it out. Thank you.
This would be the living room, I guess you would say, once you enter through the front door.
Okay. What about defense C?
This would be the kitchen. Yes, this is the kitchen. There's a table there. And then once you go through that corridor, that is where the stove and sink.
Okay. What about defense D?
This would be where you would step up from the first picture. If you were facing to the left, this is where you would enter into the home.
So this is outdoors. D is outdoors, or is that indoors? Like this is front porch?
Yeah, it's like a front porch.
Okay.
Is it screened in?
The door, but no. The front door has a screen to open into the front door, but the actual porch itself is not screened.
So just to orient the court, from the carport, you'd enter the door to the porch. From the porch, you could get into the more traditional house. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. What about defense E? What is that picture of? I believe that's where we left off.
Defense E. This would be my father's room.
And when you say your father's room, did anyone else stay in that room?
Yes, Tamika.
What about defense F?
This would be the corridor leading to my room, their room, and the bathroom.
And what about G? Defense G.
This would be another picture of their room. Yes, from a more side profile.
Now, could you just briefly describe it? We don't need every detail, but try to orient this. If I were to enter the house through the carport, can you just walk us through the house, how that would go, the layout?
If you were at the carport, you would turn to your left and go up the steps onto the porch area. That would be, one moment. That would be defense D.
D as in Delta?
Yes, correct. You would go up onto the porch and then you would go to the right where the front door is. And that would lead you into the living room, which is defense B, as in boy. From there, you could go forward for defense C, the kitchen. And if you turn left from the living room, it would show defense F. And if you were to go to that corridor and turn left again, that would lead you to defenses E and G, their room.
And then your room compared to where their room is where?
To the adjacent side, it would be the right if you were going from defense F.
Same corridor, different sides.
Yes.
Okay.
It would be the room, the brown door with the white door on the side.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
So can you describe, and who owned this house?
My father.
Okay. And do you know if he bought it, if it was a family house that was passed down?
It was a family house that was passed down. It belonged to my great grandmother, I believe.
Okay. And in your estimation, what was the condition of the house? Would you agree that there's clutter in these pictures?
Absolutely.
Okay. And was that typical for how the house was kept?
Yeah.
Were there problems with the house?
Yeah.
What were some of the problems with the house?
Well, from looking at the pictures, obviously you can see that the walls are quite messed up. They're not very up to par. The ceiling is not exactly in a good condition. The floors on the ground, they're coming up. Needless to say that there is a lot of clutter everywhere. It's very hard to navigate through the house.
Now, you said that you testified that you worked 8 to 4, I believe, that day. Were those your normal hours?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tend to spend your non-working hours at home, or were you out and about a lot?
I would go home.
Okay. And when you would go home, typically, what were you into? What did you do?
I would stay in my room and play video games.
You would stay in your room and play video games?
Yes.
Did you have a lock on your door?
Yes, there is a lock on my door.
Okay. Is it a lock on the doorknob? Was it like a padlock?
On the doorknob.
Okay.
Is it one that you need a key, or like in lots of houses, if you're in the room, you could lock it by like pressing a button, and so the door's technically locked, but it's not a key.
No, it's no key. It's when I'm in my room, I turn excuse me. I turn it's a little knob on the handle and it locks the door.
Okay.
And did you tend to keep the door locked?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at home, did you do a lot of interacting with your father or Tamika?
Tamika, no. My father, rarely.
Said your father rarely, Tamika never. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay.
I would actively avoid Tamika.
Okay.
Why?
There was a lot of bad blood between us.
Between you and Ms. Clark?
The whole atmosphere of the house really wasn't very peachy, so I would actively stay in my room and
Okay.
avoid them if they were to go into the kitchen or whatnot.
And your father, you would interact with, I guess, more than zero, which was your interactions with Ms. Clark, but it was seldom with your father as well.
Yes, if he needed me to do something, he would come and ask me to do it, or something along those lines if he needed me to go somewhere with him or anything like that.
Okay. Would he need you to do something just because you could be helpful, or was he disabled in some way?
No, just to be helpful, really. Or, if there was some reason he didn't want me to come out of the room or anything like that.
Did you, at the time, I guess we'll ask now. Now, do you consume alcohol
No.
At the time, did you consume alcohol?
No, never.
Okay. Was there alcohol in the house?
Yes.
Okay. Who would drink alcohol?
Mainly Tamika.
Okay. Would your father drink alcohol?
I believe he would drink non-alcoholic beers. I know he would drink Corollas. But to my knowledge, he would only drink alcohol on cruises or going out, things like that. I've never seen him drink pure alcohol at home, like a vodka or anything like that.
Okay. And you've seen him drink beer at home?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Was what you saw Ms. Clark drink different from beer? Because you said that she drank something different than what your father drank.
Yes.
What would you see Ms. Clark drink?
Margaritas.
So your dad, if he was drinking, it would be beer, Corona.
Yes.
And Ms. Clark, if she were drinking, it would be margaritas.
Yes.
okay. Is it fair to say that your relationship with Tamika was not good?
Yes.
Okay. Let's fast forward to December 20th of 2024, okay? On that day, you testified that you got off work at 4. So how would you get home?
Around this time, I would walk.
Okay.
How far is it from the warehouse to home?
I'd say it was about a 40-minute walk, maybe 30 to 40 minutes.
And do you have a distinct recollection that particular day, what time you got home?
Around 4:40.
Okay. Is that just, you're basing that typically when
Yeah,
at home?
I just walk home.
And you would typically go straight home?
Yes.
Okay. When you arrived home at 4:40, what did you do?
Went to my room and got ready for a shower. Took a shower and then stayed in my room, played video games.
Did you have a bathroom in your room or you had to go out of your room to a bathroom?
I'd have to go out of my room to go to the bathroom.
How many bathrooms in the house?
There's only one.
One bathroom. And what separated the bathroom from the rest of the house?
There's like a tarp over it. There's no door actually there. My father was intending to fix the house up, and that's why the white door is right there. He was intending to install it.
But on that day, and was that true as long as you can remember?
Yes, there's a tarp there.
So if I were to go in to use the bathroom, I would not open a door, I would move a tarp out the way.
Yes.
And the tarp would provide privacy?
Yes.
Okay. So you showered, and then do you remember what you did after that?
I went in my room and played video games.
Okay. Do you remember if you locked the door to your room?
Yes.
Did you remain in your room? Do you know how long you played video games for?
I played for a while, but I'd frequently go out of the room every now and then.
Okay.
To do what?
If I had to get water or use the rest of the room.
What about dinner? How would dinner work in your household?
Mainly I started cooking for myself, so I would cook in my room, but if they were not there, I would go into the kitchen and use the actual stove.
You had a way to prepare meals in your room.
Yes, I had an eye that you could plug into the wall or anything.
Do you remember specifically that day how many times you came and went out the room?
No.
Okay. And do you remember specifically that day the last time that you left the room or left your bedroom or went back to your bedroom that night?
No.
Okay. And I'm talking prior, at some point did you take a nap?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was? Or do you know?
Maybe around 9 o'clock, maybe 10.
Okay. And when did you wake up?
Maybe 11, 12. I'm not entirely sure.
What woke you up?
Well, they were arguing.
Okay. So you, at some point in your room, you take a nap and you're awakened by arguing, correct? How far did you eventually hear anything else?
Yes, I heard gunshots.
Okay. How much time, if you remember, passed between when you woke up to the arguing and the gunshots?
Not long. I was about to just go back to sleep. Them arguing isn't something I'm unfamiliar with, so I would just go back to sleep. But this time I heard gunshots, so yes.
You were familiar with they'd argue frequently. Is that what you're saying?
But yes, they would argue quite a bit.
Now, and you said not a lot of time, but I'm going to ask you to be a little bit more precise for the record. Can you put it in, if you can you put it in a matter of minutes from when you woke up to when you heard the gunshots?
Maybe a minute or two.
Okay, 1 to 2 minutes?
Yeah.
All right. Let me back up. Let me say this. let me ask this. After you napped, did you ever exit your room to go to the rest of the house?
No.
Okay. Prior to taking your nap, did you note anything out of the ordinary in any of the times that you may have exited your room to get water or use the bathroom?
No.
Okay.
Do you recall, Mr. Clark, when you came home that day, we're talking about the 20th, the night of the 20th, if Ms. Clark or your father were already home when you got home?
You mean the day prior to the event?
It happened right after.
Just after midnight. I mean, so the day, we've been talking about the 20th, I believe. The allegation is that the shooting happened on the 21st, but I think it's like right after midnight. So I'm not trying to confuse you. We've been talking about a block of time where you were at work, you came home, you showered, etc. When you came home, do you recall if your father or Ms. Clark were already there?
They were not there.
They were not there. So at some point while you were napping or playing video games, they came home.
Yes, correct.
Was that typical for them both to be out when you got home from work?
No, I mean, they'd be on a typical day. My father would be at work, Tamika would be at work, so they might come home not too much longer after I get home. But
Okay.
on this event, I believe they went on vacation, so they were gone for a few days.
They had been away for a while.
Yeah.
And came home that night.
To my knowledge, yeah.
What kind of work did your father do?
My father was a MARTA bus driver.
Say that again.
A MARTA bus driver.
And what kind of work, if you knew, did Ms. Clark do?
She was also a MARTA bus driver.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Clark, you said you heard arguing. How many voices did you hear?
2,
And were they male or female voices?
1 male, 1 female.
Okay, and to your understanding, was there anyone who was in the house when you heard this arguing, to your understanding?
My father and Tamika and me.
Okay, was there anyone else in the house?
No.
Were you able to make out what the argument was about?
No.
When you testified that you heard shots, did you know guns to be in the house?
Yes.
Okay, did Tamika own any guns?
Yes.
Did your father own any guns?
Yes.
And Mr. Schart's been using plural both times. Did you know that Ms. Clark had multiple guns or your father had multiple guns or just that they each had a gun?
I only know of them having a gun.
Now, are we talking about for Ms. Clark, the gun that you knew her to have, was that a handgun or a rifle?
A handgun.
And your father, the gun that he owned, did you know that to be a handgun or a rifle?
Also a handgun.
What about you?
I have no firearms.
Okay.
Do you know where your father and Ms. Clark typically kept their firearms?
In their room.
The room they shared.
Yes.
So that room typically had 2 guns in it.
Yes.
When you testified that you heard at least a shot, how many shots did you hear, if you remember?
2.
2 shots?
Yes.
Okay. And when you heard these 2 shots, what did you do?
Well, I barricaded my bed frame in front of my door, and then I called the police immediately.
Barricaded, bed frame, and called police. 911?
Yes, I locked the door as well.
Was the door not already locked?
I don't think so. I'm certain I locked the door. I might have forgot to lock it and then just locked it this time.
Okay. And after doing all those things and after calling the police, what did you do?
Well, I was talking on the phone with the woman, telling them what was going on.
The 911 dispatchers at?
Yes.
Yep.
And at this point, I had heard a bang at my door. And so I grabbed my knife, and there's a window on the right side of my room if you are facing my door. I opened it, I jumped out of it, and then I went behind the house. There's a shed behind the house, a red shed, and there's a fence that is kind of toppled over. And so I hopped over the fence and then went over to the other side where the apartments are. I saw two individuals. One was a woman and a man, my neighbors. I tried to ask them for help. They kind of seemed stunned by what they saw, so I just walked past them, or ran past them rather.
When you say, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you say they seem stunned by what they saw, meaning seeing you holding a knife, or they saw something else and that's what you're referring to?
Seeing me, I was asking for help, and it's the middle of the night.
Sure. But what you sensed they were stunned about was your interaction with them, not that they could see what was going on in your house.
Yes, they were stunned by me.
Okay.
And you were also bleeding at the time, correct?
Yes, but I didn't know it.
Right. Do you know how you injured yourself?
I believe I fell on my knife. I'm not sure exactly what I fell on. I ended up losing my glasses when I fell, so I believe it was the knife, but
Okay.
I'm not sure.
All right. So before you left out the house, though, before you left out your room, you heard something at the door, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And what did you hear at the door?
a loud bang.
Okay. And did you perceive it to be someone knocking on the door or banging on the door?
Yes, I thought it was Tamika banged on the door.
Before, when you heard the arguing, okay, or maybe I don't want to put a time frame on it, but at some point, were you able to make out anything that was said by either your father or Tamika?
Yes, my father said that she had shot him.
Okay.
For starters.
Your
This
father-
was after the shooting, obviously not before, because Mr. Schardt asked you earlier, could you tell what they were arguing about? And I understood your answer to be, I just heard raised voices. I couldn't tell you what they were arguing about. Fair
Yeah.
statement?
Yeah, when I woke up, they were already in the midst of the argument, so I don't know what the details of why they were arguing is. But pertaining to with the gunshots, I heard my father say that she shot him.
And was that the first thing that you could make out?
Yes,
Okay. And that was after you heard the gunshots?
yes.
Okay. And so your father said, you shot me.
Yes.
What did you hear next that you were able to make out?
Well, from what I can gather, my father was like on Tamika to prevent her from getting shot. Prevent himself from getting shot.
Well, that's what you're gathering.
Yes.
Okay. Well, what did you hear?
Well, she was saying that she'll call him an ambulance after he gets off of her. So
Did you ever hear your father asking for help or for someone to call for help?
Yeah.
Okay. And then in response to that, what did you hear Tamika say?
I'll call you an ambulance once you get off.
Say,
I heard it. I'll call you an ambulance once you get off of me.
Yeah.
Why did you assume it was Ms. Clark banging on your door?
Well, my father had been shot, and
So the banging on the door happened after these things you heard.
yes,
Got it.
I can hear my father in pain on the ground.
Okay. So it wouldn't have made sense to you that he's the one banging on the door and there's only one other person in the house.
Right.
okay. And you said from what I'm gathering, and I get it, but is it fair to say that you did not see anything that happened in that room?
Correct. I did not see anything.
From your perception of what you were hearing, where was all of this happening generally in the house?
It was happening right at their door. Like if you were inside of the room and you turned to face the door inside of the room and shut it, it would have happened right where the bed frame would meet the wall.
Can you look? I think this is E. You should look at just
right.
so that I want to confirm it's E. Is that E?
Yes.
Okay. There looks like a door in the lower right-hand corner. There's like a doorknob. Is that the doorway you're talking about?
Yes, this would be their door.
Okay. So this picture was taken from a perspective of where it sounded to you like the argument was happening?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't believe I have any more questions for Mr. Clark. Thank you.
It's only gonna be
You live right there. Ms. Willingham may have some questions for you. Where did you go after you encountered the neighbors and they were kind of startled by your situation?
I ran across the street to my neighbor Doe's house and I hid behind.
Is that Joe Johnson? That's the name we've heard?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, I hid behind his house and waited for the police to arrive. They arrived maybe a few seconds after I got over there.
And when the police arrived, did you emerge and engage with the police?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Willingham. Do you have questions for Mr. Clark?
I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Clark, I appreciate your time. If you just consolidate those photos into a single stack and then leave them right there on the stand, you may remain in the courtroom if you wish to remain in the courtroom. I appreciate you being here. We've met before. I know this is a complicated situation for you, and I appreciate your willingness to come in here and tell me about what you experienced. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Schardt.
Yes, Schardt, at this time, I would call Tamika Clark to the stand.
All right, Ms. Clark, if you come on up to where Deputy Gordon is, he's going to get you sworn in.
So this is the defendant. This is Tamika Clark.
Okay, you ready, right here? You swear affirm that testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You don't have some. Can't state, spell your name correct.
My name is Tamika Michelle Clark, Tamika Michelle, Clark, Clark.
Ms. Clark, how are you today?
I'm great.
Ms. Clark, I just want to ask you a little bit about your background, okay, before we get started.
Okay.
Where were you born and raised?
I was born in Atlanta, Georgia, raised in Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. Did you go to high school?
Yes.
Where did you go to high school?
Walter F. George High School.
What is that still around, or has that become something else?
It's something else. It's South Atlanta High School.
Okay.
What area of town did you grow up in? So,
The Cleveland Avenue area.
were you able to graduate high school with a diploma?
No.
Okay, but did you ever obtain your GED?
Yes.
Do you remember when you obtained your GED?
2004.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
Okay, are any of them here today?
Yes.
Which child is here today?
Shakita Baker.
Okay. After you graduated high school, did you work, Ms. Clark?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about your work history?
So my first job was Kmart warehouse. I stayed there for a couple of years, and I found out that Emory Healthcare was hiring, and from there I left Kmart with Emory.
What did you do for Emory?
I was patient dining,
Patient what?
like
Cafeteria?
Yes.
Okay.
And how long were you at Emory?
I started there 2003 to 2017.
Were you working at Emory when you met Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Okay. And after Emory, did you ever have the opportunity to obtain further employment?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
Okay, so I just wanted to do something different. So I applied. I went and got my CDL permit. From there, I applied at MARTA. So MARTA called me and let me know that they were interested in me. They gave me an interview. So I went to the interview. I got hired.
Okay, so you ended up working there. Did Mr. Clark help you obtain that job?
No,
Okay.
he didn't know until I got the job.
Oh, okay. So,
Was he already a MARTA driver?
Yes,
So this was a, hey, surprise, we've got the same job now.
yes,
did Marta pay more than Emory?
yes,
And were you working at full-time at Emory? At Marta?
yes.
What were you doing for Marta?
I'm a bus operator.
Okay. And what hours would you typically work?
Well, when you first start, you're pretty much at the bottom. So I was on the board. So anything that became open, I would get.
Okay. So initially you don't get to pick your hours.
Correct.
All right. Understood. And Ms. Clark, are you a gun owner?
Yes,
Or were you a gun owner?
yes,
Okay. And were you legally allowed to own guns?
yes,
Okay, you're not a convicted felon.
no.
Ms. Clark, I want to talk to you a little bit about Roderick Clark. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Was he your husband?
Yes,
How long were you married to Roderick Clark before he passed?
Me and Roderick, we got married December 28th, 2018.
Okay, so before he passed, that would have been almost six years?
7 years. See, 7
I'll
years.
do the math, but it's pretty close to 6.
Yes,
Didn't quite make it to the 6th anniversary.
yes,
Okay. Were there challenges, and we're going to get to this, but were there challenges in the relationship?
yes,
Okay. But were there also good times in the relationship?
yes.
What kind of things typically would you do with Mr. Clark?
Me and Roderick, we love the sports. We love the Falcons, and we love Georgia. That was our teams. We was ticket season holders with the Falcons. We love to travel. We love to go out to eat. We just had a lot of stuff, a lot of things in common.
Tell us how you met Roderick.
I met Roderick at a convenience store in College Park. I was going in the store, and he was holding the door for me, and we smile, flirt and he asked me my name, I asked him his name, and that was it.
Okay. Did you start dating at that time?
No,
Okay. When was this approximately?
it was in 2015. It was probably August 2015,
Okay.
something like that.
And then, so, all right, take us to, you end up marrying Roderick Clark. So you met him in a convenience store.
Yes.
So then what happened next?
So we didn't exchange numbers, nothing like that. I seen him again. So when I seen him again,
At the same convenience store,
no, I seen him on the
McBurney.
MARTA bus.
you were a passenger of a bus he was driving.
Yes, on the 89 Old National Highway. So I seen him again. We was talking, just getting to know one another. He wasn't trying to be pushy or anything like that. And I just got out of the situation. So I wasn't trying to talk to him like that at first.
Okay. So how did you end up marrying Mr. Clark?
So the third time was a charm. So I seen him again on the bus the third time. I was at the bus stop. I was going to work. And he pulled up in the car. I never knew what type of car.
Wait, was he in a bus or the car?
The car.
So you were waiting for the bus.
Yes.
And it wasn't bus number 89 that pulled up with Mr. Clark driving. It was his car.
Yes.
And he was in it.
Yes. I didn't know who he was, so I really looked. So he said, "Do you want to ride to the train station?" I said, "Yeah, we can ride." And when I got in the car, he started talking to me. He was letting me know that his son, mom just passed. And I told him, I said, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, So I felt bad for him, So once we got to the station, we exchanged numbers, and he told me he'll call me later on that night, and he did.
Okay. And did y'all start dating at that time or?
So we had a little, I want to say a date that Saturday. He was feeling bad, so I told him let's hook up at IHOP. So he met me at IHOP.
Okay. And y'all ate together?
Yes.
How long was that meal?
We stayed there about 4 hours just talking.
Okay.
It's a lot of pancakes.
Yes.
So, all right. And did your relationship grow from there?
Yes.
Okay. When did y'all, if you can put a time on it, when did y'all become a couple?
November of 15.
Okay. And when eventually did you move into his house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when I say his house, do you know the address?
3467 Victoria Street, College Park, Georgia. 30337.
Okay. When did you move in with him?
December of 2015.
Was there anyone else who lived in the house with you and Roderick?
Yes, his son, Omarion Clark.
And do you recall how old Omarion was when you moved in?
11.
Was he in school at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you call Omarion?
Omarion,
What did he call you?
Miss Tamika.
Okay, and in the beginning, what was your relationship with Omarion?
It was great. I treated him like I treated my daughter and my son.
Okay, would you cook for everyone in the house?
Yes,
Clean clothes?
yes,
Okay. Would you go to school events and things like that?
yes,
Now, I don't think we need to do this again. You see those pictures in front of you, fence A through G?
okay.
Do you recognize what those are pictures of? Generally,
Yes,
what are those pictures of?
of our house.
Okay. And is that typically what the inside of the residence look like?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Clark, parts of the house are pretty rough. Was it that way when you moved in, or had it gotten worse as you were there?
It was like that when I moved in.
Okay, so it was kind of static in that way.
Yes,
Was the condition of the house, was that a stressor?
yes,
Okay, can you explain, looking at those pictures, are you proud or was that a house that, the way the house was that you'd like to live in?
no,
Okay, were there plans to improve the house?
yes.
Tell me a little bit about that.
We was talking about having a house built from the ground, and we was gonna fix this house up and rent it out. But nothing became of it. Every time I would question him about remodeling the house or whatever, it was the issue.
When you say it was an issue, what do you
He
mean?
would get mad.
Okay.
He would say that he was the man of the house and it's his house, and stop questioning him about things like that.
Okay. Now, the layout of the house, you were here when Omarion went through the layout.
Yes.
Do you agree with the way he said the house was laid out?
Yes,
Okay. Did you own any gun or guns?
yes, sir.
Okay. What type of gun or guns did you own?
I own a 357 Magnum and a shotgun.
Okay. The 357 Magnum, did you bring that gun into the house, meaning you had it before you moved in, or is that something you purchased once you lived in the house?
I purchased it once we were in the house.
Okay, what about the shotgun?
I got the shotgun probably some months later.
Later after you got
The gun, yes,
after the 357 Magnum?
yes.
Okay, what prompted you to get the 357 Magnum?
For safety issues. I've been robbed, so I just for safety issues.
And where did you get that gun?
Fairbairn pawn shop.
Okay, so you got it from a store.
Yes,
And do you have any sort of gun license or gun permits or anything?
yes.
Tell me what you have.
I went to Florida County. Got my gun permit, and I had to wait till they do the background check. Once they did, everything came back clean. They sent it to me in the mail.
Now, the shotgun,
Yes,
where did you keep that?
in the living room.
Okay, and the handgun, the 357 Magnum, where did you keep that?
In the bedroom, on my bed or under my pillow or mattress.
Okay, and is this a bed you shared with Roderick Clark?
Yes.
What side of the bed did you sleep on?
I slept on the opposite side, the first side of the bed, by the closet door in our bedroom.
If you look at, I think it's G. It's the picture of the bed. The two pictures of the bed, but one is mostly bed.
Mhm.
We're looking at the same picture. Okay, great. I think the top of the bed is maybe where the picture was taken. So are you on the side when you're sleeping closest to the camera, or over by the chest of drawers?
It's my side, over by the trestle drawer.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Did your husband own any guns?
Yes,
Okay, how many guns did your husband own?
2.
Okay, did he have those guns before you moved in, or was that something he purchased while you were there?
Well, the 357, he purchased when we was, he purchased his before, like, probably about 3 months before I purchased mine. But the shotgun he always kept it in our closet.
So you guys both had a shotgun and you both had a 357.
Yes,
Shotgun he had before you moved in.
yes,
357, you guys didn't buy quite at the same time, but close in time.
yes.
And when you said he kept the shotgun in the closet, in what room?
Our bedroom.
Okay. And the 357 that he owned, where did he keep that?
Sometime on the floor or on the dresser, the nightstand.
In what room?
Excuse me, in our bedroom.
Okay. So he kept both guns in the bedroom.
Yes.
And whose gun, and we're going to get there to the specifics, but whose gun was fired on December 20th, 2024?
Roderick Clark.
His 357 or his shotgun?
I'm sorry, sir. He's 357.
And now, both your 357s, both own a 357.
Yes.
Are they they look very similar?
Yes.
Okay. And so how can you tell them apart?
You couldn't, because if they were right there together, like, we just like kept them apart because it wasn't no marking, anything like that on there. So you wouldn't be able, we had the same holster, same gun. So
They would have different serial numbers?
yes,
Okay. And you said you kept them at different places?
yes.
Okay. And to your understanding, where was your gun when Mr. Clark's gun was fired that night?
On the bed, in our bedroom.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. I am going to approach you, Miss Clark, with 3 photos. And these are defense H, defense I, and defense K. We're not presenting J.
Okay.
If you could just put those in a file, Skid.
Okay.
I just wanted to focus on this.
Okay.
Defense H. Could you look at that photo, Miss Clark?
Yes.
Okay, and, oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Same situation, Ms. Willingham, you've seen these photos?
Yes, Judge. And this time I've been able to figure out which ones. I have them pulled up on my end.
Okay.
Hey, may I approach?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Defense H, Miss Clark, do you recognize what that photo is of?
Yes.
Okay, what do you see in that photo?
I see my gun and Mr. Clark gun on the bed and his holster, my holster.
You see,
On our bed in our bedroom.
you see how many guns?
One.
Okay, well, whose gun is that?
Mine's Tamika Clark.
Okay, so do you see Mr. Clark's gun in that photo?
No,
Okay, and how do you know that's your bed?
because I sleep on, sorry. It's our bedroom.
Okay, do you recognize the sheets and things like that?
Yes,
Okay,
clothes,
all right.
etc.
How about, well, Your Honor, at this time I'd move, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your gun sitting on your bed?
Yes,
Okay, and to your understanding, is that where the gun was on December 20th, 2024?
yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit H into evidence.
Any objection?
All right, while they're moving that in, if you missed our reading at the beginning of the stream where we looked at the January 2026 preliminary hearing, it seems like they didn't do any DNA testing or fingerprint testing on either of the firearms, and at least at that point in time, it was unclear who was firing what when. Although Tamika here, her testimony is that she grabbed Roderick's firearm, and that was the firearm that she ultimately used when she fired what she believed was the one shot. So, interesting information there. It does look like they did some NIBIN testing on the recovered casings, but I thought it was interesting that they didn't. And maybe it's because they figured if they're both in the same household, there's likely going to be DNA and fingerprints on both of the guns anyway, but they didn't even try to collect or swab anything. So, even if they wanted to test now, probably couldn't ascertain too much from it. So, also, thank you. Tia had said, hey family, happy holiday weekend. That's right. Monday, we've got Memorial Day. So if you're looking to watch any court cases, trials, no U.S. courts on Monday. I hope everyone, if you're going to celebrate, go barbecue. Have a good one. Enjoy some time with friends and family. And Tia, thank you for being a member for 21 months. That's that's a long time. So thank you so much.
And can we do them all three, or you want to
I'll
break
do
them
them all
into
three.
pieces?
I'll do them
All
all.
right, why don't you have her identify I and K?
Could you tell us what defense exhibit I is?
It's a bag, it's my husband's bag and a gun holster.
Okay. Do you know
My bed in our bedroom,
in your bedroom?
yes.
And is that a fair? And do you know whose gun holster that is? I know that you testified that you have identical holsters.
It's mine
Okay. How do you know that?
because, the gun. I can't recall.
Okay, so you're not sure whose it is?
Correct.
Does your gun holster look like that?
Yes,
Does your husband's gun holster look like that?
yes.
Okay. And you said, and that's on your bed?
My gun.
Yeah. Your Honor, okay, let's go to K.
Okay. Okay.
And what is exhibit K a picture of?
A picture of my gun on our bed in our bedroom.
Okay. And is that,
You say it's your gun. Why do you think it's yours versus Mr. Clark's if they're the same gun?
Because, I was about to go to the store and I decided not to go and I put the gun on the bed.
So you had the gun out of the holster. This is not in the holster. I know it's not in evidence yet. But
Yeah.
any objection to admitting H, I, and K?
No, Judge, I think we're gonna get clarification on how she knows it's hers, so no.
Okay. And it's at least one of the 2 357s in your household. What
Correct.
we're looking at, K. Could be yours, could be your husband's. You're going to talk more about. But I wanted to understand, if you were going to go to the store and you were going to bring your gun with you, you actually take it out of that holster bag thing and carry it unholstered?
I think it will make sense once we.
Okay, why don't you get us there? Because I'm
Okay.
confused.
Well, okay, we're gonna go a little out of order.
Yes.
You were starting to explain to the judge how you know it was your gun. Is that when you left the gun last time you had it?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just explain to the judge briefly about the circumstances of you leaving the gun there?
So I came in the bedroom and me and my husband started having words. So for me, I felt like I just need to leave the situation. It was at night, it was late. So I went to the other side of the bed where I sleep at, got my gun and got my bag. So when I came back from the other side of the bed, we started arguing again. And that's why I put my gun on the bed, because I didn't want to be holding a gun while we arguing.
Okay. But the gun is not in the holster.
Correct.
Had you taken it out of the holster, or when you went to collect it, it already was out of the holster?
It was already out of the holster.
Why did you pick up the holster then as well?
I can't recall, Judge. I really can't.
Okay.
But I know
Do you have something else to add, or?
I know for a fact that I don't like to if I'm compensating or whatever, I don't like to hold a gun.
Okay.
Is there anything about the gun shown in defense K that says to you, oh, that's mine versus that was Mr. Clark's? You said they're the very same, it's apparently a Glock 33. Is there anything about what you see on that gun that tells you, oh, that one's mine because it's got this mark on it, or you're just remembering that you had your gun and so the one that would have been on the bed with the slide back would have been yours?
No, I just remember I laid it on the bed.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Clark, I'm gonna go back to your relationship with Roderick
Okay.
and marriage with Roderick.
Okay.
You talked about the house being an issue,
Yes.
and would that lead to arguments?
Yes.
Okay. What were some other issues that would come up?
Or finances, or the light or gas getting disconnected, or his controlling ways.
Well, let me ask you this. The finances, who was in charge of the light and the gas?
Mr. Clark, my husband,
Okay, and there were times when those bills weren't paid?
correct?
Okay. Were you in charge of bills as well?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in charge of buying stuff for the house, the groceries and things
I
like
would
that?
buy the groceries and I would pay the direct TV bill.
Okay. And was there a mortgage on the house?
No,
You talked about the house. What about, well, were you drinking alcohol at the time, Ms. Clark?
yes,
Okay. And when I say at the time, I'm talking about 2024.
yes,
Okay. In 2024, would you describe yourself as a heavy drinker?
yes,
What would you drink?
margaritas.
Okay. And what about Mr. Clark in 2024?
He will also drink margaritas and beer.
Margaritas and beer?
Yes,
In that, would he only drink margaritas and liquor on trips, or would he drink that at home as well?
we drink at home, restaurants, trips. We
Okay.
just having a good time.
Okay. Were you always a heavy drinker?
No,
When you entered the relationship, in 2024, would you have considered yourself, looking back, would you consider yourself an alcoholic?
yes,
Okay. When you entered the relationship, were you an alcoholic?
no,
Did your drinking intensify throughout the relationship?
yes.
Do you have any opinion about the cause of that?
Me and my husband it started like in 2023. We started having multiple arguments about the finances. My husband, he didn't like to be questioned. Like if I asked him, for one instant, he gave me his car, gave me the Benz. So it was like,
Did he have other transportation besides, just tell me about the cars before you.
okay, he had the car and the truck, the pickup truck. It's an older truck. So he told me I could have the car, he'll keep the truck. Fine. So when the truck went down, it got kind of hectic, like trying to share one car because, the both of us, we was working. So it was kind of hard trying to depend on, two people with one car. So I told him, I said, well, I can just, we need another car. I said, I'll go get me a car then. He said, no. I said, why not? I said, because, I said so. He said, we don't need another car. We don't need no more debt. I said, we can afford it though. And he said, well, no, you're going to drive this.
Okay. Is that an example of when you said he was controlling?
Yes,
He would dictate what you could do?
yes.
Okay. And I know this is a little uncomfortable, but we got to talk about it. Was there, around this time, as your marriage, you're arguing more, was there a complication with your sex life?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay, can you
Lord.
explain that a little bit?
So in 2023, he started having issues with his,
Do you know the term for it? If I say it, will you know?
yes,
Erectile dysfunction?
yes.
Okay. And tell us about that.
Schardt with the
So
assist.
I told him, I said, well, maybe we could go to the doctor, find a doctor that will help you with this. So his primary doctor, Dr. Oso, recommended him to someone, and we started going there together. So every time he would go, I would go with him for support because the injection, they was painful. So I was holding his hand while the doctor giving him the shot.
Okay. Were those treatments successful?
No,
Okay. And did your sex life, was that
Yeah.
affected?
that situation didn't help at all. Yes.
Okay. How did the fact that he was having this medical issue, did that make you love him less?
No.
Okay. Did you observe how this affected him?
Yes.
Okay. How did it affect him to your observation?
He felt like that we can't be intimate like he wanted to. But I didn't look at it like that. I looked at it like that's my husband, he's still my husband. And it's other ways we could, be intimate, So I didn't look at him no different.
Okay. Did that affect his
Awkward.
confidence, the way he acted?
Yes.
Explain that to us.
He would like be moody, like he would tell me, you're gonna go out there and find you somebody else. I said, no, I'm not. He said, yes, you is. I said, no, I'm not. I said, I'm with you. You know, we married.
It creates a
Now,
vibe.
let's talk about fidelity and infidelity, okay? Was that eventually another issue?
Yes,
Okay. To your knowledge, your husband Roderick, was he always faithful to you?
yes,
Okay. Now, were you always faithful to Roderick?
no,
Okay.
Did your lack of fidelity to him start only after this medical situation we talked about, or it was both before and after?
no, it didn't have nothing to do with the
I
situation.
didn't say it had anything to do with it. I'm asking about the timing of when your other situation was going on. Was it going on before the medical situation or after?
After.
After. But you're saying it had nothing to do with the medical situation.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And while we're talking about that, explain that to the judge. You said it had nothing to do with the erectile dysfunction. What caused you to seek out other friendship?
His abusive ways, his controlling ways. I have left Mr. Clark several times, but he would come back and get me. And to that point, in 2023, I just had my boiling point. I just didn't want it no more. So in November 2023, I contacted this gentleman, and from there we started hooking up.
Okay. Now, this gentleman, does he have a name?
Yes, Lamont.
And you're going
Lamont Junius.
Junius?
Yes,
Junius, is that correct?
yes.
Okay. And is this someone that you just met once you had enough, or did you already know Mr. Junius?
I already knew him. We was together. I've been knowing him way before I met my husband.
How did you know him?
I met him at Emory. We was co-workers.
Okay. And were you,
The workplace romance again.
did Mr. Junius know about your husband?
Yes.
Did your husband at first know about Mr. Junius?
No.
Okay. And how many times were you intimate total with Mr. Junius?
Total 3 times.
Okay. Other than those 3 times of intimacy, did you go on dates to like restaurants and things like that with Mr. Junius?
No.
Okay. Did you text with Mr. Junius?
Yes.
Did you talk on the phone with Mr. Junius?
Yes.
Okay. What, and have you been able to review, you're aware that the police dumped the contents of your phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and have you been able to review that
Yes, sir.
in our texts with Mr. Junius in those papers?
Yes, sir.
Why did you start and continue to talk to Mr. Junius?
I felt like he was a great listener. He he was the type of person, he wasn't abusive. What I mean by that, he would never call you a foul name, or he would put his hand on you. He was a great listener.
Okay, when you say a foul name, what kind of name you talking about?
Bitch. I mean,
You can say
B
it, you can say it.
or motherfucker.
Okay, and are those names that Mr. Clark would use towards you?
Yes.
Okay. You've talked about Mr. Clark's abusive ways, controlling, verbal abuse, physical abuse. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now, are you saying that Mr. Clark beat you every day?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Clark even beat you every week?
No.
Okay. Were there times where he was physically abusive to you?
Yes.
And in those times when he was physically abusive to you, would you typically call the police?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because I loved my husband. I didn't want to see him in trouble.
Okay. Would you typically seek medical treatment?
No, sir.
Okay. Typically, would you go out of your way to document all the injuries that you suffered?
Yes, sometimes.
Okay. And I think we're up to L.
Right. I'll do skip J.
Yes. I think I might just skip J.
That's okay. I just letting you know it's out there.
I'm going to approach you with defense exhibit L. Do you recognize what that is a picture of?
Yes,
And who is in that picture?
Tamika Clark
You?
in our bedroom. Yes.
Okay. And what does that picture depict?
That picture, I had a bruise on my face, on the right side of my face.
Thank you. Ms. Willingham, this is something you've seen before?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. This probably not through your discovery, something that Mr. Schardt provided?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
And do you remember who took that picture?
I did.
Okay. Do you remember the exact date of that picture or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you said you have a bruise. Where's that?
On my right side of my face.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the, well, let me ask you this. What caused that bruise? Or that swelling, whatever it is?
We got into it about College Park, the Colden Park, what's it called? The code enforcement.
For your house?
Yes. So I was telling him, we need to fix this house up or move because they keep coming to the house, writing citations or tickets and stuff. They would leave it on the door. And he told me that I need to stay out his damn business and let him be a man, let him handle this. And I told him, stop talking to me like that. I'm just trying to be helpful. And next thing you know, I'll just tell him, well, I'm gonna leave, I'm gonna go because I don't want to argue or fight. And he got mad because I was gonna take the car and go toward Musa house. And he said, you're not going nowhere in my car.
Who's Musa?
My cousin.
Okay, let me ask you this, Ms. Clark.
Okay.
When you and your husband was getting a fight or he was abusive to you,
Yes.
you said you didn't call the police, you didn't go seek medical care typically. Is there a place that you would go? Would you typically leave or sometimes leave the house?
Yes.
Okay, where would you go in those instances when you needed to get out of the house?
My cousin Lucy Evangelized house. Her address is 340 Sapphire Bean, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296.
Okay, and you said Evander Wise Moosey. Her
Yeah, we call her
government
Moosey.
name is Evander Wise, correct?
Yes, yes.
And she's your cousin,
Yes.
but you call her nickname is Moose.
Yes, Moosey.
Okay. And that's where you would go when the
Yes.
incidents occurred? Okay. And would you typically spend the night at Moosey's house or how long would you be away from the house on Victoria Street?
For like 1 or 2 days.
Okay, and how would you end up going back home?
He would come and pick me up. And take me back home to 3467 Victoria Street.
Other than that one particular, and let me ask you this.
Mhm.
When you and Roger would get into it, were there multiple tussles and fights?
Yes.
Okay, and are you saying that you would never tussle back with him?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay. Were some of the arguments and pushing and that sort of thing mutual?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you about some specific incidents.
Okay.
Where we left off with Lamont Junius, your husband did not know about Lamont.
Correct.
Was there a particular time where your husband grew to know about Lamont?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
So one night, I had a habit of watching movies on my phone at night in the bed. So
Now, that night, when you say in the bed, you're at what house?
3467 Victoria Street.
Okay, and who's in the bed with you?
My husband, Roderick Clark.
Okay.
So I was watching a movie on my phone and I fell asleep eventually. So when I fell asleep, my phone was still open. So probably about 1 or 2 o'clock that morning, he came around from his side of the bed to my side of the bed. He hit me. He said, "Who's Lamont?" And I was dazed because I was scared because I was asleep. He said, "Who the hell Lamont?" I said, "It ain't what you think. It ain't what you think. It's not what you think." I said, "Calm down, calm down." So my phone, it went dead. Not dead, but it closed up. And he wanted me to open my phone back up so he could contact him. I said, "No, don't do that." I said, because he wasn't bothering me. I called him.
You said he being Lamont didn't call you, you called
Correct.
him.
I contacted him, correct?
So you were saying it's not Lamont's fault that you and Lamont were having dealings? You were telling you,
Yes.
okay? And then, so then what happened?
He hit me again. He hit me again because I won't give him my phone. So
Say he hit you where?
he hit me across the face.
Okay.
So he hit me across the face and I'm telling
With
him
his hand, with
with his
the,
hand.
no weapon. I mean, his hand is a weapon, but he didn't have a knife or a baseball bat or a gun. He was hitting you open hand or fist.
With his
In the
hand,
face.
open hand, yes.
Okay.
Okay. So he hit you again, then what happened?
It was like, it was time for him to go to work because he get up at 3 o'clock. He get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to work. So I couldn't go to work because I had a bruise on my face. So I called out.
You called sick?
Yes.
To MARTA?
Yes,
And the reason you called sick was what?
because I had a bruise on my face.
Okay.
So when I returned to work, probably the next following day, when I went to work, my supervisor seen my face. And she asked me, and she said,
Okay, but I think you're about to get into hearsay right now, so
Okay.
I'm just
Okay.
going to, you, generally speaking, don't talk about what other people said to you, okay?
yes, sir.
Okay. All right, but you eventually went back to work and you still had marks on your face.
Yes,
Did people notice?
yes.
Okay. After that incident, and do you know what approximate time period that incident occurred?
Probably 24, early 24.
Early 2024.
Yes.
Okay. Was there a second incident involving Lamont Junius specifically? Were there many incidents
It
involving?
was just 3.
Okay, I'm talking about the major ones, okay? So was there a second major incident involving Lamont Junius?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Did
So-
Mr. Clark know, he saw the name in your phone, but had he ever met Lamont before? Would he know who he was independent of the name being in your phone?
No,
And let me ask you this, did you, once he learned about Lamont, did you keep the name in the phone as Lamont?
no.
What did you do?
I changed the name to Lisa.
Okay. Was there a second
Lick 'em,
incident with
Lisa.
Lamont? Not with Lamont, but regarding Lamont, involving Lamont?
So, me and my husband and my dad, I took them to a concert and I took them out to eat. And when we dropped my dad off, we started arguing. So,
And when is this?
in March
Of what year?
2024,
Okay. So you and Roderick are arguing.
Yes.
And what happens?
so we got to arguing. I just didn't want to be at home that night. So I contacted Lamont and I told him, let's meet up at a hotel.
Ooh.
So he said, okay. So I made the reservations and I went to the hotel.
Simple as that. Also, shout out to Pam here with the 5 gifted. Make sure you say thank
I'm
you
up
if you
to
got a
M, I
gifted
believe.
membership.
At Marriott
So good to see
downtown.
you. She's covering Cardi
LM,
B
yes.
and Tasha K stuff later
I'm familiar.
today. So link is in
I'm
the
going to show you what's
playlist in the
more
description.
fence. You look at this.
Yes.
Thank you.
And what is that a picture of?
Picture of a reservation.
Okay, and is it off of a computer?
Yes, sir.
Is that your computer or,
Yes, sir.
and who took that picture?
I did.
And what is that reservation for?
I'm rooming at the Atlanta Marriott, downtown Atlanta.
Okay. And what date is that for?
It was for Saturday, that Saturday.
If you look at does it have a date on the picture?
Yes, from Friday, March 22nd, 2024 to Saturday, March 23rd, 2024.
Okay. And is that the receipt or the reservation that you made at the Marriott for you and Lamont after you and Roger got into an argument that night?
Yes, that's the receipt they emailed me.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit defense M.
Any objection, Ms. Willingham, to defense M?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Okay, so did you spend the night with Lamont
Yes, I did.
at the Marriott?
Yes,
Were you intimate?
yes,
Okay. And how many nights did you stay?
1.
Okay. And when you left, what time did you leave the Marriott?
I left the Marriott probably
If you remember.
by 8 o'clock that morning. By
Okay.
8.
And where did you go from there?
I went back home to 3467 Victoria Street.
And when you arrived back at 3467 Victoria Street, who was anyone present?
No, sir.
Okay. And what did you do?
I was just about to take a shower, put some clothes on, whatever, just returning home.
Okay. Is there anything that happened that day?
So my husband returned home about 20 or 30 minutes later. And he asked me, he said, you been out,
You got to say it.
you been out fucking with that nigga, huh? I said, no. I said, I told you I would go on with my dad. He said, no, you ain't. He said,
Oh,
I've been on your dad's house.
oh,
And he was there.
he went to dad's and found out she was lying and she got caught because she was not, in fact, at her dad's house. She was with Lisa
And after I got caught on my lie, he started jumping on me.
Oh,
Okay. When you say he
No
started
bueno.
jumping on you specifically, what was he doing?
He hit me across the face. He hit me across the face and I started crying and stuff. So by that time, he tried to yank my wedding ring off my finger. And I told him, I said, you hurting my finger, you hurting my finger. And he just kept trying to take my ring off my finger. So eventually he got the ring off my finger and I'm just crying. So that's when I called my aunt and my cousin over there.
Okay. And was Omarion home for this?
Yes, he was at home.
Where was he?
He was in his room.
Okay. Would Roderick typically be abusive to you right in front of Omarion?
No.
Okay. All right. So what were your injuries that resulted from him hitting you and across the face and trying to rip your wedding ring off your finger?
I thought he broke my finger when he ripped the ring out because my ring fingers, it was swollen. So I tried not to go to the doctor or the emergency room, but it kept hurting. So the first time I did, I went to the my own doctor and they ordered x-rays. And then from the x-rays, they said it was no breakage.
No fracture.
Correct.
Okay. But you sought treatment?
Yes.
Did you seek, but was it like the next day or was there some time that passed?
It's some time had passed because I was putting ice and stuff on there.
I'm going to approach with defense. And do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And what is that document on?
It was a visit I made to my doctor office.
Is that what they gave you in your doctor's office?
Yes, sir.
And what was that visit involving?
My left ring finger.
And that doctor's visit, was it a result of what you just described with Roderick pulling at your finger, trying to get the ring off?
Yes.
On March 20, I think it was 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. And you said they took x-rays
Yes.
and they didn't find any fracture.
Correct.
Okay. On March 23rd, when Roderick did this to you, did you call the police?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because I didn't want to get my husband in trouble. I loved him. I just didn't want to get him in no trouble.
Did you run around telling a bunch of people what Roderick did to you?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't want nobody in our business.
Okay. Were you asked what caused the injury to your ring finger by the nurses and doctors when you sought treatment for that injured finger?
Yes.
Okay. And did those records show that you were asked about what caused?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the answer you gave when they asked you what injured your ring finger?
I told them I smashed my finger in the door at home in the bathroom.
You smashed your finger in the bathroom door.
Yes.
Caused the injury to the finger.
Yes.
Okay.
reminds me of Deputy Heard.
Was that the truth?
No.
Okay, let's go back to your house. How many bathrooms are in your house?
One.
Was there a door on the bathroom in your house?
No.
What was there to provide any sort of privacy?
A sheet. A bed sheet.
Okay, was there any door in the bathroom to smash your finger on?
No.
Was what you told the doctors about what caused that injury to your finger that you had to get x-rays for, was that the truth or a lie?
It was a lie.
Why did you lie to the doctors about what caused the injury to your finger?
Because I just didn't want no trouble for me and my husband.
Okay. Shortly before this incident that brings us here today, did you go on a trip?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
Went to Las Vegas.
And do you remember the exact dates?
Yes.
Okay.
We left December 14th and returned December 17th.
Okay. And have you recently reviewed your travel itinerary from that?
Yes, sir. Through Delta. Yes.
Okay. So December 14th to 17th in Vegas, who went?
Me, Tamika Clark, Roderick Clark, and Evanuize Moosey.
And this is like six days, and you get back like 3 days before.
Yes.
And Moosey is your cousin.
Yes.
What brought you to Vegas on that particular weekend?
Okay, so the Atlanta Falcons, they were set to play the Raiders.
On what day of the week?
December 16th, that Monday night. It was a Monday night football game.
Okay. And how were the accommodations in Vegas? When I say how were the accommodations, not was it nice, but who was in what room?
Me and Roger Clark, we was at Lazio Hotel, and Moosey was at, I can't think of it, was Red Cross Street.
Okay,
Walking
it's
distance.
fine.
Okay.
All right, at some point, was there any violence that occurred in Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me about how that came about?
So every morning, we on vacation, we're in Vegas. I would get up probably about 4 o'clock in the morning and head to the casinos and just be playing the slot machines or whatever. And I would stay a long time. So I would come back up to the room about 11 that morning. And when I came back that morning, he asked me what I've been doing down there. I said, I'm at the casino. He said, you been down there talking to Lamont? I said, no. I said, I've been in the casino playing. I said, do you want to see my phone? So,
So
Show him, Lisa.
to your perception, he didn't think Lamont was in Vegas. He thought you were on the phone with him.
correct.
Okay.
Because
And-
I was gone a long time.
Well, let me ask you before we go on. At that point, were you even still in contact with Lamont?
No.
When did you break off contact with Lamont, if you recall?
The last time me and Lamont was together was March 23rd, 2024.
The hotel?
Yes.
Okay, but did you continue to talk to him after that?
I sent him a text for Thanksgiving, but he never replied.
Okay. All right, so he's confronting you about possibly Roderick is confronting you about possibly talking to Lamont.
Correct.
Okay, so then what, and where are you?
Vegas.
No, I know, but where in Vegas? Are you in a hotel?
Hotel room.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And then what happens from there?
So he thought I was lying. He hit me in the stomach so hard. He hit me so hard, I felt like. And probably an hour or so, we were supposed to get ready to leave, go to the game.
So this is on that Monday.
Yes.
Okay.
So he hit me so hard, I just couldn't go. I canceled it.
So
So
you canceled it. What did you?
I said, Moose my ticket. I gave Moose my ticket.
Okay, so Moosey ended up going to the game with you.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do?
I stayed at the hotel in the bed.
Did you call the police?
No,
Did you tell Moosey what Roderick had done to you?
no.
And then you ended up returning back to Atlanta with Roderick?
Yes, sir.
And what date was that, if you recall?
December 17th.
Okay. All right. We're going to move to December 20th of 2024. Well, let me ask you, between the 17th and the 20th, were you living at Victoria Street?
Yes, sir.
Was Roderick staying at Victoria Street?
Yes, sir.
Were there any major issues that came up in those 3 days?
No.
Okay. So let's go to December 20th of 2024.
Okay.
So before we get into that, we've been going for a couple hours. I want to make sure court reporter gets a break. Is this an okay time to break? And we'll just pick back up with, let's talk about December 20th. Ms. Willingham, you okay with a quick break?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's try to keep it for about, I know we didn't really do a lunch break. We started at 11. I wasn't planning on breaking for an hour for lunch. Hopefully that's not bad news for everyone here, but they could have eaten before. So if we just make this about a 10-minute-ish break, does that work for the defense?
Perfect.
So work for the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so based on that, they say the same thing. The two clocks, let's be back at 1:25, and we'll pick up with your testimony. Ms. Clark, it's important that during the break you not speak with anyone, but in particular a lawyer, about your testimony. Your testimony will be when you're in front of everyone under oath, and we'll handle it then, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to skip the break. Remember, we are watching an immunity hearing
And you
where
can step down.
Okay.
it's
And we are on break for about 10 minutes.
it's the defense's burden to at least make a showing. The standard is preponderance of the evidence, so more likely than not that the defendant here was justified in her actions, that she was in fact acting in self-defense as a reasonable person would. And if this goes to trial, which I suspect it will, it's my opinion, the burden will be back on the state once we're at trial to overcome that affirmative defense to the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. So we'll skip this break. No fun banner when it's not a lunch break. McBurney will put up like a lunch menu during his lunch breaks, the judge.
It better be lemon. Just have one. What are these, banana or lemon?
What?
It better be lemon. Thank you.
They got
I
Starburst?
hate bananas. In fact, I hated bananas. I hated bananas for so long because I hated banana candy. And then it's been so long since I ate a banana and I tried one. And I was like, it's not bad.
And you love banana?
Max.
I would say banana candy. Nothing. Appreciate it.
All right, he does not like banana candy. Remember the banana in Whitaker's courtroom?
You still willing? You had a conversation.
Yeah, we'll watch this. It looks like jury selection. That's why we have the date of May 28th, but McBurney said first for the trial, June 1st.
Yes, that's good.
All right, then there's some... This is longer than 10 minutes. Whisper, whisper.
Got it.
I didn't go to court and they got your signature when they throw me in prison. And then they said they don't have no transcript of you sitting in prison.
Is this a random, hold on, is there a random, like, matter being addressed right now? Let's listen. This guy's gonna
Mr.
stand
Dill,
up. Mr. Dill.
how you doing? So you just recently got out.
Yes, sir.
That's good. Did you get released? Do you have a place to stay?
Due to my situation with Lit, when I went to prison, they used to say you had signed
Hey,
for me
Dominic.
going, but I didn't go to court, but I didn't sign on waiting. They would have left me homeless due to the situation of the artificial intelligence of technology with my probation officer.
Got it.
I didn't go to court and they got your signature when they throw me in prison. And then they said they don't have no transcript of you sitting in prison. I never come to your courtroom and go to prison.
Right. You and I haven't met before. I was looking at your cases. You were in front of Judge Ingram about a month ago, a little more than a month ago, when you then got released. And I'm wondering if you have reached out to Ms. Gonzalez. That was your lawyer.
This know my lawyer prior to that situation what led me to back in jail of the probation, because I was trying to notify you that the people that I was dealing with the cyber crimes of technology, of artificial intelligence, of these technology companies with my initial reading, I was notified you about the probation and this technology that's illegal, what these people did to me.
Okay.
With the probation. That's what led me to you, but they sent me to prison.
Okay. And you've helped me now understand that maybe someone is falsifying the signature, which is important. Okay.
They got your signature.
That's what I'm hearing you say. So I'm going to keep your information. I'm going to talk to a few people about it. And then if you and I need to speak a little bit more, I'll reach out. Okay. All right. I appreciate you flagging this. That's important. You have a good day. Be safe. All right.
You know what? That was actually like a good, clean way to...
Sorry, that took a little longer, our break, but had to look up Mr. Dill's situation. Is Ms. Clark is still here? Ms. Clark, you remain under oath. If you would come back up to the stand, please, and get situated there. Ms. Rivers, are you good to get back on the record?
Yes, I'm ready.
Great. So let's get back on the record in State versus Clark. Mr. Schardt, you were about to begin to explore with Ms. Clark the events of December 20th, 2024. We had just heard about the trip to Vegas, Falcons Raiders, more jealousy about Mr. Junius, the punch to the stomach, and then from the time of return to Atlanta up to the December 20th, things had gone fairly smoothly.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. So we're gonna move to December 20th, 2024, okay? All right. And just to be clear, on December 20th of 2024, by that time, were you still being intimate with Lamont Junius?
No, sir.
Okay, and were you still corresponding with Lamont Junius through text or phone calls or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. And were you being intimate or corresponding with anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay. On December 20th, 2024, you were working at MART at the time?
Correct.
Okay, did you work that day?
No, sir. I was off.
Okay. And you scheduled off, you didn't?
Yes, sir.
And was your husband Roderick, was he working that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did he work that day?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. And what, to your recollection, what were his hours that day?
He had to be at work at 4:10 a.m. to 12:10 p.m.
Okay, and were those pretty much his set hours? Did he have set hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on that day, do you remember how he got to work?
I got up and took him to work that day
Okay, why did you take him to work that day?
because we just only had one car.
That's the Mercedes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when he was at work, what did you do?
Christmas was coming up, so I was going to stores like for buy Christmas food, prepare to cook.
Okay, grocery shop.
Yes,
Were you by yourself or with anyone else?
by myself.
And how did Mr. Clark get home from work?
I went to pick them up.
About 4:10, you said he got off?
He got off at 12:10 p.m.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, you did say that. And when you picked him up from work, did y'all go straight home? What happened next?
No, sir. We went to the store. From there, we went get something to eat. And after we got something to eat, we went home. It was about 4 when we got there. 3-ish or 4, something like that.
Okay, was there anything that sticks out about anything that happened before returning home? Was there any big fights or anything like that?
No, sir.
Did you end up staying, up until the incident, did you end up staying the rest of the day at home?
Yes, sir.
What about Roger?
The same.
He stayed the rest of the day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, was Omarion at the house?
I can't recall, sir.
Okay, did Omarion ever, are you saying you can't recall if he was there when you arrived back to the house?
Correct.
Okay, did Omarion ever show up that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And where, did you interact much with Omarion that night?
Only time I seen Omarion, he was in the kitchen.
Okay, how long did you see him for?
I think he was cooking something at the stove. So when I seen him, I turned around, went back in the room until he got done.
Okay. When you and Mr. Clark got home that day around 4:00, what did you do?
We put our groceries up. We were in the rooms, in our room at 3467 Victoria Street. We went in the room, started sitting on the bed, watching TV.
Okay. Were y'all getting along at that point?
Yes, sir.
As the night got later, was there any alcohol that was consumed?
Yes.
Okay, who was drinking?
We both was Roderick Clark and Tamika Clark.
Okay, what were you drinking?
I was drinking a margarita.
Okay, did you just have one margarita or more than that?
I had more than one.
Okay. What about Roderick?
Roger just had one, and that was it. That also because I was in the kitchen, he was in the bedroom, but one.
One margarita?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll get there. I know that you said you were in the kitchen.
Okay.
So you're sitting there watching, you said TV or movie?
TV.
Okay, TV in the bedroom,
Yes.
and where y'all sitting?
On the bed. He was sitting on the chair. It's a chair beside the bed on his side. He was sitting on the chair. I was sitting on the bed.
Okay, and
If you look at Defendant's E, it's one we've looked at together before. It's got part of the bed on it in your room.
it's going to be in that pile.
Yeah, that one. Is the TV there in the middle? That black square, that's the TV. So you would have been on the bed on your side.
Yes.
Looking at the TV, and then the chair that you said Mr. Clark was sitting in, where would that be in this room?
It would have been on that side.
Okay. Thank you.
And so at some point, did either one of you end up leaving the bedroom?
I did.
Okay, tell me about that.
So it was like probably about 8 or 9 o'clock. I know I need to start going ahead and start cleaning the chitlins for Christmas. So I proceeded to the kitchen.
Okay, and can you look at those pictures and orient us to the picture of the kitchen? Yeah.
Right here.
Okay, what exhibit is that?
See?
Okay, can you explain to Judge McBurney where the kitchen would be?
This location right here, sir.
Okay, so that's the back of the stove? There's some silver with a yellow rectangle.
That's
Or the dryer. That's why there's that tube at the bottom. Okay, so the stove is actually directly across with lots of stuff on top of it.
Yes.
Okay. And what's on the ground?
Right here.
Yeah, is that a
That's the big speaker I had.
Oh, it's a speaker.
Yes,
Okay.
we're blessing some music and stuff. Yes.
Got it.
Okay, we're gonna get there.
Okay.
In the kitchen, do you see some of the things that you were working on that day in that picture?
Yes.
Okay, what do you see in that picture?
My pasta pans, alcohol, my container sets,
Okay, were you using those things that night?
the pasta pans.
Okay. And so you go to the kitchen to start cleaning the chitlins.
Yes.
All right, and what happens next?
So I had my phone and my laptop in the kitchen. So it was kind of loud, but it wasn't loud yet. So I'm just sitting there cleaning.
What was loud?
The speaker.
Okay, so explain how the speaker fits into this. You had the speaker attached to your
Yes.
to
it's
your
a speaker right
computer,
here.
or
It was to my laptop.
okay, and you play music? Is that what you're?
You play music, look at movies, whatever. It's just a sound.
Okay, what were you doing that night?
Looking at my laptop, movies.
Okay, so you're in there. You have the speaker hooked up.
Yes.
And are you by yourself in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. So then what happens next?
So I'm just cleaning the chitlins. Probably about 10 minutes later, he come in there. He asked me, he said, "Oh, you ain't him talking on the phone?" I said, "No, I'm not talking to nobody. I'm just sitting here cleaning these chitlins." So we went back and forth and he left the kitchen again, go back to the bedroom.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
When he was asking if you were talking on the phone, did you come to understand what his concern was?
Yes.
What was that?
He thought I was talking to Lamont.
Okay, did he say Lamont?
Yes.
Okay, and were you talking to Lamont?
No.
Okay, and was there any, other than you being questioned about what you're doing in the kitchen,
Mhm.
was there any physical back and forth, any grabbing, punching, anything like that in the kitchen at that time?
No, sir.
Okay, and so Mr. Clark went back into the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay, and how far is the bedroom from the kitchen?
Not far at all.
From me to you, would it be further than this?
No.
Okay, it's about,
A little closer. All right. Yeah.
okay. All right, so then he goes back to the bedroom.
Yes.
So then what happens?
I started back again, started back cleaning the chitlins, but this time I cut the music, I cut the speaker up some,
Why did you do that?
shaking my head because I can't believe he keep accusing me messing with this guy.
Do you switch to music now? Because you said you had been watching movies, and so what you would have heard over the speaker would have been the movie. Had you
Yes.
switched to music?
I'm trying to just tone him out.
Mhm. Okay, so no more movies, now it's music.
Yes.
Okay, so you turn the speaker up,
Yes.
okay, and you're still cleaning the chitlins?
Yes.
How are you cleaning the chitlins? Do you have like a knife?
Knife or scissors.
Well, what were you using? Do you remember?
Scissors.
Okay. So then what happened next?
So he came back in there again to see what I was doing. He said, "Is you on the phone?" I said, "No, I'm not talking to nobody." I said, "If you want to look at my phone, you can look at my phone. I'm not talking to no Lamont."
How much time passed between the first time he questioned you about Lamont and the second?
About 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. All right, so you offer to show him your phone,
Yes.
and then what happens?
So he put his hand in my face. And I told him, I said, you need to go on back in there. I said, I'm not doing anything. I said, I offered to show you my phone. I don't talk to that man no more.
Okay, when you say he put his hands in your face, will you stand up for him? You can do it to me, but don't do it too hard.
Oh.
What did he do?
He said, you better not be on that phone. He said, I catch you with a nigga on key. So I said, take on. I didn't take it that face, face baby. I just thought he was just being jealous or, mad.
Okay, and you have scissors at this point.
Yes.
Did you ever threaten him with the scissors or anything like that? Okay. So he goes back into the bedroom, or what happens next?
Went back into the bedroom. About 3 or 4 minutes later, I went into the bedroom and we started arguing. And I was telling him.
Why'd you go back into the bedroom?
Because I'm trying to show him that I'm not cheating no more, young. That's all I was doing.
But you went back in to engage again on the subject that was bothering Mr. Clark.
Yes.
Okay. So you go back into the bedroom,
Yes.
and what happens next?
So we was arguing. He hit me and I hit him back with his glasses. I grabbed his glasses off his face.
Okay, so let's stop there.
Okay.
So rewind that a little bit, because you got to hitting.
Yes.
You guys are arguing at first. Are you standing up, sitting down? What are you doing?
Who was standing up?
Okay, and how far away from?
We was close. We was like this.
Okay, you're like this, and then you said he hit you.
Mhm.
When you say he hit you, that could mean a lot of things. Was it a slap, a punch,
A
a
slap.
push?
Slap
And where did he slap you?
on my face.
Okay, and then after he slapped you in the face, what did you do to him?
I grabbed his glasses.
What did you do with his glasses?
I just grabbed him because I was mad.
Okay, so you grabbed the glasses off his face. Did you
Yeah.
hold on to his glasses, or did they fall to the ground?
I think I just stole them to the side. I can't recall.
Okay.
Was Mr. Clark dependent on his glasses? Meaning if he didn't have them, could he see nothing, or
See.
he could see?
Yes.
If you were in the room, he'd know where you were.
Yes.
If he wanted to touch you on the shoulder, he wouldn't actually miss and touch you on the knee. The glasses didn't do that for him.
Correct.
Okay, so after you grab, remove his glasses, whatever we want to call it, and he's hit you,
Mhm.
what happens next?
So I just made my mind up. I need to leave. So we was at this location right here.
So if you could tell Judge McBurney what exhibit you remind.
Exhibit G.
Back to G, okay? Well, I have this as E.
You gotta look at the back of this.
Oh, okay, it's E. I'm
E, all
sorry.
right, exhibit E.
We was at this location right here.
Could you put it on your screen, Ms. Willingham? Because that way, Ms. Clark could maybe point, you could see where she's pointing. That way we don't have to huddle around her. She could mark on the screen. I don't mean to put you on the spot. It's not your exhibit, but you said something about, hey, I've got all these on my computer.
Let me connect to the.
Oh, you're not even on, I didn't realize.
Give us a second. We're not very good with the screen sharing, but
Right.
give us a
I
second.
think it would be important, given the kinds of questions you're asking, that we're all seeing the same thing.
Ms. Clark, if you could show me the picture that you're using right. Great. It's right here. Yeah, so now we just. But why are we not? Okay.
There we go.
Do you remember how to get out and share? I want to use another one. Actually, you don't have to do it right now. I'll come and help.
That's not the correct picture. It's similar, but that one has a lamp in it, and this doesn't have all that. I don't think I've seen that picture before. We'll call that defense Z. And Ms. Willingham, if you can pull it off, keep trying.
I'm on.
You're on, so let me unshare him.
Max, is this one right? No, it's two that are similar, but I think it's this.
Yeah, there's one that has a lamp and a shade. That's not the one that's in
No,
evidence.
that's the one.
We wanted to have, you can put the other one in evidence if that's more helpful to demonstrate what you're trying to do. It's just not there yet. So in just a minute, Ms. Clark, I'm gonna have you, the screen in front of you is a touch screen. I'm gonna have you operate it. We need to get the picture up first. But I'm gonna need you to do a couple things so that then when you next touch the screen, you'll be able to make marks on it so everyone can see, here's where I was standing, or here's where this happened.
Okay.
Are you able to magnify it at all? You should be able to.
I think that's gonna be too big. Sorry.
It's all right. Also, I think if you click that frame next to it, you make their full screen. Try that, see what that does. Oh, but then it's going to be, that's why it was small. Okay.
Is that better? Or
Let's try that. I was just trying to see if there was a way to, okay. So if you will touch the lower left-hand corner of your screen.
Right here?
Yeah, just tap it. There should be now, did a little circle with a pencil in it show up over in the lower left-hand corner? Deputy Gordon,
Yes.
yeah, tap that.
Oh, it went away.
Okay, so Deputy Gordon's gonna help you out in just a second.
is that better?
Yeah, let's just leave it like that and we'll see where we get. I think it's because of the portrait orientation. Is it working? Okay. Try, Ms. Clark, just draw it way over on the side where it's all black. Just move your finger on the screen a little bit. Or maybe it can only do it on the image. There.
Oh, they've
Okay.
got a drawing.
Now, there should be a little eraser on the screen. Deputy Gordon's going to show you. If you tap that once, it'll make the mark that you made go away.
Okay.
Look at Max in the camera.
Or there's an arrow that's done. Okay, do you see what he did?
Right here?
It's an arrow that is like an undo arrow. Mr. Schardt may be asking you to identify locations. If you could do it with an X or something like that, that'll help us all understand who was where.
Okay, so you went in there and he slapped you,
Yes.
and then you removed his glasses. Where were y'all standing? And if Judge McBurney would prefer you mark, that's fine. Or if you want to describe using the picture, that's fine as well, from my perspective.
Do you want me to mark?
If you're able to say, do you see that, whatever that burgundy garment is? I was standing there, that's real clear, but if I was kind of over in that area, it might be more helpful to mark it.
Okay, I was
Did he say whatever that burgundy garment is?
right here. We was right here. Where the container, clear container with the papers on the floor.
Mhm.
We was in that location.
So that's sort of at the foot of the bed near the
Correct.
television?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so after you removed his glasses and flicked them away, you said that you were ready to go.
Yes.
Okay, and where were you planning on going?
I was trying to get my bag and my gun, just go to the store because I didn't feel like arguing and I just didn't feel like, no, I'm just trying to get away from the situation.
But where your plan upon leaving was to go to a store?
Yes.
So this is at what time?
About 11,
So what store are you going to at a?
Chevron, 24 hours.
Okay, a convenience store. You're not going to try to go to a Macy's and the doors are locked.
Correct.
Okay.
Look at Max. Look at Max. I forgot about this part, guys.
So you said you grabbed your gun. Now, did you in fact grab your gun?
Yes.
Okay, where did you keep your gun?
On the other side of the bed.
It's not in this picture, but it would be if we're looking at the picture to the right.
Yes.
Okay. And why are you grabbing your gun to go to the store?
Because where the store located in College Park is kind of dangerous at night. So
And what were you going to do at the store? Like, why the Chevron?
because I always go there, play numbers and buy stretch off tickets and stuff like that.
Okay,
But I just wanted to get out of the house. Just get away.
understood. So were you able to grab your gun
Yes.
from the other side of the bed?
Yes.
Okay.
I think
And-
that's bizarre.
Where was Mr. Clark at this time when you went to get your gun and your purse?
He was standing by the television.
Okay, and was he doing anything?
He was just standing there watching me.
Okay. And once you grabbed your gun, did you ever point your gun or threaten Mr. Clark with your gun?
No.
We saw on photos we've looked at earlier that were of the bed surface, the bag, kind of holster bag, and then what you said is your gun that was sitting on the bed. Did you grab just the gun, no holster, or did you grab everything?
I can't recall.
Okay.
And so once you had your gun, could you explain or describe your plan is to leave the house, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
All right, so what would be the route that you would take to leave the bedroom?
It's just one way in and one way out. I had to go past Mr. Clark in order to leave the bedroom.
Okay,
So he's still by those clear plastic containers and the
Correct.
TV.
Correct.
Like you said, he's been watching you. So to get
Yes.
out, you have to make a U. You're going around the bed, and that means you're going by Mr. Clark.
Yes,
okay. And so when did you try to go by Mr. Clark?
yes.
Okay, and what happened?
He asked me where I'm going. I said, I'm going to the store. I need to just leave. I said, I want to leave. And he said, you're not going nowhere in my car. I said, why not? I said, I need to get out the house. He said, no, because you've been drinking. I said, well, I'll just be careful. I need to go.
Okay. And at that point, you still had a gun in your hand?
Yes.
Okay, and did you point it at Mr. Clark at that point?
No.
Okay, so what happens next?
So we started back arguing again. And he grabbed me. And I told him, let me go. But by that time, I put the gun on the bed.
Okay, so let's break that down. You started arguing again.
Mhm.
How far away from each other are you arguing?
We was close. Like right here.
Okay, and are you yelling at each other? Are you talking to each other? What's going on?
Yelling.
Okay, and then you said he grabbed you.
Yes.
Okay, show me how he grabbed you. Demonstrate on me.
Boom. I hit the floor.
Okay, at that point, did you still have the gun?
No, it was on the bed.
Okay, where in this did the gun get out of bed? During the argument or?
During the argument. And I just don't like having no gun in my hand while we arguing.
Okay, so he grabbed you, I think you demonstrated a hand on each arm,
Yes.
and then you said boom. Can you describe when you said boom, what that meant?
He threw me on the floor. The next thing I know, he put his chest, not his chest, but his knee, his leg on top of my chest, the upper part. And I was hollering and stuff. I was telling him, get off of me, get off of me, get
And
off of me.
where are you in this room when that's happening?
With on papers that on the floor in that location. That's why the paper's on the floor.
Okay, there's some like blue things that are at a slope and it looks like a clear garbage bag. You're there on the floor.
Yes.
And he's on top of you in the way you described.
Yes.
And are you saying the state of those papers, that the fact that they're kind of knocked over?
Yes.
That was caused by what happened?
Yes.
Okay, and so at this point, you're on the ground.
Yes.
Where are his hands?
His hands were on top of me and he was like this. Look at that.
Oh, good. Full demonstration, okay.
Yes. He had his knee on me like this and had me like this and stuff.
Okay, I got you. I got you. Okay. So his knee was on your chest area and then he's using his hands
Yes.
in your neck
pin me
area.
down.
And
Yes.
pinning you down in the shoulder neck area.
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me,
Um,
excuse me. Can you both not talk over each other, please?
I'm sorry.
Yep.
That was my
So
fault.
it's okay. We were doing some reenacting, but Ms. Rivers makes a great point. Let's get back to the good cadence we've had. Question, answer, not another word from lawyer until witness is done answering.
Okay.
Okay. When Roderick is on top of you, doing
Yes.
what you just demonstrated, how long, if you know, how long did that take place?
Ooh, probably, I'll say like 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay, and during that time,
How long-
where is your gun?
My gun is on the bed.
Okay, did Roderick have a gun at this point?
No.
Okay. Now, the gun that was on your bed, that's your gun,
Yes.
okay? Were you trying to get to that gun?
Yes, I was.
Okay, were you ever able to reach the gun?
No,
Why were you not able to reach the gun?
because every time I tried to get up, I couldn't move. So I wasn't able to get the gun to defend myself or whatever.
Is it fair that he was overpowering you?
Yes.
How was your breathing during that time?
I was scared. I thought I'm about to lose my life or whatever. I was just like, I can't believe he doing this to me,
Were you able to get up?
Eventually, yes.
What changed so that you could get up? Did he let go of you? Did he get off you?
Yes, because he started loosening up. And when he started loosening up, I hurried up and jumped up because I was trying to get out the door, but I wasn't able to get out the door.
Okay, so were you able to get out the bedroom?
Yes,
Okay, so let's talk about that. You were able to get up
yes,
and where you said you started to run?
yes, that trip, yes.
Okay, and you tripped.
Yes.
Where were you running to? What room?
I was running from my bedroom to the living room direction.
Okay, and would you go through the living room to get to the front door?
Yes,
Leave? Okay, now,
Is this the living room?
Yeah,
Okay.
And could you show me, B, just so we can get it on screen?
this big.
Really? I don't, no, well, this is also, that is, I didn't get a letter for that one. They're, both these exist. There's the darker version, and I don't know where your B is, but. The darker one shows more of the room.
I think this one, I think B would be good.
I think it's this one. Is that the one you have in your hand? Yeah, I think so. Oh. I have to log back on, Judge. I'm sorry, I got kicked off of Zoom.
Oh, I see you on, but
Oh, am I?
yeah,
Okay, well then maybe I'm just on the wrong screen. I don't see it on mine. There it goes.
Now we just have Max in the corner.
thank you.
Okay, and thank
This
you,
looks
Ms.
a little
Willingham.
cleaner.
Ms. Clark, is
Yes.
this the room that you're saying you ran to?
Yes,
Okay. And you see that door frame with the pink, it looks like, or lighter brown?
yes.
Is that, would that lead to your bedroom or is your,
No, that lead to the kitchen
okay, so the,
So you ran into this room from what direction?
from the bedroom.
But in this picture, would you have been coming the way we're looking? Like if I came out of your bedroom into the living room, is this what I'd see? Or are you coming around the corner where there's that light fixture? See what I'm asking? Like if you come out of your bedroom, do you see that pink suitcase at the front?
Yes.
So behind the person who took the picture is your bedroom.
I'm confused. Like right here in the hallway,
Yeah.
make it right.
I don't know where that is on this picture.
Okay,
If you were standing there taking that picture, see how the angle of that picture where the kitchen is way down there?
Mhm.
If you turned around, are you looking towards your bedroom?
no,
So where is your bedroom in connection with this picture?
you're gonna make a left.
if you turn to the left, you would
Yes.
be looking at your bedroom.
Yes.
Okay, got it. What's directly behind you? Just a wall?
It's the front door.
Front door. Okay. So then when you came into the living room, you were basically moving towards that orange thing. Because
The other direction.
if you said that your bedroom is to the left, then you'd be coming into this room from the left, which means you would be hurrying towards that orange rectangle and the blue box.
Y'all, I'm getting kind of confused because this picture right here,
Yep,
this the living room.
I hear you.
Okay, if you make a left, that'll be that going to our bedroom.
Yep,
If you keep straight, that's the dining room, and that pink thing, that's the kitchen.
yep. Okay,
So if I come out the bedroom, you're making a right, and you will see all this stuff right here.
okay.
And then if you took if you turned around right now, it'd be the front door.
Yes,
Okay, so you came, is it correct that you came from the left of this picture? And then to get to the front door, you would take a right.
correct.
You understand?
So where'd you fall?
Right here, about, let me see. But all this stuff,
Is it not on this picture?
it's not on this picture,
Okay.
because I haven't made it that far yet.
What letter is the picture you're holding?
F,
F. The one that has the blue underwear on it?
Oh,
yes.
Okay, got it.
That's a good way to identify what we're talking about.
And F shows Omarion's room. That's the brown door.
Yes.
And the white door was the door that someday was going to be reconnected to the bathroom.
Correct.
Okay. And your bedroom is around to the left?
Yes,
Okay. And so you came through that doorway and fell,
Yes.
landing kind of in front of where the blue underwear is and the orange stuff.
yes.
Okay. And as that relates to the picture on the screen, if you kept going forward, if you hadn't fallen, then you would have ended up sort of right here.
Correct.
Okay. Got it.
And Your Honor, just so the court knows, we don't have a crime scene sketch, which would have been helpful.
I figured.
Yeah.
We're working through this. It's
Yeah.
just, it's helpful. You may have been to this place. I've never seen it.
Well-
Ms. Clark at least is familiar with it, so she can help us.
So you tripped.
Yes,
Now, when you're running from the bedroom, to exit the bedroom, you would have passed, after you got up, you would have passed the bed, correct?
correct.
Where your gun was.
Yes.
Did you pick up your gun when you were running out of your bedroom?
No,
Why not?
I'm just trying to get away because I'm scared he gonna try to hurt me again or whatever. But I definitely didn't pick up my gun. I left it on the bed.
Did you want to hurt him?
No.
So now you're in the living room. Please explain what happens in the living room.
So he came in the living room. He had his gun. I didn't have my gun. He had his gun. And we was arguing again.
Let me stop.
Okay.
Is this the first time in this evening that you see him with his gun?
Yes,
Okay, and from where you were being choked in your bedroom,
correct.
how far is that exact location from where he typically stores his gun?
It will always be,
The whole room is right there in one big pile.
Just tell us what letter on the back of.
the bedroom photo. This is exhibit E. It would be on the dresser. You can't see his dresser, but it would be on the dresser. But that night, he was on the bed also.
Okay, so was it close or far from where you were being choked?
It was close.
Okay.
And when you say he had his gun, he had the gun out. He didn't have that whole black bag holster thing, but it was the actual gun that was in his hand.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so you fall, now you see Roderick and he has a gun.
Yes.
In the living room. So explain to us what happens next.
So we was arguing, we just kept arguing. I told him, just let me go. I'm just trying to get out of there. Because I feel like he's trying to get me back on the ground.
At this point, is he pointing the gun at you or anything?
No,
Okay, he's just holding the gun.
he just holding the gun.
Why didn't you just go out the front door?
Because he was blocking me.
He was between you and the door.
Yes. So we started back arguing. He put the gun down. He grabbed me again. And I just started hollering. I told him, just let me go, let me go.
Hold on one second. You said he put the gun down.
Yes.
Any of those photos show where he put the gun down?
Right here.
What exhibit is that?
F.
Can we
Right in
put
that location.
F back
In
up?
the living room.
Oh, it's the blue underwear one.
Yes.
Do you know which one I'm talking about, Ms. Willingham?
I'm
It
not
also says
making-
F on it, but yours aren't labeled in that way.
We're not doing a blue underwear emoji chat. We're not doing that.
It's kind of far away, but it's the only one with it.
I found
You
it.
got it? Okay.
What a way to remember what exhibit we're talking about.
While Ms. Willingham is putting that up, I want to make sure I followed you correctly, Ms.
Oh,
Clark.
there
You're
they
saying that Mr. Clark put the gun down and then there was physical contact again, and that's when you were thrown to the ground a second time.
He was trying to get me to the ground that time. But when it happened, I got a loose from him and I picked up the gun.
Okay, so we need to see where this gun was. So the picture's on the screen now. You remember how to make a mark on the screen?
Yes.
You may have to reactivate it by pressing that pencil thing.
Okay. Let me see. It's a little further over, but you can't see it.
Okay, can you kind of make an X? I think I see where you put your line.
Okay.
All right, so you had come through that doorway,
Yes.
fell, got back up.
Yes.
Mr. Clark came through that doorway.
Yes.
This time he comes through and he has his gun in
Yes.
his hand.
Yes.
He puts it down.
Yep.
You start, I'm going to use the term tussling
No, we
again,
wasn't tussling. He was grabbing me.
whatever words you want, but
Okay.
that's when physical contact starts again. You are not thrown to the ground this time.
Correct?
And then where that red X is, you grab the gun.
Yes.
Okay.
And to be clear, just when you corrected Judge McBurney, he was grabbing you.
Yes.
Where was he grabbing?
On my arms.
Okay.
I mean, he had me so tight, like my husband's strong. It's like he had me.
Okay.
Still using present
In this picture
tense.
that's up right now, what door is that dark brown door?
That's a Omarion door.
Okay. So you grab the gun.
Yes.
Okay, so then what happens?
I grabbed the gun. He still grabbing on me. And I told him to get off of me, leave me alone, just get back. And next thing I know, I just pulled the trigger. Cause we was close. We was very close.
Okay, if you can stand up and explain to me, I'll be him. You said he was grabbing you?
Yes.
Was it both hands, one
Both
hand?
hands.
Okay, and are you struggling to free yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Our bodies moving?
Yes.
Okay.
We we just moving.
Okay. And then you shoot?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you shoot?
Just once.
Okay.
As best you can remember, explain to me how it was that he is as strong as you described, but you were able to get the gun. I'm confused. You said he tried to get you to the ground, but he wasn't successful. But he had you like this.
But my I don't know, they took pictures or whatever because he had my shirt. My shirt was torn. And I was just determined I wasn't going back on that ground. So I just got some type of strength, were able to get to the gun. And when I get the gun, I told him to leave me alone, just go away. And he still was grabbing on me. And next thing I know, I pulled the trigger, but he didn't fall anything. He just stood there.
He didn't fall immediately?
Correct.
And are you certain that you, at that time, you only shot once?
Yes.
Okay. So then what happens after that?
He grabbed me. He got a hold to me again. After being shot, he got me. And I guess he got stronger. He was able to get me on the ground.
Okay. Where is the gun at this point?
I guess I dropped it.
Okay. And when he gets you on the ground, let me ask you this. Are you guys, when he's grabbing you,
Yes.
okay, even before he's been shot and after he's been shot, are you just in one spot in the room or are you guys kind of moving around?
We're kind of moving around.
But all within the living room? Are you now in the kitchen? Are you on the
Not in the
front
kitchen,
porch?
just the living room area. That
Okay.
area, like where the underwear at.
What makes you think that you struck him with a bullet the first time you pulled the trigger? Because you said after he was shot, he took you to the ground. What makes you think that you actually shot him as opposed to the gun went off, but the bullet went into the floor?
I just felt like I shot him. He was shot.
All right, so I made a mistake earlier and I want to address it. I was not trying to say it's strange to go to a store to call out, so thank you for calling it out, Drika. I was under the impression that she initially, after the shooting, after it got all the way to the culmination, the worst of the worst, that she didn't know what to do, so she tried to get out of the house, and her first idea was to go to a store, and she'll ultimately, I thought, we'd find out, she's going to decide to try to go see one of her friends, Moosey. So I thought she was saying she initially planned to go to a store after the shooting already happened, which I think is strange to do after a shooting. I didn't understand that it was just an earlier point in time where she leaves the house, then comes back, and then the shooting happens after. So thank you for that call out.
It's like,
I mean, did you see it? You saw blood come out of him, or you had the gun pressed against his chest, or how is it?
it wasn't no blood.
Okay. But your assumption was that when you pulled the trigger, the gun was pointed in a direction such that a bullet went into Mr. Clark.
Yes.
Okay. After that, he grabbed you again and this time did get you to the ground.
Yes.
And you still had the gun in your hand?
No.
What had you done with the gun?
I guess I dropped it.
After you shot him the first time?
Yes.
Okay.
And when he gets you to the ground the second time, I'm gonna do a demonstration.
Okay.
But what if anything was he doing to you?
He had his arm like this, like in my throat, like trying to prevent me from getting up. I said, get off me, get off me, get off me. He said, I've been shot. I've been shot. He said, help me. I said, I will if you help, if you get off me. I said, get off me, get off me. He had his elbow like crossed my throat. I couldn't move. But eventually, I guess he would lose his strength or whatever. I was able to push him off me.
Okay. At this point, once you were able to push him off of you, did you realize that he had been shot?
Yes.
Okay. And Once you pushed him off of you, what did you do?
He said, help me, help me. I said, okay. So I didn't see my phone around by me or anything. I went to Omarion though and knocked on his door, but he wasn't answering me. So I panicked and I just left because I was scared he was trying to attack me again.
Okay, so let's break that down. Were you knocking like this on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Loud?
Not that loud, but it was loud though,
All right, and why aren't you calling 911?
because I didn't have my phone. I couldn't find my phone. I didn't know where my phone was.
Okay, and why were you banging on or knocking on Omarion's door?
So he could call 911.
Okay, and did you have any knowledge at that time? Of course, you've seen Discovery. Did you have any knowledge at that time that Omarion had in fact called 911?
No,
Okay. What was Roderick doing at this point?
he was down, like he was crawling, like, and he kept trying to reach at me. And I was just so scared. I just panicked. I just left because I was scared for my life because I'm thinking he trying to hurt me or whatever.
Okay. Did
I was scared because he already got a hold to me after I shot him. I'm thinking he trying to hurt me. That's why.
how did you get out? Did you get out the house?
I was running. I just ran.
But I understand that you were running, but how? Like out the front door, out a window? Okay. And did you have your phone with you when you ran out the house?
No,
Okay. Were you ever able to find your phone before you left?
I can't recall.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Well, did you have to your
No, I
recollection-
never had my phone.
Okay. Did you have the gun with you?
I think I did.
Okay.
And by gun, we're talking about Mr. Clark's gun, the one that he brought out into the living room, but that you used to shoot him.
Yes,
Not that you went back into your room and grabbed your gun.
correct.
Did you ever touch your gun again?
No,
Did you ever go into the bedroom again?
no.
Okay. When you left out the front door, what was your mind state? Were you calm?
No, I was calm. I was like in shock.
Okay. And when you left the front door, what did you do?
I was like ran to the car
Okay. And what was your plan when you ran to the car? Where were you headed?
to Moosey house.
Is that the same? Who lives at Moose's house?
Moosey, her mother, that's my aunt,
What's your aunt's name?
Nellie Pittman.
Okay. What's your relationship with Nettie Pittman?
We're close. I know if I would have ran to her, she would have told me what to do. She would have gave me some good advice. What to do.
Rely on Miss Pittman to give you good advice.
Yes,
And is that the same house that you've gone to when
yes,
Mr. Clark has been violent with you in the past?
yes.
Okay. When you were leaving, did you observe police cars starting to arrive?
Yes.
Okay, did you stop for the police cars?
No,
Why not?
I was afraid for my life.
You were afraid the police would do something to you?
I was just scared, Your Honor. I was just scared. I panicked. That's all I can say. I panicked.
So to answer the judge's question, you're concerned, your fear for your life wasn't the police.
Correct.
Okay, it was what had happened in the house.
Yes.
Okay. Were you arrested that night?
Yes.
Okay, and where were you arrested?
Interstate 85, South. I'm about to get on 85 South.
Okay, and what happened to,
I crashed the car.
you crashed the car?
Yes.
And when you crashed the car, did the police end up pulling you out of the car
Yes.
that night?
Yes.
Okay.
When you crashed, was someone pursuing you or what, how did you end up crashing?
I was trying to get to their house and I realized I think the police had came behind me and I went straight on. I went straight instead of turning. I hit the rail.
Were you trying to get away from someone, or I'm just trying to figure out what
I was
was,
trying to get to Moosa House
okay.
because in my mind, I was scared. I was just terrified. I was scared.
Okay.
I was just trying to get away from that house because I was terrified.
Sure. Something traumatic had happened in the house, but the accident, you just decided not to turn, or you were going too fast,
I was
or?
going too fast.
Okay.
Because at first I wasn't speeding.
But then why did you start speeding?
Were you calm while you were driving?
I can't recall.
Okay. When the police came and got you out the car, did you make some statements to the police?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell them that you shot your husband?
Yes.
Did you tell them that the gun was in the car?
I can't recall.
Okay. Did you tell the police why you shot your husband?
Yes.
What did you tell the police?
He was choking me.
Did you ask him to look at your body for injuries?
Yes, I was trying to get them to see how he had his handprints on me and stuff.
And let me ask you, that night when you were arrested,
I don't think they took a good look.
You were-
I don't trust that they took
where
a
did you
good
go
look.
after you were arrested?
I went to Moosa House. 340 South Fire Bend.
Okay, I asked that completely wrong. I'm talking about that night.
Okay.
After you were arrested, did you go straight to jail?
No.
Where did you go?
Greater Hospital.
Okay. And after you left Grady Hospital, did you go to jail?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what your charges were?
Traffic violation, speeding. I can't recall.
Were you charged with murder that night?
No.
Okay. And were you able to bond out?
Yes.
When did you bond out?
Later on that night. I can't recall the time.
Okay. And after you bonded out, who bonded you out?
Moosie
Okay. And after you bonded out, where did you go?
to Moosie House.
Okay. And when you were at Moosie's house, did you take some pictures of your body?
Yes, Moosie did.
Okay. And could you look at what I've marked as, I believe, could you look at the back? I want to make sure, I think it's O and P, is that correct?
Like Q and P.
Okay, P and Q. All right, thank you. Can you look at those photos?
Yes.
Okay, what are those photos of?
I had bruises on my arms.
Okay, are those photos of the bruises on your arms?
Yes.
And are those, what are you standing on?
A rug.
Thank you.
Like a Falcon rug?
Yes.
That at Moosie's house?
Yes.
Okay, and could you describe specifically the injuries that, and how many days after?
It was the next day.
Okay, and what is the injury to the right arm?
Grab marks, when he was, holding me, grabbing me so tight,
Okay, and what about the marks to your left arm?
same way. He
Okay,
was grabbing, he had a hold on me.
okay. Ms. Clark?
Do you want to admit, P
I'm
and
sorry,
Q?
Thank you, thank you. Your Honor, and are those fair and accurate representations of the injuries as they appeared the next day after you bonded out?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would move to admit exhibits
Q and P, P and Q.
Q and P into evidence.
Yes.
Ms. Willingham, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Okay, let me ask you about the number of shots. Now, we've reviewed discovery where there was a video that we hear 2 gunshots.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is your testimony that you only remember shooting once or that you only shot once?
I can't recall. I just remember shooting once.
Okay. Did you love Roderick Clark?
Yes, I did.
Did you want to shoot your husband that night?
No.
Miss Clark, why did you shoot Roderick Clark on December 21st, 2024.
I just felt like my life was in jeopardy.
I have no further questions. Oh, Your Honor, now may I go into the disputed evidence? Or do you want to hold off on it?
Let's hold off on it, and see what happens with Cross. But can you tell me, what video evidence would there have been that would show there were two shots
There was ring camera from a neighbor.
from a neighbor?
The state provided it.
And it's audio, or you see two, I thought everything happened in,
It did. It's audio. You just
okay,
hear.
you hear what sounds like two reports.
Two shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, it sounds like two shots. And I'm not sitting here as an expert testifying it's two
No,
gunshots.
I just was wondering what the origin of two was, because you're saying there could have been two, and Ms. Clark is telling us what she remembers, but
Right,
there's ring camera footage from a neighbor's house, but it's the audio from the neighbor's house where you hear what sounds like two reports.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Clark, I've got one question or one topic to explore before we see if Ms. Willingham has anything. You were here when Omarion Clark testified, and he said that he pretty much didn't interact with you, at least in 2024. Tried to steer clear of you. He'd interact with his dad when his dad needed him to help with things, but his goal was to not interact with you at all. And that's different from what you described early on when he was younger, 11, 12, and you first became a member of that household. Was there something that happened where you two went in different directions, or do you just have a different recollection of the relationship than Omarion Clark does?
Something happened in 2023.
Okay, there was some incident, and
Yes.
and that's what led to you two being distant.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
May I follow up on that?
Sure.
What was, and I wasn't going to go there, but what was the incident that you were referring to?
So,
Yeah, I'm going to stop you for a second. If this is in any way awkward for Omarion Clark, we don't need to go there. I just wanted to understand, there was, when I first moved in, I tried to treat him like a son or a stepson, like I treated my own kids, and it sounded like there were interactions that might be more typical in a household. Mr. Clark was very clear that by this time, he wanted nothing to do with Ms. Clark, and they don't disagree about that. And something happened in 2023. If you think it's relevant, we can go there. I don't think we need to go there.
Yeah.
I don't want to pry in that way. I just wanted to confirm that they've viewed it the same way in 2024. Ms. Willingham.
Let's go back to the concert in March of 2024. You said that you called Lamont after the argument with Mr. Clark, correct?
yes,
And you said you called him when you all were on your way home from the concert, correct?
yes.
Can I see your, proceed for the hotel? You said you called on your way,
This phone text, I can't remember, but I did contact him.
and the concert was when? Was it at night?
That Friday, yes.
It looks like, Your Honor, the state is looking at state's exhibit, defense's exhibit M. Can you look at that and tell me what is the date that email and time that email was sent to you?
March 21st, that Thursday,
At what time?
11:21 a.m.
And this is an email confirming that you booked
Yes,
for Friday, correct?
yes,
So then would it be correct to say that you booked this hotel before the concert?
yes. So I tried to cancel because I know it would be hard for me trying to get out the house because I never stayed out all night on my husband, never.
So
But so you and Mr. Junius had planned to have a night together,
Yes.
independent of the concert went well or didn't go well.
Correct.
All right, that was already, I'm gonna call it on the books, a rendezvous. It just so happened that after you two made that plan for a rendezvous, there was a disagreement, argument, friction between you and Mr. Clark.
Yes,
Okay.
and I understand what you just testified to now. But earlier, did you not testify that you called and asked him about going to the hotel
Yes.
or meeting up?
yes.
So you wouldn't have asked him at that point, correct?
He,
Because it was already planned.
It was planned, but at first, the second time, we trying to cancel it because I know it would be kind of hard for me to get out the house
Okay.
because I never stayed out all night.
And you also talked about that there were times where you and Mr. Clark, you stated that it was mutual fighting. Can you
Yes.
tell me about some of those times where it was mutual?
Like, if he started calling me B's or MFs, I just started throwing stuff at him.
Throwing stuff meaning verbally saying, well, you're this, or throwing stuff like I'm throwing a book or a frying pan at you.
It could be a book, it could be a can of starch. It was just something, I just didn't want to use my own hands.
So would you say then it was verbal on Mr. Clark's side, but it was physical on your end in those instances?
Yes,
And how often did that happen?
it didn't happen too much. If I didn't question him, we was fine. It was the best marriage. But anytime I questioned his authority, that's when the trouble came in.
And when you would question his authority, he would make verbal insults at you, but you would be physical and throw items at him, correct?
Oh, no, ma'am. He would start cussing me out, and I would try to leave or whatever.
I'm listening.
Okay, and I'm trying to leave, and he'll grab me, and I was telling him to take his fucking hands off of me. And I'll swing on him. I would, because he had a hand on me.
So, and then you also testified just a few minutes ago that you would also throw things at him, but he would be verbal with you.
Not all the time, sometimes.
Okay, and then when you were talking about December 20th, the night this happened,
Yes.
you stated that he started loosening up on you and
Yes.
you were able to get up.
Yes.
So the way you described him holding you down,
Mhm.
his hands would have been around your neck and his knee would have been on your chest, correct?
Yes, his knee was in my upper part of my chest.
And so even if he loosened up on you, he still would have been on top of you, correct?
Yes.
So how were you able to get up? Because the way you described it was that you just got up.
No.
So how did you get up?
Loosened it up. And I just got up. And when I got up, I was trying to go out the door.
Let me stop you there.
Okay.
You're saying he loosened up,
Yes.
but he's still on top of you.
No.
So how did you get his body off of you? Because if all he did was loosen up,
I was
his body
loosening up,
was
so I was able to get up. Like if someone on you and they moving or whatever, I was able to just get out of it. Because I was hollering.
So did you push him off of you?
Yes. I was trying to push him out the way. I was trying to leave, ma'am. I wasn't trying to fight him. I was trying to leave.
Okay. And then prior to the night, December 20th, how often or when was the most recent incident? I know you told us about the Falcons game in Vegas. Actually, let's go there. The game in Vegas. You stated that he punched you in the stomach, correct?
Correct.
Why didn't you contact law enforcement in Vegas?
Because I didn't want my husband to get in trouble. Me and my husband love one another, so I didn't want him to get in trouble no matter what we was going through. I don't want to see him in jail.
And did you all ever get into any physical altercations around other people?
No.
And I know on December 20th, you testified that Omarion was home. Was he ever home during any other incidents?
He'll probably be in his bedroom, but he wasn't no witness to anything. It was like we was fighting in front of him, anything like that.
Well, if you're hollering, he's going to be hearing what's going on. He might not see it, but
Okay.
I'm asking. I mean, you know that house, but if Mr. Clark was calling you some of these names and you're yelling at him, is the house such that Omarion Clark could hear that that's going on?
But what I'm saying is he didn't come out his room to see what's going on.
Understood. My question is, do you think the way the house is set up and the fact that the walls are only like half walls, he would be able to hear
Yes.
when you all are, at least the verbal part of
True.
your disagreement?
Yes.
Okay.
And you testified that you only shot once, correct?
Yes.
When your attorney asked you about picking or about having the gun in your hand, you had previously testified that Mr. Clark put the gun, or that you put the gun down after you shot him, correct?
I think the gun, I can't recall. I don't know what happened to the gun. I can't recall because something had happened.
So, but it was your, not talking about when you leave the house. It is your testimony that after you shot Mr. Clark, when you got up, you put the gun down, correct?
I can't recall.
I don't believe that was testimony.
What do you recall happening with the firearm after it went off the one time?
I think, I can't recall, Your Honor. I don't know. I dropped the gun or whatever. I can't recall. I really can't recall.
You said when you left the house, you had the gun with you. So I guess either you dropped it, put it down, and then picked it back up, or you never dropped it?
I was trying to get out the house.
I heard that part, but am I remembering correctly that you explained to me that when you got in the car, you did not have your phone, but you did have Mr. Clark's gun?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall picking his gun back up, or does that mean it's possible that you actually had his gun in your hand from the time you shot him until the time you got in the car?
Correct.
That's
I think
possible?
so, yes.
Okay.
Just one second. And earlier you testified that you were when the judge was questioning you about leaving and were you being chased? And you stated that you were just on your way to your aunt's house, correct?
Yes.
But the police were chasing you, correct?
I know it's sick because my mind was it was focused in the front part. I wasn't thinking what's going on behind me. I was just trying to get to my aunt's house.
When you pulled out of the driveway, were the police already, did you have to go around the police?
I think so. I really can't recall.
And if you were afraid at that point, why not stop there?
I was panicking. I was scared. I was scared for my life. Not because the police were right there. I was just trying to get away from the situation. I wasn't thinking about no police.
And was it normal for you to go to that gas station at night if you all had an altercation?
I would go, we did have an altercation because I like to play lotto.
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't phrase the question correct. Was it normal for you when you all had altercations? Was it normal for you to then leave the house and go to that gas station?
Yes.
So it sounds like you had a couple of destinations. You would go to your cousin's house
Yes.
sometimes to get away from the strife.
Yes.
Sometimes you just go to the convenience store.
Yes.
And you also testified about when you went to the hospital and you told them that you slammed the door on your finger. After that concert, you had been to a couple places where there were doors, correct?
Correct.
Just one second, Judge. You stated also that after he was shot, that he tried to grab you. What did he say?
He was saying, help me, but he was trying to grab me down or whatever. Like he was trying to get me back on the ground.
And you testified earlier that you did want to help him, correct?
Yes.
And that's why you said you were trying to get into Omarion's room, correct?
Correct. I was trying to get Omarion called 911.
Do you recall shooting into Omarion's door?
No, I do not.
And then if you were trying to get Omarion to call 911, the lights and sirens that you saw when you ran outside didn't trigger you to think that help was there?
I didn't know they was at those.
You didn't know what?
I didn't know they was outside until I got outside and got across, seen the police then. But going to Omarion door, I didn't know no police and stuff had been.
All right. I think your question may have been a little bit, I get that. You were indoors. You don't know the police are out there, but then you left the house.
Yes.
And the police were there. You
Yes.
just explained to me, you actually had to drive around them to get out. If you were hoping for help to arrive so you could be there and assist, why did you not engage with the police there to say, come on in, he's on the ground? And I mean, now you got police around you. Mr. Clark's not gonna be able to do anything to you.
I wasn't thinking, Your Honor. I just panicked. I was just afraid for my life. I was just trying to go where I could get help at.
And that was going to your cousins?
Yes,
Okay.
And ultimately that night, when you did encounter law enforcement, you encountered them because you had the car accident, correct?
correct.
So the photos that you discussed with the bruising, how do you know that those bruises don't come from that car accident?
Because how they gonna come on both sides on my arms at the same like location, whatever. No,
But you can't say for certain that they're not from the accident.
yes, I
correct?
can, because he had me. He was grabbing on me, ma'am. He had his hands in me. My husband had nails. He had nails. He was in me. He was grabbing me.
And I understand that. Were the photos taken before or after the car accident?
After.
Ms. Clark, the car accident we're talking about, sometimes a car comes to a stop because you hit a curb and you burst your tire. Really, the driver is okay. The car is not okay. Other times, as we know, tragically, there can be a car accident and the occupants die. I don't have a sense of how serious your collision was when you hit the wall or the gate or the railing, whatever you hit.
The gate.
Was this a situation where your car flipped over, had to use jaws of life to get you out? Or did you walk out of the car and everything was
I
fine?
walked out the car.
You got yourself out of the car?
Yes.
You weren't pinned in the car?
No.
You didn't go through the
Now, this is important because she's going to say that there's injuries, and the state's theory is that these injuries are the result of this car accident. But if the car accident wasn't anything crazy, then it could be an alternative explanation that some of these bruising, discoloration, whatever, could have been caused through any number of these tussles that occurred at the house.
everything was
I walked
fine?
out the car.
You got yourself out of the car?
Yes.
You weren't pinned in the car?
No.
You didn't go through the windshield?
No, nothing like that.
Okay. Did the airbags deploy?
Yes.
So it was enough of an impact that the airbags deployed,
Yes.
but they didn't need to bring in all these medevac units to get you out of the car and fly you to
Correct.
the hospital.
Correct. I was able to walk. I walked on my own, everything.
Okay.
And what did the front of the car look like after the crash? Was it still intact? Was it smashed in?
It was just, I can't recall, ma'am. I won't-
And I think that's it, Judge.
All right. Mr. Schardt, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple things. Going back to your finger. You didn't seek medical treatment right away after Roderick grabbed your finger, did you?
Correct.
Okay, and places that you went in between Roderick hurting your finger and going to seek medical treatment, did you ever slam your finger into any doors?
No.
Okay. How'd your finger get hurt?
Roger tried to rip my finger off my hand, my ring finger.
And you lied to try to protect him.
Yes.
Regarding the injuries that are documented on your arm. You have
Yes.
those pictures?
Yes.
In that car accident, did you get hit by anything in the car in those exact spots that would
No.
cause those
No.
injuries? Were you telling law enforcement to please document your injuries?
Yes.
And when you got injuries from what?
Roger was grabbing on me, assaulting me.
And whenever you were able to bond out,
Yes.
did you make sure those injuries were documented?
Yes.
And who caused those injuries?
Roger Clark.
Okay, thank you.
Any recross?
No, Judge.
No? All right, Ms. Clark, you can leave all the papers there. If you'd step down, you can return back to where you've been sitting next to Mr. Schardt. Mr. Schardt, any other witnesses?
No.
All right.
So the state's going to call, they're going to put on their case in chief, but that's the end of the defense's presentation for the purpose of this immunity hearing. And remember, the standard here is preponderance of the evidence. Did Tamika Clark act in self-defense? And my opinion is when we get this ruling, I expect that Judge McBurney will let this proceed to trial. But watching all of this play out, I'm curious what a jury will do. I do think it'll get to a jury, but I think once you put it in a jury's hands, you know, it's going to become a how much weight are we going to give the state's theory that not only was Miss Clark fleeing the scene, but that even when she was away from the physical proximity of the residence, she's on the highway, she's about to be at this off-ramp where she crashes into the guardrail, there's sirens behind her, and at that point in time, she's accelerating. I think it was not good for her to say that she wasn't speeding the whole time, but somehow before she hits this guardrail, she starts speeding. And at that point in time, she's given some acknowledgement that she thinks the police were behind her. So I thought the most damning thing out of all of this is she slipped up, and there was a pause before she said it. She answered the question, pause, and then added that in. And she says, I wasn't speeding the whole time. That's when I sped up. Well, why did you speed up after you just acknowledged that you believe the police were behind you? So if the state harps on that, I think that could resonate with a lot of jurors. On the flip side, and something that we didn't hear too much from Tamika's testimony because it's not going to come in through Tamika, they're going to have another witness testify to it at trial. But we heard about it through the preliminary hearing. We read the transcript of that hearing at the beginning of the stream, and Roderick didn't die right away. He wasn't immobilized right away, seemingly. He was shot in the abdomen. One of the two, there are two casings found. He was shot one time in the abdomen. He was bleeding, but he survived for 51 hours. And he's taken to Grady Hospital, which does not have a stellar reputation from what I've heard. He has surgery, and he's alive until the 23rd. The shooting happened at 12:06-ish. That's when they get the 911 dispatch call on December 21st. And his time of death is like 3:40 a.m. on December 23rd. So this idea that he didn't die right away gives some weight to the story that Tamika's saying, where I got free, but he was still walking around the house. And then I saw his gun. That's when I grabbed his gun to shoot him. And I just tried to run out of there. I tried to knock on a door. I didn't know where my phone was. And I just booked it out of there and started driving away. Now, that would seem bad if someone's dead and lifeless. But if someone isn't dead, that could make a lot more sense. And I think, for me, I think those are the two things that both sides are going to have to make their arguments on very strongly at a trial if this gets to a trial. But as far as the dynamic, she's admitting that, look, we were toxic. I would hit him too. I'm not going to say that I didn't. And there is this prior 404 character evidence. We looked at it at the beginning of the stream. And Aaron, Adventure Aaron, shared the filing. There was nothing on page 2. It was just like the wherefore we request that we can admit this information. But there was a prior, like a case number and everything. It ended up being null prost. But an incident with Omarion's mother, right? Omarion's mother, not Tamika. Different woman. She happens to be deceased. But there's a case that was null pros where it was alleged that Roderick strangled and assaulted her, this woman. And then there's other acts that we heard Tamika talk about, these prior occurrences where, you know, we're fighting over something, probably this Lisa/Lamont, and an argument ensues, and then it gets physical. One of the stories being she went to the hospital and had something done with her finger, and I would imagine Schardt will be able to put up some documentation of that hospital visit, whether the jury believes that the reason for the visit is what she told them at the time or Tamika's present day story. Who knows? But that seems like there's some evidence, some record of that trip to an injury to the finger that wasn't really a fracture, but maybe it was some swelling. She claimed she slammed it in the door, but it couldn't have been the bathroom door as claimed because there was no bathroom door. And maybe that seems outlandish, but when you see pictures of the house, it's like, well, maybe that actually makes sense. Another thing, how do you guys feel about a tussle scenario? If you were just listening in a bubble, you didn't see the pictures, you didn't hear any descriptions of these rooms, and you heard that somebody was tussling and said that they couldn't get away, or someone lost their grip, maybe that's how I got away. It's he said, she said. But for me, having a messy room, I think it makes it more possible that somebody who's on top of somebody could lose their footing, could trip, could stumble. And a scenario where somebody's able to get up off the ground is more possible just because the person who's on top just can't get a stable 2 feet on the ground. So I think the mess of the house is very important context. I think it was very important to see the pictures of the room. I listened to a little bit of this yesterday, but I wasn't looking at the screen. So this was kind of a first impression for me to see what this bedroom looked like. And imagining fighting in there, first of all, any push, you could fall and hit your head and get seriously hurt because there's just so much going on in that room. But second, I think it makes the stability of the footing a lot less stable. So there's a lot here, guys. I mean, I think there's weight to her stories, her experience. I do believe that this was a relationship where things weren't so good. It did get physical. There were fights. There were some control issues. I'm not sure if I'm fully convinced that the force was proportionate on the day of the shooting. But I'm open-minded, and for me not to be sure, it's at trial, it would be the defense's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was not acting in self-defense. So a lot to see here. And of course, open to everything about whatever you guys think. You guys have been sharing your thoughts, and I appreciate that. Yeah, Sean thinks she'll walk free because of that history of abuse. I think that's important information. And again, Schardt put the state on notice that he has evidence. He wants to be able to proffer something that will show that Tamika was aware of the prior case against his ex-wife. So they have some evidence that she was aware and would have that on her mind as the events of December 21st were folding out. Gotta think she's going down. And I would imagine that probably weighs heavily on this, what the state is saying, you flee the scene. And then you continue to evade police. Even when you're away from the proximity of the house, you're out of the driveway, you're down the road, you're down many roads, and the sirens are behind you. You know it's police. They're in their marked cars, and yet you still choose not to stop. So I agree, everything matters. Wait, Adventure Aaron, is there something different than it was like 4 incidents on the... Because even when I opened it, I only saw like 4 instances noted. This is what we were looking at earlier, guys. Aaron has the full thing without the watermark. But we looked, it was these 4. The first one is related to the ex-partner. And then the other 3 are prior difficulties involving Tamika. And then the second page was, you know, just like this closeout. So was there something other than this one, or I might be jumping in late? Sunshine for you. Thanks for the 2. Says thanks for another interesting case. Hey, this one's all because Factual Lie was like, hey, McBurney has Max Schardt has an immunity hearing in front of McBurney, right? The trifecta of things that are interesting. You got a judge that asks lots of questions. You've got an attorney that we remember well from YSL. And you've got an immunity, which I think is just an interesting type of proceeding, generally speaking. Thanks for the 2 and hanging out. Let's see. Yes, Trikisha here, thanking Factual Lie for bringing this one up. Hey, Defense Diaries. Pretend you're defending Miss Tamika Clark here. I think Max is doing a good job. I think the prosecutor is, you know, I don't have any issues with this prosecutor. You guys know that I would say so. In general, right? Not really a particularity thing for the individuals here, but we are getting that role reversal that I talk about. You know, here it's Tamika Clark, who's the defendant. And it's the defense attorney saying, hey, the other person was the abuser. And the prosecution here is playing the role of, you weren't being abused. You stepped beyond your bounds. You took this too far. So we have that role reversal going on. Which again, I always think is interesting. God's Devil Dog does not think it was self-defense. Oh, that's an interesting detail. Michael says if the police found her gun on the bed, then I think that she will get off not guilty. So the idea that, you know, her testimony is that when she escapes, she runs into this other room that kind of looks like a garage, but it's just a room. And while she's in there, he comes in there and he has a gun in his hand that he puts down to start grabbing her with both of his hands. And she's ultimately able to get free and grab that gun. And that's, according to her testimony, the gun that she uses to shoot him with. and then will leave the house with when she gets into the car, backs out of the driveway, and starts driving. So the idea that she doesn't have her own gun, she has his gun, maybe that adds some credibility to the claim that he came at me with the gun. I just happened to be able to get it and shoot him first before it was too late. I also think it's helpful that she didn't shoot him multiple times. She didn't shoot him in the head. I know that shots can be fatal even if they're not head or chest shots. And we know that he ultimately ended up dying 3 days later from this abdomen shot. But I still think it could be a difference maker that she wasn't just unloading on him, and that it wasn't execution style shooting. Could be important as well. So, let's see. Yeah, happily angry lawyers here for the suit. Good to see you as always. And let's see what the state presents here, guys.
Ms. Willingham, Mr. Johnson, I think, is still in the breakout room. I can check. I sent him a little text when we took a break to say, don't panic, we haven't forgotten about you. Do you plan on calling any witnesses?
Yes, I plan to call Mr. Johnson and Investigator Cousins now.
Good, because she's been sitting here the whole time trying to hang on. I'm calling in any order you want.
I'll go ahead and do Mr. Johnson first.
All right, let's see if we can find him.
And also, I think another helpful thing, it doesn't seem like from what we read at the prelim that they could discern where the shooting occurred, which suggests that there isn't blood in the bedroom. I think it's very helpful for the story that Tamika is telling on the stand. You know, if she was claiming that it started in the bedroom, I got free, we moved, and then he brought a gun into the other room where I'd run into, and I got a hold of that gun, and then I had to shoot him. It wouldn't make sense if the blood was in the bedroom unless he was moving around, and someone could suggest he was able to move around. But for there to be, it seems like no blood in the bedroom supports the story that the shooting didn't occur in the bedroom. It must have happened somewhere else.
Should I text him?
Yeah, I can't. He should be back, but he's not showing up.
All right, we'll jump till he gets up.
Hold on.
Okay.
One second. Trying to refresh it. I think it's working.
There you are. Yeah, you just appeared. Let me get you on the screen. There you are. All right.
Hi.
Very much appreciate your patience. You've been called as a witness by the state in this matter. Deputy Gordon, who needs to move over a little bit, there he is. He's going to swear you in. He's the bailiff in this courtroom. Once you're under oath, Ms. Willingham, the prosecutor, has some questions for you, and then we'll see if Ms. Clark has any questions for you, okay? Through her lawyer. All right.
You can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Below your hand, state and spell your name for the record.
Joseph Johnson.
Ms. Willingham?
Judge, if it's all right, since he's on.
Yeah, let's get you there. He can see you more clearly that way.
Perfect.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Johnson. So how long have you known, or had you known Mr. Roderick Clark?
Since probably about 2014.
And how did you know him?
The neighbor across the street.
Okay. And you lived next door to him, or as a neighbor to him since 2014?
Correct.
Okay. And did you know Miss Tamika Clark?
Yeah, I knew her as his wife. Yeah.
And did you see them together at all?
Often. Yeah. I mean, I work from home, and I have a really big bay window, so I could see pretty much everything. I'd take walks a couple times a day with the dog. So it was pretty much either every other day, everyday occurrence. You'd see him leave for work or come back, but it was often.
And when you would see them, what did their interactions appear to be?
Usually the most times it would be either after work. I think they would ride together to work or be picked up together. Usually it was them hopping out of the car, they'd be talking, or they would be, coming to the car to go to work, or they'd be leaving on the weekends to do something. I mean, sometimes I'd see Rod in the yard, cutting the grass or working on the truck, or, his motorcycle, or, things of that nature.
And so they always appeared to be getting along?
Oh, no, usually, yeah. Occasionally you would see, a little bit of an argument here, or you'd see, you could see a disagreement of some sort, just from looking over and seeing. You could easily tell that, like most married couples, you could see something happening, but it wasn't every day.
And were those disagreements always just verbal?
They were usually always verbal. There was only one time that it was more of a physical altercation.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to ask you to tell me about that time.
It was an incident. As I recall, I just got finished cutting my grass. I had borrowed Rod's lawnmower. I had an electric one, and I had a little bit of a mishap. I cut the cord, and I saw both of them by the pickup truck. As I recall, it was a Saturday, and Tamika had Rod up against the truck, and she physically had him up against the truck.
And did they appear to be playing, or did it appear, when you say she had him physically up against the truck, what do you mean by that?
There was some confrontation. It was an argument of some sort that had gotten more than just verbal.
Okay. And from what you could see, she was the one being physical with him, correct?
Correct. That's correct. I mean, he was very upset. I mean,
Can you describe, Mr. Johnson, the relative size of the two people? I've met Ms. Clark. She's been here in court. I've never met Mr. Clark. Was one person markedly larger, taller, heavier than the other? Are they similar?
Well, Tamika was a little bit larger than Roderick. Roderick was kind of a smaller stature gentleman. I'm 5'9", and I was, I guess he was a little bit shorter than me. But I mean, he definitely was of a smaller stature.
Okay.
And after you saw Tamika being physical with Roderick, what did you see him do?
Well, at that point, they were just talking for a few moments after that, and I guess they moved whatever disagreement or conversation into the house. Tamika walked in first, and Rod walked in after, at the same time, though, and that was it. I don't know how, what happened after that. I think I waited to return the lawnmower later, and I just put it around in front of Rod's old truck. He had it kind of sitting there between two tables in his old motorcycle, and I just got. No, okay, go ahead. I'm
sorry. I think you froze for like 2 seconds. What were you saying?
No, I had taken the lawnmower back, and I could hear arguing in the house. When you put the lawnmower in the little carport area, you kind of have the houses right there next to it. So I could still hear some arguing going on, but I don't know what it was about. I didn't really stay for more than a couple of seconds. I just kind of walked right back across the street.
And do you recall when that incident was?
It was within the last, well, not counting this year or last year, it was in the previous 2 years.
About how long would you say, how much time it passed between that incident and Roderick's death?
I would say it was in the same year. Okay. If I was cutting the grass or I was doing something that had to have been late part of August, maybe September, and it wasn't any later than October. But I definitely was using Rod's lawnmower on a regular. So it had to have been around that time.
Okay. And directing your attention to December 20th of 2024, were you at home that day?
Yes, I was at home.
And did you by chance see Roderick and Tamika that day?
I did. I saw, as I recall, Rod was on the telephone. He was on the front yard. He had a kind of a small yard between the little curb and there's a little fence right behind him. Maybe like a 6 or 8 foot, range. Wasn't really far. I'd waved over to him. I'd planned on going over and talking to him for a quick second, but he was on the phone. So I just kind of, stayed in the house for a couple of minutes. And that was the last time that I saw him.
Okay. And did you stay home the rest of that night?
As I recall, yeah, I was home that evening. Until, pretty much everything went down. Yeah. I never left the house that evening. I don't recall.
And when you say when everything went down, what are you referring to?
It was nighttime, as I recall. I was downstairs, and again, my house has a lot of glass. The house downstairs is glass. So I was downstairs. I was watching TV or a movie or something, and I remember falling asleep to it. And the TV had gone off. Everything, it's pitch black dark. And I was stumbled awake because my back porch, someone had ran behind my back porch and was banging on the windows. I didn't know, I didn't know what's going on. I was kind of freaking out. But I couldn't turn the lights on. I had to get up and walk all the way down, turn the lights on. So once I'd done that, I realized that it was Omarion, Rod's son, and he was banging like crazy. And then that's when he told me what had happened. Opened up the door. I was like, "Hey, come on in." Probably he was cut or bleeding or something. And he and I were standing talking. My downstairs there, it's really small, 700 square feet, and we walked up the windows out, and that's when I heard the police cars. I guess turned out the two of them. Saw Tamika driving.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part? You saw Tamika driving?
Yeah, she had hopped in the car and was driving away as the police officers were approaching.
Okay. But the police officers were approaching as you saw her driving away, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Schardt, do you have questions for Mr. Johnson?
All right, so real quick there, right? We get this little tidbit that the arguments, he would see almost always verbal, he would say. There was this one time where he saw what seemed to be a heated confrontation, not just playing around. Tamika has Roderick up against a truck during a physical argument. And not only is that important, who's horse playing with who or who's getting physical with a partner, but also the size difference. Because a critical part, someone can have a prior physical instance where Tamika's the one doing something, but that doesn't mean that she's not a victim on the 20th, 21st of December. But the issue, I think a critical detail, is we know that she's bigger than Roderick. It's easier for her to handle him. So if we take that context and apply it to the testimony that we heard from Tamika, how do we take in this information that while in the bedroom, he had me pinned down and I couldn't get up, I couldn't move? And then when we moved to another room, he had me by both sides of the arms. He was like really, really grabbing me. That detail that there was this prior physical altercation isn't just, hey, there was a history where Tamika might have been the one that got physical and was the aggressor. It also gives us some stature context. And do we feel differently? Do we feel the same about Tamika's testimony that he was overpowering her, he was too strong until she just happened to get up out of there? Right? So there's two reasons why that testimony, I think the state wanted to bring that in. So far, good witness for the state.
Just a few.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. I hope you're good as well. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
Can you slide a little bit that way so we can see you?
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I can see you perfectly
There
now.
you go. So you observed the police arriving that night, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And when you're saying Tamika drove by the police in the car, the police hadn't arrived by the time Tamika had started driving, had they?
As I recall, yeah, they pulled up. They were right there. Yeah, like they were trying to stop her from physically driving. Like they had already pulled up.
Uh-oh.
Did they? I guess what I'm asking is, did they pass each other on the road?
Well, she was driving away from them. Yeah. So, and directly in front of my house, my driveway is to the right-hand side. Rod's driveway is maybe, I would say, diagonally across, but it wasn't far. It was, pretty close. And she parked in the driveway. Or he parked in the driveway. I don't know who parked in the driveway. But as she pulled out, the police were physically right there. They were already there. They were honking their horns. I think the lights were on, if I recall, And I just remember she took off, and then one of the police officers, I think, tried backing up abruptly. There was two of them there, as I recall, and took off after her.
Okay, right. But what I'm trying to clarify here, you're not saying that Tamika was out of her car, going to her car, right? With police officers there, trying to keep her there.
Don't speak over each other. Let Mr. Schardt finish the question, and then you'll get to explain.
You're not saying that she was like breaking through the police to get to her car. Are you?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so they, from your vantage point, Ms. Clark's first interaction, we'll call it an interaction with the police, she was already driving the car.
As I recall, yes, she was already backing out of the driveway as they were approaching, and the very first police car, as I recall, had to move out of the way. And when that police car moved out of the way, because I mean it's a narrow street, she drove past that police car and then drove past another police car, which was behind that one. And at that point, the police car started to turn around and go after her.
So when you're saying she drove past a police car, they were traveling in different directions. Initially, when you said they drove past each other.
Well, yeah, she had just backed out of the driveway in the same 3 seconds that a police car pulled up, and then the second police car was behind.
Gotcha. Okay. You didn't observe. I know that you talked about something that you believe happened in summer of 2024. You didn't observe any interactions between Tamika and Roderick on December 20th of 2024, did you?
It's a good question. As I recall, when I saw Rod for the last time, they had just pulled into the house. They had just drove in and parked. Rod had hopped out. He was on his phone, I just remember seeing Rod in the front yard. He was on his phone, and I think that they had just gotten home.
And what time would this have been?
It was the late afternoon.
If you remember.
Late afternoon, early evening. It wasn't, it was after 5.
Okay. Have you ever been inside their house?
Yeah.
How many times?
Well, I don't know.
How often would you go inside their house?
That was very rare. It was the very first time, as I recall, that I went in was it was years prior, probably 2015 or 16 or 17. It was probably 15. I remember I had an issue with one of my cars, and Rod had offered to fix it. And as I recall, I knocked on the door. He was standing there like usual. He went in, grabbed something. I came in for a second. I was as soon as you walk in the front door for a moment, and then came back out. But I'd gone over to the house probably. I can't say how many times I'd gone over it. It was quite a few times, but I wasn't in the house on a regular.
Okay, you weren't in the house on a regular basis. Okay.
Correct.
And were you inside the house at all, the house being Roderick's house, on December 20th of 2024?
No.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Johnson, thank you so much for sticking with us. You are done. You're welcome to stay on the Zoom session if you want to, but you are also excused if you would like to go back to living your life.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity. I just go from there.
Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, and with that wrapping up that witness, Adventure Aaron had shared pictures, and they look like they're from 2 different points in time just because the facial hair is different and maybe the size is a bit different. But we have 2 pictures here of Roderick Clark. You could see he's a sports fan. And then another one where this one in this stature, he looks quite a bit smaller based on this picture. This one, I don't know. Harder to tell. Looks like he might be a bit more built up here. This one looks kind of smaller in stature. And again, it's a relevant issue because there's claims that he was able to overpower her, hold her down, even if he's smaller. Maybe he has more strength because, he's a man. Biologically, he's got better upper body strength. But then there's also the intoxication, although we don't really have evidence on the record yet about what, if any, intoxication levels were in play. We just kind of heard that there's some testimony that they'd been drinking that night. And we also heard through the preliminary hearing that according to the deputy who testified at the preliminary, Tamika herself made an excited utterance after the car crash to law enforcement that she was intoxicated. So that's kind of where we are. We don't really have blood alcohol level testing. Maybe there is and it hasn't come into evidence yet, but it's just kind of just like a vague mention. So great context there to see the who's who. And next witness.
Ms. Willingham, next witness.
Investigator Cousins.
If you will come to the witness stand, please.
Do swear affirm that testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Go ahead, proceed. Please state your name, correct?
It's Investigator Teshika, Teshika, last name Cousin, Cousin.
Good afternoon, Investigator Cousins.
Good afternoon.
Where are you employed?
At the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office
And how long have you been there?
since March 9th of 2026.
And where were you employed before that?
College Park Police Department,
And how long were you there?
4.5 years.
What was your role there?
When I left there, I was a detective in the Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay. And what type of cases did you handle?
Pretty much everything. We didn't have a specific crime that we was assigned to. So sexual assaults, rapes, murders, ag assaults, theft of vehicles, theft articles, pretty much everything.
And was that your role in December of 2024?
Yes. And
How did you become involved in this case?
I was the on-call detective. When the call came out, I was contacted by my sergeant, Pogrzelski, who advised that we had a person shot, and that I needed to go to the scene to investigate what took place.
Can you spell for the court reporter your sergeant's last name?
Thank you, Judge.
P
Best.
Pogrelski.
Is that close?
I was gonna say.
Like my help? Yes. According to the report, it's POGORZELSKI.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, I
All right,
forgot
pretty
to see.
close. A minus. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part one more time?
I was contacted by him to go out to the person shot call and investigate the incident that occurred
And where was that incident at?
at 3467 Princeton Ave.
Is that in
Victoria Street. I'm sorry. It's been so long since I've looked at the case.
And what city is that in?
College Park.
Is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
And when you got there, what did you find?
When I got there, only person that was there was the responding officer, which was Officer Ellis. The victim was gone, and nobody else was there. No other EMS or anything else.
And did you walk through the home at all?
Before I did, I got a search warrant, and once I got the search warrant, me and the crime scene tech did go through the house.
And can you just humor me for a bit? Have you ever had chitterlings?
I have.
And do you know what they smell like?
Yes.
When you arrived at the home, could you smell chitlins?
No.
Do chitlins smell only when they're cooked, or do they smell before they're cooked and they're being prepared with scissors or whatever
Look
one
at
does to
Max.
prepare chitlins?
Look at Max's face with McBurney's question. Look at the witness.
Yes.
When you
Oh,
arrived
Lord.
at the home, could you smell chitlins?
No.
Do chitlins smell only when they're cooked, or do they smell before they're cooked and they're being prepared with scissors or whatever one does to prepare chitlins?
Both, because it depends on how they're cleaned. So if you don't clean them properly, then they're going to smell.
Okay.
If you clean them with, some people clean them with bleach, then you wouldn't smell them.
Okay. But there is an aroma or odor associated with uncooked chitlins.
Correct.
As well as cooked, and you smelled neither.
Correct.
And did you see any chitlins in the home at all?
No.
Oh,
Um,
oh, this is not good because that is unmistakable. Unmistakable. The smell of chitlins. I don't know. Is there a way to like completely do away with it if you were just preparing them?
after you left the home, what did you do?
After I left the home, I went to the hospital to get an update on the victim. When I got to the hospital, they said that he was in surgery and he was unavailable to speak with me. Once I realized that he was unavailable, I did end up
Can't wait for
meeting up
Cross.
with his son Omarion who was still at the hospital as well.
And I'm sorry, let's go back to the home just a little bit. Did you say crime scene had already been there when you went?
Crime scene tech, she was waiting on me to obtain a search warrant before she made entry.
Okay. And once you obtained the search warrant, did you all go through the home?
She took pictures of the front of the location first, and then as we made entry, she took her pictures, and then we started going through and noticing different evidence.
And do you recall if any evidence was collected from the scene?
Yes.
Were there any shell casings collected?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
If I can recall, 2.
Were there any firearms collected from the scene?
Yes.
Okay, and let's go back to, you spoke with the son. Do you recall his name?
Omarion, Clark.
Okay, and did you speak with anyone else?
After I spoke with Omarion Clark, I didn't speak with anybody else because I was still waiting on, Mr. Roderick to get out of surgery.
Okay, and based on what you learned from Omarion, what did you decide to do?
After speaking with him, I basically did my protocol as far as doing the investigations and making sure all the evidence was collected. I then attempted to obtain information from Ms. Clark to reach out to her.
And when do you recall charging Ms. Clark?
I didn't charge Ms. Clark until after I was advised that Mr. Roderick Clark had passed away.
And why didn't you charge her before that? Was there not a charge that you could have done?
It could have been aggravated assault, but in the process, I was doing my investigation, so I hadn't did anything except for the investigation portion. And
Outside of Mr. Clark's passing, what other information made you determine you needed to go ahead and charge?
After speaking with Omarion, I took his statement in account, and then I reviewed all of the officers' body cameras on scene once they made contact with Ms. Clark.
And from that together, you were able to determine that you should charge Ms. Clark?
Yes.
And is there anything else you recall that you believe the judge should know?
Mm,
I'm gonna object, baby.
not at the moment.
We're given that answer. I'll overrule you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
Investigator cousin, or what's your title now?
Investigator.
Oh, still investigator. Okay,
I was
investigator.
detective then, now I'm investigator.
Gotcha. Max Schardt, I represent Tamika Clark, okay?
Mhm.
All right, that night, crime scene tech Jolly, was it?
Yes.
Was waiting for you to arrive at the scene.
Yes.
Okay. You entered home?
We both did.
Fair to say that the home was very cluttered?
Yes.
It was not a pleasant place to be?
Yes.
Okay. Did you note certain rooms missing doors?
Yes.
Bathroom didn't even have a door to it?
Yes.
Was had some sort of tarp or curtain, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. How long total were you in the house?
We was in there for a couple hours because Jolly had crime team Jolly Tech had to take pictures of majority of all the rooms of all the evidence that was there. We went through to make sure we wasn't missing anything. So we was probably there for maybe, I'm gonna say anywhere from 4 to 5 hours.
Did you have the body cameras on the whole time?
Yes.
So it would be the length that you were there would be all be captured on body cam.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you reviewed your body camera recently to see how long?
No, sir. I don't have access to it.
Okay. You said that there was a firearm collected
Yes.
from the house.
Yes.
Okay. What type of firearm?
It was a 357. There were actually two. There was one that was on the bed, and then there was one that the officers collected from Mrs. Clark that they brought back.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
From the car.
Yes.
Okay. You weren't involved in that collection.
No.
Okay. I want to talk about the one that was in the house.
Okay.
They were both 350. Well, both guns were 357s. Right?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about the 357 that was in the house.
Okay.
Okay. Where was it located?
On the bed.
Okay. And did it have a serial number?
Yes.
And I don't need to know the serial number right now. I don't expect you to remember it. But did you ever use that serial number to determine who was the purchaser and or owner of that gun?
I do recall sending it off, but I don't know if I got the results back from ATF.
Like a gun trace?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And how about the 357 that was located in the car? Did you ever determine who the purchaser owner of that gun is?
I honestly can't even say I remember. Like I said, it was sent off as well.
Speculate.
Okay.
So it just if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't.
I don't recall it at the moment.
The shell casings collected at the scene. Were there any projectiles collected at the scene?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Were there any projectiles collected at the scene?
There was one, and it was located in the bedroom.
And would you agree that there was also a hole in the wall going through the bedroom wall?
Yes.
As an investigator, that would indicate to you that the shot was not in the bedroom.
I mean, I have no idea what you mean. Say it.
Okay.
Did you not investigate
It sounds like a
this?
bullet went through the wall of the bedroom and ended up in the bedroom.
I don't think from when we was looking at it, the shell casing with the projectile was found behind the bed as if it had ricocheted off the wall.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly. We didn't see any holes like it was coming from the living room area.
Look at Max.
The whole, okay, and maybe Mr. Schardt has some photos here, but what you're saying is where the projectile was found and where shell casings were found don't lead you to think that there was a shot fired from outside the bedroom, through the bedroom wall, into the bedroom.
Correct.
Okay. So the hole in the wall suggested that then there was a shot fired from in the bedroom?
Yes.
Through the bedroom wall to wherever that projectile went?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Why would you? And maybe it wasn't like maybe she was cleaning them way earlier in the day, house aired out. Although I just find it hard to believe.
Do you have any indication of whether
Based on, and I'll rewind the question so we don't miss it. But based on the way the rest of the house looked, I'm just not that confident that I imagine this cleaning process was all that thorough. So it's Tamika's testimony that she was actively cleaning chitlins, and was even like turning music up to tune out some of this argument and bickering, right? So this is already close in time to the escalation of events. And if things happen suddenly, I also don't imagine that you put things away and have time to clean things up, let alone it doesn't seem to be the most clean as you go household, but maybe cooking's different than how we keep the master bedroom, right? 2 different rooms could be kept 2 different ways. But for the detective to go in there, the investigator to go in there and say, I didn't smell it at all, I didn't see it at all, that was kind of like, uh-oh to me. But then we're also not paying attention to a hole in a wall. So maybe this investigator wasn't thinking anything, disregarded a bad smell because she was there to figure out why somebody was sitting bleeding, because Roderick was still alive and needed aid. So maybe her sensory, she just doesn't remember even smelling something, and there was actually a smell. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what I think about the chitlins thing, but I just don't picture this being a scenario where if there were chitlins in play close in time to this, that the smell would have been gone. But I can also see why this investigator might have missed it if she missed important details like a possible bullet hole from another room. So we'll see. Here's Mac's question. Also, big thank you here. We had Chrissy says, thank you, Kat. Whenever I'm confused, I tune into you. Hey, sometimes I'm confused too, so we're all in this together. So thank you so much for the super, and always good to see you. Bittersweets, thank you for being a member. 18 months. Says sincerely, thanks for another great trial. So immunity hearing that we're watching now, but trial, if there's a trial, is set to start June 1st. So hope we can all stay together and continue watching this, because it's kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot.
Do you have any indication of whether that projectile was from an incident that occurred on December 20th of 2024, or if it wasn't?
I don't.
And where was it located?
Behind the bed.
Behind the bed. Did you have to move the bed to see it?
No. The way that the bed was set up when we went in, we looked, like I said, we looked around the room, and as she was taking pictures, we noticed it on the floor behind the bed. Like, because when you walk into the room, the bed was like right here, so it was literally right behind the bed.
Was there various debris along with that projectile behind the bed?
I honestly cannot say if I remember or not.
Okay.
And when we're saying projectile, you're not talking about a cartridge, an unspent bullet. And it's not a shell casing, it's the bullet part.
Like the Schardt.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't, I'm not going to attempt to admit this photograph, but I would ask if I could, would seeing a photograph of this area refresh your recollection about?
Looks like I haven't seen anything.
Yep, Roderick ended up dying about 51 hours later
Did you have
after
photos that area where
surgery
the projectile was found?
at Grady
So
Hospital.
it was found to the right of where that number 3 is. because number 3 is the phone itself, but it was found to the right of that.
Okay, and that's behind the bed?
Yes,
Are there various objects behind the bed?
yes.
Okay. Was there some sort of medicine bottle with some sort of blue syrup or something behind the bed?
Yes,
Okay, and all those things were found in the same area as projectile?
yes.
And do you have any way to say whether that projectile was related to this incident or not?
No.
Okay, and did you ever find any of Mr. Clark's DNA on that projectile or anything like that?
We didn't even have it tested.
Okay, and there were 2 shell casings that were collected. Are you aware of what caliber those shell casings are?
I can't say that I remember.
Okay, do you have any indication whether those shell casings, one of the shell casings was found in the porch, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it was underneath various,
It wasn't underneath anything. It was laying. Like, soon as you come up on the porch, you could see the actual shell casing.
was it surrounded by different boxes and things like that were on
Yes.
the porch? Okay, do you have any way to say when that shell casing was ejected from a gun?
No, sir.
Okay, could have been December 20th, 2024? Could have been?
It could have.
Could have been previous to that?
It could have.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Investigator Cousin, thank you for your time.
What?
Appreciate it. Ms. Willingham, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, any rebuttal?
No.
Okay, then the record is closed. Do you all want to make some argument? And if so, do you want to take a quick break before we do that? We've been going another couple hours, but I'm good either way. I can't speak for Ms. Rivers, but she'll interject if she needs a break. As in, you're ready, or you don't have anything you want to say?
Oh, no, I have a few things I want to say.
Okay. Ms. Rivers, you okay if we go straight into argument, or do you want to take a quick break?
I'm ready.
That's what matters.
All right, so they're going to go straight into argument here. There is one other thing that I think is kind of interesting context, and maybe it's changed since in the last few months, but when we watched the Cordera Tewitt trial last year, it was also in front of McBurney. The chat had pointed out, because there was an issue, there was a pink firearm found near the body of the victim. The victim's romantic partner, will say, testify that the gun belonged to her, but they didn't test for any fingerprints or anything like that. And the chat had pointed out that GBI has a policy relating to trying to cut down on budget expenditure for testing, that when there's a victim in a case that's deceased and a firearm is found on or near their person, and that firearm can be reasonably tied as being in the possession of that person, like it's registered to them or it's something that was in their household, that they won't bother testing it. And if that's still in play, I think that's such a crappy thing to not expend resources on. I understand that if people are in the same house, it's likely that there could be explanations why their fingerprints would be on different firearms in the house, even if they acted lawfully that evening or didn't touch the gun at all that evening. But why not even try to do the testing? I think it's a kind of an asinine thing to restrict the budget on, because if you don't do the testing, it's difficult to go back and suddenly recreate the scene and retest things if you don't do it right away. So learning about that kind of blew my mind a little bit, but that is what I learned last year about Georgia GBI and what gets sent for testing or not when it comes to like fingerprint and DNA swabs for firearms when there's a deceased victim and the firearm can reasonably be tied to that person. So getting into arguments here.
So, Mr. Schardt, when you're ready.
Famous word for a defense attorney. I'm going to try to be brief.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to pull up.
Was he going to show us something?
Okay, so, Your Honor, we have brought this immunity motion, obviously, under 16.324.2. 16.324 is self-defense. I think we all know what is required, needs to be reasonable. Apprehension, there needs to be apprehension of serious bodily injury, prevention of a forcible felony, or apprehension of death. And the burden is on the defense in this immunity motion to make our case by preponderance of the evidence.
Yep, it's on. So, God's Devil Dog, this might be general information. Some states do have this burden, but here in Georgia, the burden for this type of immunity hearing in Georgia, the burden is on the defense to prove to the preponderance of the evidence more likely than not standard. But other states work.
What we have here, and we have never attempted to portray this as exceptionally one-sided as far as the history of Mr. Clark and Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark has come to court today, acknowledged that, well, she said she loved her husband. There were good times in the marriage, but there were times of domestic violence. She didn't get up here and try to tell you that it's happened every day or even every week. She didn't try to tell you that Roderick Clark didn't have his good qualities as well as his challenges. She didn't try to tell you that she was completely blameless in the problems in their marriage. She acknowledged as the relationship worsened, turned into alcohol, becoming an alcoholic. She acknowledged there were times where Mr. Clark would call her names and say nasty things to her, and she would lash out. She would throw things at him. She acknowledged her own infidelity as her marriage became more and more challenging. She acknowledged being at odds with Omarion as Omarion grew older. She's acknowledged all these things. But what she did also tell us is there were times leading up to December 20th of 2024, where Mr. Clark was particularly violent with her. We have a picture of her with a swollen face. We have the testimony of when Mr. Clark realized, probably something he already suspected if he's checking her phone, but realized and got proof that she was being unfaithful. And she told us how he reacted. How he left visible injuries on her face and how she called into MARTA the next day. She told us about meeting up with Lamont at the Marriott Marquis.
Lisa.
And we went through the receipt and the fact that they met up there and about returning home and how this was the first time because Mr. Clark had been controlling. And this has been the first time in her, what now had become a violent, unhappy marriage, that she had spent the night somewhere else, and about how he reacted when he came home. And Your Honor, this is stuff that we see often, and this is the type of thing where the state presents expert witness all the time about this stuff. We have medical records of Ms. Clark not calling the police that night, not trying to get the man that she loves in trouble, trying to stick it out, but of her going a couple weeks later when the pain doesn't subside, where she thinks that Mr. Clark, and think about what he was doing, ripping off her wedding ring, and about how she became concerned that this was a fracture, and about what the nurses asked her and the doctors asked her, and how she says, "Oh, I slammed my hand in the bathroom door," something that we know is impossible. But why did she say that? Because that's what women in Ms. Clark's situation often do, and we know that from our experience. And she continued to try to work things out in a relationship, and eventually she dropped her relationship with Lamont. But we also heard about some of the challenges that Mr. Clark was facing. No one's trying to say bad things about Mr. Clark or embarrass Mr. Clark, but he had some things going on, the house, the finances, the ED, where he's struggling with things. And Ms. Clark testified about the effect those things had on him and how he became more and more controlling and more angry. And he was a drinker too. So there was a series of back and forth between these two individuals. And Mr. Johnson, he testified that one time he saw them outside, and from his perception, Ms. Clark may have been a little more aggressive towards Mr. Clark. And that's fine. And that very well may have been the case that day. But what we have to consider is what happened within those walls on Victoria Street
Those
on December
incomplete
20th,
walls.
2024. Omarion was in the house. He heard the arguing. He doesn't like my client. I mean, that's clear, and I'm sure he misses his father. And this is tragic for Omarion. But he was in the house that day. He did not see what happened. But he did hear things. And he heard Miss Clark, he heard his father yelling out for help, and Miss Clark saying, "You need to get off me if you want me to help." Well, why is Mr. Clark on Mrs. Clark? Why is he on top of her? We have Ms. Clark's testimony about how she was preparing food. I don't think the answer to this case is whether someone smelled chitlins or how well Ms. Clark cleaned the chitlins or anything else. There's nothing that's added to this case by Ms. Clark bringing up chitlins other than the fact that she was cleaning chitlins in the kitchen.
He called me out.
We
He
have
said it doesn't
Mr.
matter.
Clark in a manner that was consistent with his insecurities at that time, beginning to challenge Miss Clark about what she's doing in the bedroom. I mean, excuse me, in the kitchen. Both are drinking. And, Miss Clark may have got a little sassy with him, may not have. I don't know. But he became more and more upset, and he came out again and challenged her again. She turns up the radio, and they're going back and forth. But at some point, she knows at that point she's not cheating, and she wants to just end this nonsense going back and forth. She goes into the bedroom, and we heard about him grabbing her and confronting her and sticking his finger right in her nose. And Miss Clark acknowledged, "Yeah, I grabbed the glasses off his face and I threw them, replaced them." She can't quite remember, but she didn't need to acknowledge that. She could have left that out. But that's what happened. And
Was that like a Shetland
we heard
truth
about
up the nose?
Ms. Clark decided she's going to go to the store, to Chevron, so she can play lotto. And she grabs her gun. Her gun. Not the gun that was used in this case. And she's trying to walk out the room, and she can't get by Mr. Clark, who grabs her, who throws her on the ground, who grabs her by the arms, squeezes tight, and throws her on the ground. Puts his knee at her upper chest and has her down there for some amount of time. Miss Clark remembers it's 4 minutes. I would submit to you it probably wasn't 4 minutes, but it probably seemed like 40 minutes to Miss Clark. Miss Clark had already put the gun on the bed. Miss Clark was candid. She wanted to get the gun at that point. She fears for her life at that point. She's being choked out. She fears for her life. She would love to get that gun at that point, but she's unable to get it. And I didn't really see the controversy over Miss Clark saying she got up. She said, "Mr. Clark let her up." I think when we're saying he let her loose, it's pretty clear that he didn't just let her loose with the two arms. He also lifted his knee off of her chest. And she was able to get up. So what does she do? Does she grab the gun at that point and shoot? No, she doesn't want to shoot Mr. Clark. She wants to get out of there. She's trying to avoid danger. So she runs past her own gun into the living room, trying to get to the front door. And she trips and falls, and Mr. Clark shows up with his firearm, which he keeps usually on the table or in the bed, according to Miss Clark, in the same bedroom. So Mr. Clark proceeds to put the gun down and grab Miss Clark and shake her and confront her and grab on her after just throwing her down on the ground and putting his knee inches from her throat and causing her to struggle to breathe causing her to fear for her life. Ms. Clark is able to break free and get to the nearest gun possible, which is the one that Mr. Clark introduced into the living room. She grabs a gun. What does she do? Does she fire at Mr. Clark at her earliest opportunity? No. She says, Roderick, leave me alone. Let me go. Let me be. And Roderick keeps coming after her, and goes and grabs her arms again and is squeezing and is manhandling her once again. Only minutes after having his knee on her upper chest. Ms. Clark doesn't deny shooting Mr. Clark. She didn't, and her testimony was that she never pointed the gun at Mr. Clark in all the lead up. But when Mr. Clark continues to grab her and is irate and will not leave her alone, she shoots. She remembers shooting once. She doesn't deny hitting Mr. Clark. She never denied that. She told the police that at the scene, or at the scene of the crash. Her testimony is that Mr. Clark did not fall from the gunshot. There was no blood from the gunshot. We didn't hear anything about blood from the detective, about a bunch of blood on the scene. And Mr. Clark continues to come at, and mind you, Your Honor, we also heard that Ms. Clark was not initially charged with murder, indicating that there was a delayed death. Mr. Clark was continued to come at her, grabbed her hands once again, and threw her down to the ground once again, this time putting his upper arm on her neck. And that's where he realizes, I think reality's starting to set in. He's realizing he's been shot. She's at this time learning that he's been shot. And he's simultaneously holding her down and asking for help. And eventually, I don't know, none of us really know if he let her up or he just became weaker. But Ms. Clark was able to free herself, was looking for her phone. There's been no evidence that her phone was found in the car. There's no evidence that she was arrested with her phone. She testified that she did not have her phone. And she runs out, well.
The phone, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the phone that the state ended up getting its hands on and has been extracted, what's your understanding of where that was found?
The residence.
In the house?
Yeah.
Okay.
According to the discovery.
That's what you got to go on.
Yeah. And she testifies that she's trying to get Omarion's attention to call 911 because she does want to get Mr. Clark help. Omarion corroborates that. Omarion's corroborated a couple things. First of all, that Mr. Clark was on Miss Clark, telling her to get him help, and she was saying, please get off of me. And he also corroborated that he heard knocking or banging or whatever it is on the door, which corroborates that she was trying to get Omarion to get help. She's unsuccessful and she's panicking. She hops in the car. She takes off. She has not denied that. We don't deny that the police were arriving at the time. We're just pointing out that that is a very difficult situation for Ms. Clark to be in. We'll also point out that she acknowledged that she was drinking that night. And there was a lot going on. And she probably, if she had had her phone and called me at that moment, I would say stay at the scene. That's not what she did, but that doesn't make her guilty. That doesn't mean she wasn't defending herself. She flees the scene. She ends up crashing the car. The police come to get her out of the car, and she's immediately acknowledging. And I should say one other thing. There's a pattern here also, Your Honor. She clearly depends a lot on her auntie, Ms. Pittman, and Moosey. That's where she goes. That's her safe place. That's the person who tells her what the smart thing to do is. The right thing to do. That's who gives her guidance. And that's who she's feeding to. She's not fleeing anyone. She's feeding to her safe haven so they can help her understand what to do next. And she didn't get there. But when the police arrive at the scene where the car crash is, they get out of the car and she's immediately acknowledging she shot her husband. She's not hiding that. She's acknowledging, well, she didn't remember. She acknowledged she had a gun, but they find the gun in the car. She doesn't hide it. And she's saying, he was choking me. And she's encouraging them to look at her body for injuries. I don't know, and this is kind of the scary thing about criminal defense. If she was charged with murder that day, she would have been in jail for, I don't know, a month, maybe seen a public defender at one point. Maybe they would have called me at one point. I would have been trying to figure out how the heck do I get into jail to photograph injuries, etc. But thankfully, that didn't happen in this case. She bonds out. Someone decides, hey, maybe we should take pictures of these injuries. These injuries aren't from a car crash. They're not consistent with the car crash. It's consistent with someone grabbing you and holding you down. No, we don't see any choke marks, but I don't think Miss Clark was ever claiming that he was clawing at her neck. But, you know, the funny thing about forearms to that area of the body and knees to that area of the body, those are the things that don't leave marks, but can do a lot of damage. And that's what the testimony is. But those injuries are from Mr. Clark forcibly grabbing her that night, throwing her to the ground. And certainly when someone is on top of you, holding you down with your forearm on your neck or your knee on your neck, that's an aggravated battery. That's charged all the time in Fulton County. Strangulation, charged all the time. And I don't know what position Ms. Clark, forget about the need to protect her life, which I think we are there for that, or the need to protect against serious bodily injury, which I think we're there for that, or to prevent a forcible felony. What could put someone on notice that someone's about to commit a forcible felony on me more than them actually having committed a forcible felony on me a minute before, and they're still coming at me and they're still enraged with me? So, Your Honor, I believe that the testimony of what happened in that room, what happened in that house, I should say, is uncontroverted. It's, if anything, it's corroborated by Omarion Clark's testimony. And we have met our burden of showing that Ms. Clark, in shooting Roderick Clark one time, not in the head, not a contact wound to the head, nothing like that, in the stomach.
Is that what the medical records show? We've heard about a second shot, but Mr. Clark had one injury, one defect.
One time in the stomach, and he died 3 days later.
Okay.
That is consistent with self-defense, and certainly from the uncontroverted and corroborated testimony of Ms. Clark. Our stance is we have met our burden of proving that she was justified acting in self-defense to prevent death, serious bodily injury, and or the commission of a forcible felony when she was forced to pull the trigger and shot Mr. Clark in the stomach on December 21st of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Max. That was his arguments for why this immunity motion should be granted. Now we're going to do a thought exercise, chat. So, and you can't just be one-sided on this. What's the best piece of evidence for this? Why you should grant this immunity? What supports that this was self-defense? What is the best piece of evidence? And what is the worst? What do you think is the most damning that completely defeats this request for immunity from prosecution? You've got to answer both, right? You've got to think both brains. So let's get into the state's arguments here.
Ms. Willingham, I would like to hear from you. As always, if you could address as part of your comments, one of the last points that Mr. Schardt made, which is taking Ms. Clark's testimony as persuasive evidence. And I appreciate one of the things you're going to say is the only thing we've ever heard is the person who did the shootings version of events as to what happened. I mean, Mr. Omarion Clark said, I heard some stuff, but he didn't give us more than that. But if I credit the testimony that I've basically just gotten this guy off me from the midst of, we'll call it an aggravated assault. Strangulation, not strangulation, certainly a real upsetting situation. And then he was trying to do it again after he brought a gun into the situation. Doesn't that get Ms. Clark into the space of defending against another forcible felony? Maybe not fear of death, but serious bodily injury. We seem to be in that space. Again, assuming, and you can pick at it all you want, and I want to hear it, her version of events. We don't have another version of events for those few minutes when it was Clark versus Clark. We don't have Mr. Johnson saying she had him up against the car, or I heard this or that. We're reliant on what Ms. Clark said was happening during those fateful final moments. Does that make sense, my question?
Yes.
Okay.
And I was going to say that I'll start out addressing that, but I think I want to start a different way.
Okay, as long as you get there, you go in the order you want.
The first person to introduce a firearm on December 20th was Ms. Clark. And Ms. Clark would have you believe that Mr. Clark got up, walked past her firearm that would have been sitting on the bed. Her firearm that she said herself, she sat on the bed in the midst of their argument to go then and get his firearm just to then follow her and go and attack her again. But then she said that he put the firearm down. So, Your Honor, the state's contention would be that Ms. Clark's use of force in this case was excessive. We heard Ms. Clark talk about what Mr. Clark did to her. But as Your Honor said, the only version that we have heard is Ms. Clark's version. What we do not get to hear is Mr. Clark's version. What we do know is that Omarion also testified that there were 2 shots. Ms. Clark has testified that there was 1, but Omarion testified he heard 2 shots. And the investigation would show that there were 2 shots. There was a shot through Omarion's door.
Well, that's not evidence.
Someone mentioned something about it during testimony. I'm not saying they said it conclusively. I know the bulk of the testimony that I'm recalling was about a bullet hole in the bedroom wall, which I assume to mean the bedroom of Mr. and Ms. Clark and not Omarion. That's the exchange I had with Investigator Cousin. It seemed like the shot came from the inside or the outside. She said, inside, probably couldn't tell, and the projectile was in an odd space given what we've heard. But there was some reference to a shot going through, but it may have been a question you asked and someone, I don't remember. What do you remember about during these proceedings, something about a bullet hole in Omarion's door?
Judge, I actually thought I remembered that when Omarion was up on direct, although Mr. Schardt was asking him specifically about the banging, that Omarion went into that he thought it was a gunshot. Mr. Schardt clarified that he would not have necessarily known that, that it was banging, or that it was just banging that is what I have in my notes. So if I have that incorrect, then.
Okay, I'm curious, and I'll give this non-evidence the weight it should. Ultimately, with the crime scene tech there and everyone, did they find a bullet hole, a defect in Omarion's door?
Omarion's door was shot through at the doorknob.
Okay.
Which would go to Ms. Clark stating that she was trying to get into his room. And I understand her testimony was that she was trying to get into his room so that she could call 911. The state is not here to dispute that. That is Ms. Clark's version of the events. However, Your Honor, there were 2 shots and Ms. Clark picked up the firearm after she had gotten away from Mr. Clark. She was by the door at this point and could have gone out of the door because her testimony herself was that they had made it up by the front door of the home. And when he put the gun down, she said she grabbed it and he grabbed her again and she shot him. She did not say that he threw her back down. She said that he grabbed her, just as she testified earlier about her being the aggressor in prior incidents. We can't say that her version of events is exactly what happened. Unfortunately, again, Mr. Clark is not here to give his version. So the state would still argue that Ms. Clark's use of force in this case was excessive. And further, Ms. Clark testified that she was trying to go to Omarion's room for help. Law enforcement was right outside when Ms. Clark went out. They have blue and red lights. She would have had to drive around them, as heard by both Mr. Johnson, as well as, I believe when I was asking her, she acknowledged that she drove around them. She maybe didn't pay attention to them, she said, but she drove around them. Your Honor, the state would argue that Ms. Clark's use of force in this case was excessive and that there was no deadly force being used against her at the time that she picked up the firearm, I should say, and shot at Mr. Clark.
What would have been the amount of force she was justified to use? Because you're using excessive force, not that she wasn't justified, but that she brought a gun to a knife fight or a hammer to a fist fight or something. And I'm trying to follow that because that's saying that, well, actually she was justified to use some force to defend herself or to prevent the commission of a forcible felony, except that would mean she could use deadly force. So she could defend herself in some way to repel a non-deadly threat, seems to be where you are.
Ms. Clark has testified that she has used force before. Mr. Johnson testified that Ms. Clark has used force before. In fact, she's grabbed the defendant, and Mr. Johnson testified that she's grabbed the victim, Mr. Clark. And Mr. Johnson testified that Mr. Clark is smaller than Ms. Clark. And she's grabbed him, pushed him up against his car. And Ms. Clark has also testified that she at times would throw items at him. She would hit Mr. Clark. So there was force that she could have used. she could have hit him back like she's done in the past. And in the past, it wasn't hitting him back. She's acknowledged herself that in many of those incidents, he was being verbal with her and she was the physical aggressor. And that begs to question whether or not Ms. Clark was the initial physical aggressor or the predominant physical aggressor in this case. And no one was in that room except for Mr. Clark and Ms. Clark. Omarion heard his father yell to call for help. And Ms. Clark did not do that. She did not stop law enforcement when she got outside to try and talk to them or get help. She left. And the state would argue, Your Honor, that this is excessive force and does not rise to self-defense to the level that it should be immunity.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schardt, do you have anything in rebuttal that you would like to share?
Briefly, I just don't, two things. I have two orders of business. First of all, Your Honor, I would just like to respond by saying I don't believe under any circumstances that Georgia law would require a woman who has just had a knee on her upper chest and held, and I think we all would agree that if a knee is on the upper chest and she's being held down, if she was able to get a hold of that handgun, which we haven't even heard whether it was loaded or not, which may be why Mr. Clark chose to get his own handgun 4 feet away. But if she was able to get that gun and shoot Mr. Clark with Ms. Clark knee on, that would clearly be self-defense. I think we could all agree. So I'm just having a tough time agreeing that.
You're not agreeing.
I'm not agreeing
Right.
at all. That a minute later, when the same person who was just on top of you, threatening you with serious bodily injury at the very minimum and committing a forcible felony on you at the very minimum, when he starts to grab you again, after he's brought a gun into the situation, that you can't use deadly force and you have to wait till you're on the ground and a knee is on your neck again. I just don't think that's what the law requires. So that's that, Your Honor.
Let's digest that. What do you think, chat? If we accept at face value, like just the circumstances, that's exactly what happened. That's the order of events. She does get free. She goes into another room and he does pursue her with a gun in hand. Would you say that that's proportionate force if we assume that the testimony up to that point is true, right? I know that's in dispute. Those are facts in dispute. But would you say that in that moment, if all those things precede that moment where he's now following her into another room with a firearm in his hand and they get into another tussle, is it a proportionate use of force for her to use deadly force against him in that point? I would say at face value, yes. That's my take on it. I think that's a very good thing for him to get very precise on, because that's the heart of the question here. Was she justified in that very moment? And ultimately that comes down to a credibility finding on Tamika's testimony, which for my hypothetical, we're assuming it to be true for the thought exercise, if you think that would be proportional to use deadly force generally, if that moment arose, those scenarios. But here we don't know everything that led up to it's in dispute. The state says that that's not what happened. And Max says that is what's happened. So I think if it's a credibility determination, it would be self-defense if that's the order of events, if that's what precipitated this moment, if that's what was happening in that instant, and we had like video proof to show it. It seems like the chat thinks that that's proportionate. I think that's a very good argument for him to get up here on rebuttal and make. Again, comes down to credibility.
Also,
That was number one. You said you had two. That was number one. Okay.
and the other thing is, I think to perfect the record, I need to proffer what was not admitted into court today.
What's the topic?
The incident that I didn't get into, that my client knew about.
Oh, why?
Why do I need to proffer it?
Yeah.
Just to create a record.
Doing a rebuttal.
How does your client know about it?
She attended, Miss Culverson was Omarion's mother's name.
Right.
And she passed, and then Miss Clark moved in, and she started attending court dates for the pending
Mr.
case.
Clark had
A pending
a
case.
criminal case in which Ms. Culverson was the victim
Right, and it was eventually dismissed
because she died.
because there was no witness.
Right.
But
She died not because of the incident?
she did not die because of the incident.
Okay.
But Miss Clark was attending court.
Okay, so that's the case that was null pros that we talked about earlier, and Aaron had mentioned in the chat that it was null pros after it looked like nobody appeared. The complaining witness didn't appear, but we knew she was deceased, but I didn't know that she was deceased before this hearing, and that was part of why that case didn't proceed. So there is a prior case where it's alleged that Roderick strangled his ex-wife, his ex-partner, who is Omarion's mother, but it was null pros. The complaining witness didn't testify because she happened to pass away before the proceedings took place. So there's some context there to fill in some gaps.
Or with she was aware that this was going on.
That these allegations were brought?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I don't think you need to get into it based on what we heard today.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
You bet. That was number 2?
That was number 2.
Okay.
I don't think, did they say much else, or does he just say, I'm going to take this, I'm not ruling from the bench? He does get up again, so let's see.
All right. So as I mentioned at the outset, I'm taking this under advisement. Lots of pages of notes. This has been very helpful in terms of getting a better understanding from some different perspectives, what happened on that unfortunate day in late 2024. I have copies of most of the exhibits. The originals are strewn about on the witness stand. Mr. Schardt, actually, you can leave them with me and I'll get them to Ms. Rivers. So if you could just get them in order, alphabetical order.
And I can, if Your Honor would, if Ms. Rivers would prefer, I can make a flash drive or digital copies. I don't know if that's her preference.
Ms. Rivers, would you prefer Mr. Schardt to get you, I think we got to the letter Q minus J. So A through Q minus J. I don't know that we had some of the letters in between, but anyway, those exhibits digitized and either emailed to you if it's a small enough file or a thumb drive. Is that better, or do you want to work with these originals?
The email will be fine and the thumb drive will be fine as well, whichever one is easiest.
Okay, assignment. Digitize and then make sure you share with Ms. Willingham so she can agree, yep, that's what was admitted. And then whatever route is easier for you technically, get those to Ms. Rivers. So you can just collect from the podium, the witness stand, the exhibits that you tendered. I may, because we're fast approaching the trial date, get you all an email saying, here's my ruling, but it's not the final order. Final order is the wrong word, but the order that I'd be entering so that you know, oh, well, we know what's coming up on the 28th and more importantly, the 1st. But I do owe you an order that gets put in the docket in case that's something people need to appeal.
Oh, that's right. We have trial count on the 20th.
We do. I think you're gone for another week. You've got leave in for that. And so you weren't expected to be here for the call of the calendar, but we all know a bunch about this case now. But it was a case that I shared with both sides, was very reachable. June 1 is when the calendar actually starts, bringing jurors, pick a jury. The 28th is when we call the calendar, which is why I wanted to see if we could get to this. And we did, and thank you for that. I will let you know my ruling so that you know, well, there's no trial, there may be an appeal, or there is a trial because it's a case we'd probably try to do on the 1st. But if I sort out my ruling sooner than what the order would be, I'll let you know that for planning purposes, and then I will backfill it with the actual order, and that would be the date of the order in case anyone needs to do any appealing of the order. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to be cryptic. I just want you to know sooner so you can plan for the trial or not plan for the trial.
Your Honor, the only thing, and I know I've expressed this to Mr. Schardt, there were some things that as we were preparing for the motion, that the ballistics were not done. We would like them, but they were not done. And then Mr. Clark, medical records, the medical records will have likely by Tuesday.
I can help expedite the medical records. I'm not so good at expediting ballistics. The ballistics would be, in theory, they would be the 2 shell casings that were recovered were fired from the Glock 33 that was recovered from the car that Ms. Clark drove into the gate. Was there, and the projectile, was there a projectile retrieved from, but there's no dispute.
It's confirming which firearm
Which of the 2? The Glock found on the bed or the Glock found in the car?
Correct.
Do you have reason to believe that it was something other than the Glock found in the car? I don't want you to tip your hand, but I mean, other than the slide is back on it. I mean, the gun found on the bed.
If we had that, I think if we got that information, it would open the door to more conversation. if anything.
A deal?
Okay.
Because I do think it makes
A conversation about what? If you get this back, do you think it would hurt your case? Conversation about a deal? Look at Max's face. Is that what we're getting at here? So you don't have this testing. Trial's right around the corner. McBurney just got done saying that you knew this was around the corner. You still don't have this testing. And if you get it back, you're concerned that it might open up a conversation. Am I picking up what's being put down?
Gun found on the bed.
if we had that, I think if we got that information, it would open the door to more conversation, if anything.
Okay.
Because I do think it makes a difference, especially given Ms. Clark's testimony. I think it makes a difference as to that information.
Okay. So that's your way of saying if this motion is denied, could we not have to go to trial on June 1?
In short, yes, Judge.
Okay.
So yes, they would offer a deal. Are you serious? Get the ballistics done. This isn't like a cutesy matter. This is so Fulton County. This is so Fulton County. Oh, we're waiting on the ballistics because there's 2 firearms in play here. We have our deputy on the stand saying, well, we didn't really do any testing. Great, because now we're about to go to trial, and here you are when you're saying like, hey, we still don't have ballistics returned yet from the lab. We don't have these medical reports. McBurney's like, well, would that stuff make a difference? And you're like, yeah, it might. We might not actually go to trial if something that might show up in the lab results comes back. Get the information. Get the information. And even no matter what the information says, you can make a more informed offer, and the defendant could have a better informed decision-making process whether or not to accept that offer, no matter what you actually think is the theory of the case after you get this information. So either way, in the interest of justice, why wouldn't you just be trying to get this information? Fulton County, Fulton County. Look at Max. This is so Fulton County. This is so Fulton County. I did not hear this yesterday. I didn't pay attention to anything after, like when the investigator was on the stand. Anything after that I missed. Like, I'm gonna hear it again. I can't believe it.
I
Gun found on the bed.
If we had that, I think if we got that information, it would open the door to more conversation, if anything.
Okay.
Because I do think it makes a difference, especially given Ms. Clark's testimony. I think it makes a difference as to that information.
Okay. So that's your way of saying if this motion is denied, could we not have to go to trial on June 1?
In short, yes, Judge.
Okay.
Crazy.
I'll keep that in mind. All right. That's good to know. Mr. Schardt, anything else from the defense side?
No.
Okay. I'm not quite sure who all is here, but the way people are seated, you don't need to introduce folks. I'm just going to ask anyone that you or Ms. Clark asked to be here to stay put while everyone else has an opportunity to leave. And Deputy Gordon will let the folks know who are here on behalf of Ms. Clark when they can leave the courtroom. I just want to keep it simple and let some folks go on their way, whether it's going back to the DA's office or getting out of the building, and then the other people can go. Okay, so if there's nothing else, we'll go off the record. And those of you who are here on behalf of Ms. Clark, please sit tight till Deputy Gordon says it's okay to go.
Yeah, now approach.
About something different?
Yes.
Sure, hold on one
All
second.
Made my paralegal approach as well.
Yes, but
Come on,
let me
Ms.
just
Taylor.
let Ms. Rivers go. Thank you, Ms. Rivers.
All right, they're cutting us out. There's
that's
only
how
2 seconds left there. They're going to cut it out. So, and the reason I'm inclined to believe that whatever they suspect, these results wouldn't do anything to help them is because we're already seeing, I think we're already seeing them argue what would be the worst case scenario for Miss Clark, for Miss Tamika Clark. So these results, the state's already arguing under the assumption that it would, at best for them, show that Tamika is not telling the truth, that there's these 2 shots that go off that are both attributable to her, and they're going to try to use that information to dispute the idea that he had a gun at all. That maybe she always had his gun on hand and maybe was concocting the story. So, I mean, this is just so Fulton County to me. Right before we get to trial, Adventure Aaron put in the chat mentioning that She watches McBurney's courtroom a lot. McBurney streams all of his, almost all. There's certain things that aren't streamed because of the nature of what's being discussed. But he usually streams, so a lot of us watch his court a lot. It's a great way to learn what court is like. And Adventure Aaron says, from watching that, no disrespect to Miss Willingham, the prosecutor here. She's the domestic violence ADA, that's her specialty, assigned to McBurney's courtroom, and I've watched almost all of McBurney's backlog of lives. I've literally never seen one of her cases go to trial. So, Dean, I think this is a great question too, and this comes to me more from the information from the preliminary hearing. It was something that came to mind for me during the prelim. We know that Roderick survived, and he didn't end up dying until 51 hours or so later after surgery at Grady Hospital. And Max tried to ask some questions at the prelim, like of Investigator Teshika Cousin. And she was like, I don't really know what happened between the surgery and him dying that would have made him die. Like, she just said she didn't know. So that was the end of that line of questioning. But Dina says here, my question is, would he have lived if the officer, if this responding investigator or anybody else that showed up at first would have stopped and rendered aid instead of walking over him? Now, the jury might, if this goes to trial, the jury might think the same of the defendant. You know, maybe he would have lived if she stopped and rendered aid, and maybe there was no justification then for her to run for her life at that point. There is no legal requirement that she needed to stay and render aid, but maybe the jury will weigh that in some manner. But I do wonder the same. We have this testimony, we read the transcript from the preliminary hearing where Miss Cousin is describing, I stepped over him and, you know, I was trying to make sure nobody else was in the house, and then I called EMS. And we don't hear anything else. And we just have her acknowledge that he's sitting there bleeding and she's stepping over him. So could there have been a difference? Could he have lived? Because he was only shot once. So was Rod unable to speak? They said that he was talking to them. I think the issue was Investigator Cousin said, you know, he said certain things at the scene, that it was his wife that shot him. But she didn't get to do a thorough interview with him because when he was taken to Grady, then he was getting surgery, and she never made it back to interview him before he actually died about 3 days later, the 51 hours later. So, yeah. And Wrestler's mom says Mrs. Clark was scared. Why would she stay? And I think some defense attorneys drop the ball when there's a scenario like this and arguing this, but I think Max will make an argument that gets the jury to consider, like, hey, you might think, like, if you shoot somebody, you're supposed to stick around, but legally there's no requirement. And he was still mobile. He was still moving. She still had reason to be afraid. And she didn't know where her phone was. Omarion wasn't opening the door, and maybe she didn't feel like pushing down his door to put him in the line of the mess. So the next best thing she could think of was just to leave. She left as a habit. She would frequently go to these convenience stores when something was going wrong just to get away, right? To create a cooling off period. She did the right thing by trying to cool off. Unfortunately, she happened to be drinking that night, but she made the decision to get behind the wheel. Like, these are things that maybe he could argue. And I do think Max Schardt is a very capable attorney. And we'll be able to get those ideas out there for the jury to consider the opposing perspective. But this idea, guys, you know, there are some things that could make this a cut and dry case. There are some things that maybe not necessarily would make it cut and dry, but you don't know until you try. And the idea that we aren't testing for fingerprints, we aren't testing for DNA swabs on the firearms. Again, worst case scenario, everybody's firearms are on both of these firearms. But if we come back to a scenario where one of the firearms, there's really nothing conclusive tying it to the other person, could look like a different case, but we didn't even do that testing. So, I did refresh. I'll refresh one more time because it's been like 5 minutes, and you never know, right? Sometimes that happens. Things sneak up on you in 5 minutes with a docket update. But I didn't see, we'll see if there's anything now. I didn't see anything come through on the docket as far as an order. And McBurney did say, I'll at least email you guys, so maybe he's not gonna... Yeah, still showing the hearing. So maybe he's not going to file anything, but he's already put the attorneys on notice. So, I mean, I do think that this will go to trial just because I feel like it's 50-50 and the standard is 51, like more than not. So that's my stance on it. The poll we did, we'll end this one. Let's see what you guys said. Do you think Judge McBurney will say take it to trial or will grant immunity? We have 75% say take it to trial and 25% granting immunity. And that poll was started like 30 minutes ago. So I know Factual Lie in the chat's like, kind of changed my mind since I voted in the poll. So, you know, again, not a perfect science, but got to take it as it is. It's what we have available with these YouTube polls. Yeah, how did Omarion not know that there were 2 rifles in the house? To me, what sticks out to me is I think there's a major problem. I didn't like the state's argument during their arguments where the prosecutor started to say, well, the bullet hole was in the door. McBurney stopped to ask questions during her arguments and wanted clarification on these details. And she specifies that there's a bullet hole in like the bedroom door or the framing area towards Omarion's room. And she starts to volunteer that that would go along with the idea that Tamika was trying to get into his room. Now, her highlighting that, and someone watching on X said the same thing. So I think like at least 2 of us, her saying that brought our attention. I think the point landed the opposite way with myself and the person who was watching on X and made a comment that to me, it doesn't really make sense that Tamika would fire something into the door to try to get into the room. Like 1 bullet hole, is that her way of trying to unlock a door? It actually got me wondering. I knew there was a second shot. I knew that it went through a wall in some way, but I didn't pick up during the testimony with the investigator on the stand where exactly. I thought it was in the master bedroom that they were discussing. But her question gave me clarification that it's going to Omarion's bedroom, and that almost seems like someone might be knocking on the door. And someone behind them trying to chase after them and tries, they're ailing, they've already been shot. They try to fire a shot and their aim is bad because they're bleeding out. And I didn't even think of that until the prosecution highlighted it. And it made the opposite point for me than I think the state wanted to make. But the reason I brought that up and thought of that in that moment is at first, and now I have new context that's making me reconsider. At first, I thought it sounded really bad that Tamika said she wanted to call 911. There'd been shots fired. She didn't know where her phone was. And in those instant seconds, she's just scrambling around the house. She tries to knock on Omarion's door. In my mind, I'm thinking, well, then why doesn't Omarion remember you screaming, call 911, call 911? I don't remember him testifying anything like that. And he instead says he didn't know who was at the door, suggesting he didn't hear a voice at all. And that he heard the shot and he thought someone was trying to shoot him. So he climbs out the window and leaves. Now, what if now, after the prosecutor said that comment, what if it's a situation where it is Roderick shooting from wherever he's like half capable, shoots up kind of upwards through the door. I don't really understand the trajectory, but it kind of seems like that. And Tamika never actually starts saying anything because in that moment, the shot's fired and she just continues to run. So she starts to knock, doesn't say anything, and makes a new decision to pivot and start running and go to the driveway. Right? So the prosecutor saying that kind of gave me new context that switched my way of thinking. But at first I thought it sounded really bad. How are you claiming you went to someone's room to call 911, but that person doesn't hear your voice? So I don't know. Got a lot going on. We've got Rustler's mom says Max is great. He'll do well. Hope it doesn't get that far. God's Devil Dog says, so is Fulton County suffering from systemic issues? You're slightly new here. I think you'll learn very quickly. Fulton County is always a time. Fulton County is always a time. God's Devil Dog also says, seems like Omarion was scared of them. Allie says, I don't think Max / his client will accept a plea deal. And you never know. I guess it would depend on the offer, right? But like if it's something where it's like serious years, I would agree. I wouldn't think. And I mean, I don't know how she feels, how Tamika feels after her testimony. Maybe there's the, if it's a good enough deal and you feel really nervous because that was rough to go through this preliminary hearing, maybe you'd be inclined to take a deal as long as it's not like the extreme. So I don't know, but if they offer like a sweetheart deal, maybe she would take it. Jersey Girl Trey says take it to trial. Benj Jammin, who's working in the bushes, shout out to our workers and lurkers, says after listening to more, I say immunity now, LOL. So just like factual lie, like, hey, you know what? Changed my mind a little bit. Martha says put it in open court. And Ty says, I think she would get acquitted, but a jury should decide this. Yep, so, I mean, if the jury looks like the chat here, it'd be a lot of deliberating. Michael says prosecution will have to prove that the bullet hole in the door happened the same night and not at a different time. That too. That too. I think, well, so the reason I say this, you're right, is because it doesn't seem like they examined the scene all that well. But we do have the ring camera footage that made the sound of 2 shots being fired. And they're similar firearms. They're both Glocks 357s. So it could technically be 2 different individual firearms, but maybe their characteristics, they sound the same on the ring camera, or it could be 2 shots from the same firearm, right? But I'm also not confident that 2 shots could have been fired that night, and maybe there was a bullet hole for another reason. Like, who knows? Because it doesn't seem like the scene, there was that much care given to looking around the scene, and there was a lot of clutter. So, Dee says judge is going to take it to trial. Hopefully Kat will be on it. We'll watch it, you guys. We do have a Courtney Clenny status hearing on June 1st, so we'd be running those concurrently. But, you know, the Courtney Clenny status hearings have been kind of quick, so who knows? We'll find out if that trial gets delayed again. But yeah, June 1st seems to be the day. Goddess says, read my comment. Where am I going? This one? Judge Paige Reese lost her seat to one of Fannie Willis's assistant district attorneys. Yep, guys, so if you missed it, I forget the Judge Shaw and Judge Whitaker both lost the elections to 2 different prosecutors from the Fulton County DA's office that were running as opponents. We've got For Always Forever says, I feel like she was very credible. Half Irish says, for my entertainment, I wanted to go to trial, but I don't think it should if basic common sense tests haven't been done. You know, it always pisses me off when certain tests aren't done. Like, I get that things are expensive. I get that lab work costs money. But I also feel like GBI is always getting budget approvals. Like, what are they using all the funding for? So, Bench Jammin, we haven't had medical expert testimony. So, unfortunately, for the purpose of this proceeding and for the preliminary, you know, we didn't have a medical examiner testify yet, but, you know, with a trial, I'm sure we'll have a medical examiner on the stand with some more information. And I think Max, if you guys remember how he handled the Chamel drinks evidence, I think he's phenomenal. I think he's very, very skilled at making sure whatever a medical expert is going to testify to, it's understood to like a layperson who might not follow and pick up all the technical terms or might get bored listening to it. I think Max does very, very well with this type of testimony. So whatever the medical examiner found and will say, I'm sure, I would imagine the state's prepared to, but I'm sure both sides are prepared to ask about that in front of a jury. We've got, let's see. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh my God, me too. Kay Slade. I'm messy, right? I like to pretend I'm not. I can be not messy sometimes, but there's certain times where I just want the action. Like in the Stefan Diggs trial, I wanted Lindsay to take the stand. I wanted to hear from Lindsay. We got a lot of other great witnesses, so that quenched my thirst. But I wanted to hear from this girl, Lindsay, that Jamila Adams kept bringing up. And here in this case, I want Lamont, who was saved in Tamika's phone as Lisa. So it would hide and obscure the infidelity a little bit. I want to hear from Lamont Junius. I just want to hear it. And it could be relevant, right? Did he see any marks on her? Right? He might not be able to get into hearsay about, oh, she told me this, but did you observe changes in behavior? There's ways that a good attorney could get into certain questions that could be relevant. But also just the, like what was going on? What was the situation? What are these rendezvous? Just the messiness of it. I want it. I want it. DB thinks, I think her saying it was an accident would be problematic for her. Goddess says in Fulton County, you have to play your cards right. Fulton County is a trip, man. Just through and through. To expand, DB says because if she's in fear enough for her life to arm herself, they would badger her why she didn't use it intentionally. So, and I think that might be, I'm a bit unclear about how much of like contact and tussling was still going on when she's able to, according to her, right, she gets this firearm that he came into the second room with the blue panties and puts the gun down because he uses both of his hands to again make contact with her. And at some point it seems like she's able to get away and go towards where this firearm is because she has to pick it up according to her story if we follow it. But how much contact is still being made? Is there like, he's not grabbing me anymore, but his arms are swinging, and as I'm about to shoot, it hits my arm as I'm trying to get a shot fired off? Are we very distant from each other where he's not making any contact with me when I shoot? These are all important questions for possible angle of the shot being fired, and also, was it really imminent threat if there's distance, right? Changes the calculus a little bit. So, let's see. Oh, wait. Hold on, let me open this. One day StreamYard will let us open links. Oh! Yeah, guys, and if you did not watch the Christopher Wolfenbarger trial, very, very interesting. Fulton County cold case trial. Hot mess of a trial. Like, the first day, a state witness is on the stand like, oh, there was a video of this dog going over to a bag where the remains were found of the victim. And the defense is like, a video? And they have this whole mess because there's this video that's this witness is saying existed that nobody knows about. And then they come back to question. They ask the witness more questions and they're like, what did you do with that video? And he points over to the prosecution table, this guy right here, and says, I gave it to him. Points right at the prosecutor. So great start to a Fulton County trial that is Georgia versus Christopher Wolfenbarger. And there's so much more than just that little detail. But Erin said she made a new meme. So during that trial we have Don Samuel over here and then the prosecution team. You see Hilton's head there. And then now we have a new one with Miss Willingham and Max Schardt reacting to State versus Tamika Clark. Oh my goodness. My goodness. And then let's see. Cafe here is saying, hey to everyone I met during the YSL trial. Miss you all and hope everyone is in good health and spirit. I think this is a perfect message to end. These cases are like, I know we're watching things that involve sad stuff, right? But taking in information of a trial, as much as certain things can be emotional. I feel really bad for Omarion. Both of his biological mother and his biological father are dead, and he's still very young. And you know, it's just sad to think about these things. And his home is torn apart. It didn't seem like his living situation was great, even while Roderick was still alive. And I you know, hear stories like him. I see him on the stand, and I really hope that he's upwards and onwards, however the best someone can do after something like this strikes their life. But watching as a trial watcher and trying to also sometimes be detached from it and take in the information without just thinking about things with an emotional lens, trying to just, all right, what about logically? What if we move the emotions aside? It's a bit of a colder watch. And I think Hefe here is saying, like, we're all back together. It's YSL again. It makes it really, it adds a niceness to watching these trials, which can be tedious, which can be emotional, because they bring us back together. They bring us back together. And that part I really, really do love. So thank you for I think it's a great way to end this one. I think I could be mistaken, but I think he was 22 when this happened, and he's about 24 years old now, Omarion. My math is bad, but I think it was 22 and then 24 nowadays. So, because remember, this happened back in 2024, like December 21st, like right around midnight, the 911 call comes in of 2024. So, very, very young. And guys, we're going to wrap this one up here. Remember, tomorrow, Defense Diaries is doing like a megathon stream all about the Aaron Spencer case. That is a case involving a man who, the short of it, you'll get the full story tomorrow if you aren't already following the case. And Defense Diaries is my resource on this case, so they are the experts. They're also going to have someone from the Spencer family on, as well as like a million other guests. I'll be popping on too. But they have a ton of great guests. And long story short, family realizes their daughter's missing. Daughter has already had prior history with an adult who will not stay away from the daughter. And they find out that the daughter is presently with this man in the middle of the night in a car somewhere. And they pull up, and ultimately, Aaron Spencer ends up killing the guy, killing the man that is with their daughter in the middle of the night, the underage daughter. So now the state is pressing charges. They don't think that that action was justified, and he's got to defend himself. So, and there's so much more to it than that. That's the very, very short of it. But that's going to be a 12-hour stream tomorrow starting at 10 Central, going till 10 p.m. Central tomorrow, all day Saturday, over on Defense Diaries. So if you guys like interesting cases, there's another one for you guys to check out. I don't know what time I'm popping on. I told Defense Diaries whenever. But again, it's a huge panel. Ian Runkle, you've got David Yannetti, you've got, there's like everybody. There's so many names. I don't want to forget anybody. So definitely come check that out. And okay. He was 22 on the 21st. Okay. Yes, I don't know when his birthday is, but you know, he's somewhere between like 23, 24 if he hasn't had his birthday yet. So. And then Adventure Aaron, one more suggestion here. Gary Plosh? Plauche? Gary Plosh, we'll just go with that, is a good comparison for Aaron Spencer. So there is a good way. Put it on your radar if you're trying to figure out what that case is about. Allie B with the thanks, Cat. Everyone stay safe tonight. Happy Friday. Can't wait for tomorrow. Pistachia says, have a safe and wonderful weekend, everyone. Same. I'm going to adopt these messages, you guys. Have a great Friday. See you guys. If you want to hang out tomorrow, see you tomorrow. See you for whatever. And whenever this goes to trial, if it is the first, I'm going to be following it. So if you want to watch over here, come hang out when this trial kicks off, if it kicks off. Thank you so much, guys.